Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out. If you can see and hear me, put that one in the chat so I know that it is functioning, as sometimes it doesn't. Good morning everybody. We're going to play some Satisfactory today. We're going to get some more battles. Holy mackerel, did we do a lot of battles yesterday? We did like 16 hours of battles, everybody. That was a long time. But guess what we're going to do again today? 16 more. That's right. We're going to go ahead and get crazy, insane amount of battles in today. We're going to do, of course, battles during the morning stream here when we're playing Satisfactory. And then bonus stream battles all afternoon. And then when I come back for the night stream, where we're going to be playing some Valheim, we're going to be doing some battles then too. So plenty of battles today. Settle in. So we're going to have lots of fun. Oh, thank you very much for the ones in the chat. Appreciate you guys confirming that we are going on. Now, I did put the retweet in the chat. I'll throw it in there again. Make sure to go out there and show the stream some love by going out and retweeting the stream. Of course, earn yourself some Kiz Caps toward those giveaways as well. Yeah. Always a fun thing here, getting things going on. There you go. Hold on, I gotta press the buttons over there. There we go. Getting things going on. We got to, man, really work on our oil and maybe our aluminum today. We've got our oil pumping over to where we want it by our main base. We've got our train finally. That was a lot of work getting that train going back and forth. But we got the train going back and forth, bringing tons of oil into our main primary base. We're going to build that all out. And try to see if we can build out our oil, both our production of our plastic and rubber, as well as our power production, which we're going to see what happens when that happens. So we're going to go right to it, everybody. Let's go ahead and check out what's going on in my factory right now, and then we'll get into some battles. Let's do it. All right, here we are in Satisfactory. Again, thank you to Subi and Dragon Overlord for hanging out in the chat this morning. Appreciate everybody who comes in, chills out. Settle in, everybody. We're going to have an epic day today, as we do. So, yeah, we've got our oil tanks right here, which are currently holding a bunch of oil. And we have our train station here. And our train is going back and forth. I can actually see it up there in the radar. You can see it moving. It's called a push-pull train, where you've got two trains on the end. One going this way. There we go. One going that way, one going this way. It's reversed when you guys are looking at me, so it throws me off every time. So they're going two separate directions, but they'll come in from one direction, drop it off, and then they'll turn right around and go the other direction, because I have both stations turned in the opposite direction along with the trains. And that allows me to do that on a single track, so I don't have to run like a loop track. Only time I run a loop track is if I'm picking up multiple things, and if I have multiple trains going in different paths, or maybe even the same path as well. Like we could go ahead and have this pick up some of the coal over there and bring that back, and so on. There's many things we can do in using our trains. And that's what's so great about trains. It really expands what you can do. You can get faster from A to Z. But it does take a lot of work if you're putting in supports, which is what we were doing. And holy moly, it took like the whole entire time last time just to try to get those supports in and get the trains running. And it turned out awesome. Turned out amazing. Do I got something in here? Oh, I got a bunch of computers in there. So this is making computers, and that is making heavy modular frames. But the problem is I'm going to run out of plastic. If I run out of plastic, I'll be in trouble, because plastic is what I need to make the stuff that I'm making, which I always find funny. You always, it's really a good balanced game when the thing you're trying to make is the very thing that you need to make the thing. Now we also need to go down here and think about our under supports of our primary base up here. As you can see, we've got supports running all down in there, and we've set them at 8 now. So we can go ahead and have them 8 apart, just to give us a bit more room while we're working. But we're going to need to go under there and fix those supports. Train's still going there. See, just like in real life, I look before I cross the railroad tracks, everybody. Look and listen. Is always a good idea. Just in case the train's coming, because the train's going to be going, 100, 200 miles an hour. Oh, wrong way. Back down. There we go. You can actually reverse your direction in the hypertubes, in case you didn't know. And here we go. So now we have these upper supports here. And we're going to need to go out here and run these upper supports as we fill in this entire area. Oh, here he comes. There it goes right there. All right, now before we get into that, because it's very easy to get distracted and do that for an hour, let's get our battles going. To battle! Now we were crushing it, everybody. We absolutely got 2 whole maps almost done yesterday. So let's go ahead and start here. We're going to start with a pretty tough one. It's going to be a 4 skull. So I need you guys to rise up and get it going early in the morning. So again, we're going to go ahead and pull out my highest level character right there. Get that going on. And then we're going to go into quest here. We got to drop 3 bombers. We already got 1, so that means 2 more bombers. Go to the store here. Scrolls. Let's see. Flag bearer. That's good. And some busters and paladins already full. So yeah, let's go flag bearer. And none of that really. We're going to keep that. Looking to get my warrior upgraded. All right, there we go. Warrior now level 29. I got 2 that are rocking 29 now. Both the rogue and the warrior. Very, very close. The barbarian is almost max level as well. See, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get 10 of them at max level, and that is actually one of my quests right here. And I'm going to get 20 scrolls for my legendary, and then I'll need to get 15 there. And as you can see, I've played this game just a bit. And actually, funny, 2 of mine are tanks that are in there. So yeah, the barbarian is pretty close. Did we get any scrolls for the barbarian? Let's see. Scrolls. Barbarian. No, I think we had some last time. No scrolls for the barbarian there. All right. Now, normally I would go in and I would put the bomber down, but on this one, I definitely want to put the tank down because this is going to be a tough one. I want you guys to have a chance of getting that loot because that's what we're all about, maximum loot. Now, again, that 1 unit can make a difference, so make sure you put down 1 unit every 5 minutes until you have maximum units, 6 units, because that's going to be a tough one. All right, let's go ahead and get our set where we have our supports down there at the bottom. Now, I feel like I really want to redo a lot of this down here and all of this, but we got to get our aluminum going. And to get our aluminum going, we got to get our oil going. So let's just go ahead and figure out what our distances are here to kind of fill in this whole top area. Because that's what I'm going to do, fill that top area in with our oil. So now what I've done is in this particular playthrough, I've set the precedent of everything has to have supports, right? So as you can see over here in the beginning of the game, we're going to say it has to be 8, right? Or basically 4. It has to be 4 between here. And then now it's become 8 out here as we get into the higher part of the game. And I'll probably make it even longer in the later games, say, 16 or something like that, double out. Just to make it like the supports are progressing. We're getting stronger supports or whatever. It's just something we added to it to give it a little bit extra flair. You don't have to have any supports at all. This could just be floating in the air if you really wanted it to. And they said there's no plans for them to make it any different. It's not going to have gravity on it like Valheim or something like that. 7 Days to Die, those ones have actual structural support. So if you build it and you miss a piece, or if it gets the part gets undercut, it will fall down. But in this game, it will not. It will not fall down no matter what you do. You just stick it up in the sky and you're fine. You will fall down though. You will definitely fall down. You are affected by gravity, but not your buildings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's 8, and then our 9th one is actually our support, which is funny because it actually runs right there. All right, let's take that out. That's going to be a close one. Perfect. Just so happens that it fits. All right, and we got to take this out. All right, we'll come back and we'll fix whatever that is. I think that's limestone. And again, we'll run it down to here. Now, as it runs down, it's going to hit the ground here, and then we're going to go ahead and use this one to make it look like it's sitting on the ground. So now it looks like it's holding that up. And what we're trying to do is just create basically a grid to get started, right? So you've now got this, and you've got this, and so you can line these two up based on that. Now, what I do is kind of what I'm doing here, and that is running the foundations across in such a way that it's easy for you to remember. I don't know what's up there right now. Oh, those are my tanks. But you can see I'm running the foundations in such a way it's easy for me to line it up. So I can just line it up right here, and I know that goes right there. So we'll go ahead and put that in there, and then we'll do our pillar middles. Again, this is really one of the greatest building games of all time. Not just because of the building, it's because the way that you build. The way that you build is so phenomenal. It's just so elegant in the way that it works. It works from up above, it works from down below at an angle. There's like 100 different ways you could be standing, and it works exceptionally well. And that's not easy to say for most games. Most games, you'll have issues if you're not at the right angle at the right moment. So what I'm doing right there is I hit F and the middle mouse button to pick up that particular object. Speaking of amazing ideas in the game. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then watch this. 6, 7, 8, and then our support. Now, just doing what I did right there seems obvious and easy to do. But in every game other than this one, that could be a difficult thing, what we just did. Just grabbing it and telling it to go a certain direction in the way that we want it to go is not always an easy thing. And that's what this game excels at. That's why this game is an 11 out of 10. Because its building is the gold standard now. Every other game should take note of how Satisfactory does its building and how subtle it is when you're building stuff. It's pretty phenomenal in everything that it does, the way that it builds, the way that you run all of your stuff is pretty exceptional. Again, kind of almost like a genre-defining, or I would actually call it genre-defining way of building. Again, if every game had really subtle, amazing building like this game, we would have less issues, right? Because they've gone in and they've thought it through, right? They've thought every little bit of that through. That makes it so much easier. Look at that. Just so easy. Again, I can build all the foundations in from down here. Oh, I got to be careful. I don't mess that up again. No, I did right over there. Now, one of the problems, though, is that when you have the supports, like I just did there, is that it's sometimes tricky because I'm talking to you guys and not paying attention. But you got to watch out that it doesn't drop the level down, which is what it did there. That was my bad. There we go. You don't want to drop the level. So 2, but you saw how easy it was for me to take it out. There's 4, and then 4 more. And then our support. There we go. Easy to take out. Easy to put right back in. And there we go. So yeah, watch out for that level drop. That does happen from time to time. If you're not paying attention, it'll snap to the corner. And then in theory, if we did it right, and that's how I knew I had done it wrong, is that I could see that it didn't line up to this other side. Come on. There we go. Gotta find that magic spot. And then it should line up to the other side like that. Perfect. Boom. All right, there we go. And then there's our supports for our oil production. Pretty sweet, I think. Pretty sweet. I think we should go ahead and extend it a bit more. I mean, if we're going to do it, let's really do it, right? Let's go to town on it. So let's go ahead and go in this direction. Now, there are mobs around that will try to get into your face, so I'm hitting F like I'm going to take it out, then middle mouse button, which picks up that foundation, and then allows me to see my foundation, or allow me to use the foundations. Put them down. I do them in groups of 4 just because it's easier to count. And make sure you don't screw up as much. There we go. And then 3, and then 2. Using the quick keys down there at the bottom. Down there. I could pick it up from elsewhere, but I just find it's easier to do that. I actually have this reversed. Speaking of, where is that? Foundations. This one actually should go first in this combo. And then this one should be 3. There we go. All right, so now that's coming out there. Now, I find when you're doing this kind of stuff under supports, it's usually better from down below. For sure. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what's known as an 8 span. So it's actually the 9th one is the support, and you have 8 span in between. That's what that's all about. Oh, nice jump, bro. Nice jump, dude. Get up there. Jump. There you go. Get up there. Okay, now you got to watch out while you're sitting here, you know, wandering around looking up at this stuff. Sometimes little mobs appear and want to be your friend a little too much. And I always suggest running it downward. And the reason why you're going to run it downward, it's easier to match up at the top. If you're running it up, it often doesn't match up well. Now, sometimes you're going to have some stuff in your way. And you're going to need a chainsaw. Both. Like that. I don't even need the stuff for the chainsaw. I just need it to get out of my way. So while I'm running stuff, it's not blocking my view. 3. There's 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this. Now again, this is just something we've decided and said, hey, we are going to do supports for everything that we're doing. And we're going to have this kind of span between those supports. You do not have to have supports at all. I've done many a playthrough with 0 supports. Again, you don't have to have it, but if you want it to look awesome like that, then you definitely want to get it going. Now, of course, we should watch and see if this matches up on this side. And it does. All right, now we seriously have some serious area there. Now, when you're filling in the foundations, you can fill them in from down here, but it is very awkward. How do people join you, says Blitz. You can go ahead and go to the Discord right over there and read the server rules. Once you read the server rules, you can get to the server info, which is how you come and join me. So you're welcome to come join me here. Now, this is actually on my local machine versus my versus a server, because they don't have servers yet on here. And when they do, the whole internet's going to blow up. Because so many people are going to get servers for Satisfactory. That is for sure. For sure. So you can go find all the info in there. Now, all I do is I ask people to be awesome. Now, if you are going to play with me, make sure to work together as a team. Don't come in and do the same exact thing that I'm doing and then say, hey, Kismet, I already did all of that. What you're doing. You don't want to do that. That's not going to work out well. What you want to do is you want to work together by communicating, hey, I'm going to do this, or hey, I'm going to do that. This way I know what you're doing and you know what I'm doing, and so on and so forth. Look how easy it is to put these foundations in, everybody. Look how sweet that is, right? Just so easy. And what I do is the further away, actually, I find the easier it is to fill them in. You can see I got about 3 or 4 of them in. And then the last couple there, I have to just tilt my mouse down just a little bit, like this, like that. Now, often, because I have my mouse on super sensitive, because I play a lot of, like, Fallout and things like that, you'll see me, you know, I'll mess up every now and again. I could put an extra foundation in, but they're easily removed. I just go ahead and keep on clicking. You mess up every now and again. No worries. Take it out. You get all the resources back again. You're like, Kismet, that's a large area. There's no way you're going to use that area up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This and a whole lot more. Look at that. Boom. I'm going to use all that up. It's kind of cool because it's going to run right by where my train's running. Our big guy over there. There's our big guy. Fill that in up a little too close to there. We'll have to use our have to either move that over or use our walkways. All right, that was just one side. Now other side. And look how far away that is, everybody. Not every game can do it as elegant as this one. In fact, there is no other game that does it as elegant as this one. And that's why I give it that extra point for its astoundingly amazing building. And when you get it down, that's it. You can build massive, massive items. Massive things. Now, if you are trying to communicate to me, do come in and join me in game. Make sure to, you can do it in game, but it's usually better in my Twitch chat because I'm going to be watching that obviously more often. So if you want to communicate something to me, probably a good idea to do it in there. Because one of the problems in the game with the chat is that you can't leave it up. I would love it if you could leave the chat up so that when you're talking to other people who are not on voice and whatnot, that would make that way easier. Yeah, we need a lot of area today. That didn't take too long. Them supports were pretty quick. Again, sometimes I look at just a little extra. We can just take it out, no biggie. Because I'm clicking kind of in the same spot. And if I click once extra, it'll put an extra one in. See, because it thinks I want to go up and down because I'm aiming toward the center of it. There we go. That was a good one. And eventually you get like in the groove. Hopefully. Oh, and look at that. Out of cement. You're like, oh God, Kismet, what are you gonna do? Well, it's always making cement for me. Every minute of every day is like the #1 thing you constantly want to have going. If the rest of your whole entire factory is off, fine, but not your concrete. Concrete should always be running because you're gonna use a crazy ton of it. I'm gonna sort that and I'm gonna take all of this. Now I've got some other stuff here that I don't really need on me, like stuff cutting down trees and stuff. Let's get rid of this kind of random loot that's on me. That's looking pretty good. There we go. What I need more of is I need concrete. Now again, you want to leave a spot empty in case you're taking stuff in and out, right? So you have that extra spot. Or if you're taking out trees or something like that. That's going to help you a lot. But as you can see, very quickly, before your eyes, we added all of that in no time at all. Now, you don't have to go in this direction. I can also switch it up and go in the other direction. Like this. Click it well. And you're like, Kismet, why are you building it so far up? Well, the reason why I'm building up so far up is so I can run my trains without having so many obstructions. I actually normally run my trains even higher than this, and that's because it's up above the mountains and so on. I don't like to build bases at the ground level for obvious reasons. There's mobs, there's all sorts of stuff going on. The terrain is uneven, and so I like to build my bases up nice and high, which basically allows me to go over trees and all that other stuff, and even go through giant kind of pillar edges there. So if you look around this area, you can see that the treetops are right about where I'm at. Some of them are a bit lower, but you can see I can just go ahead and span over the top of all of this. Don't have to worry about mobs and all of that. Very rarely do I build at the ground level like that. Usually only at the beginning of the game. Okay, so now we have our oil tanks here, and we need to start up a bit of our... where's our ramps at? Our ramps are way over there. Okay. Making sure I'm not blocking my ramps. We're just going to fill a bit of this in too, just to give us that little corner there. Okay, so now we've got our oil. We've got a bunch of backlog of oil right now. We don't really know what our oil ratio is. That would be a good thing to know when you are running your oil back and forth. Do I need 2 trains? Do I need 3 trains? Or do I only need 1 train? Those are important things to know in the long run. But for right now, all we need is we need some plastic. So we need to get in here and we need to say, okay, I want to make some items. I want to make a refinery, right? So we'll start with 1 refinery, which I actually have all the materials on me right now. So that's useful. So we're going to go ahead and do a refinery. Actually, I might turn my refineries this way eventually. Yeah, I'll turn the final one that way. And the reason why you want to know which way you're turning your refineries is because in the end, you're going to, I put mine into the awesome sink. You can recycle them so that it ends up going back into your production. But for me, I'm just going to go plastic. And what it's going to do is bring the crude oil in 20 per minute and 10 heavy oil residue. Now, we also need one at the end, and I'm just going to throw this one off to the side. We also need one at the end, which is going to take that heavy oil residue, right, and make petroleum coke is what I like to do with it. And actually, there's a use for that petroleum coke later, which we'll get into. But what we're going to do is we're going to do petroleum coke, and we're going to run it into the awesome sink. And the reason why is we don't want to micromanage all that petroleum coke. When we need it, then that's when we'll put it into production. But really, we want to get rid of it. And the reason why, and we want to do 40 per minute, right? So we got to go in here and say, okay, how much is it producing? 10. 10 over here is what it's doing. So if we do 4 of these, then it's going to be 40, and that's going to be its max production level to be able to convert it to petroleum coke and then run it into the awesome sink. The awesome sink also produces tickets as well. And so let's go ahead and do 4 of these like this. And then, like I said, our last one is actually going to turn around the opposite direction. I'll show you why a bit later. But these are all going to be our plastic production, because we need a lot of plastic production. Right there. And plastic production. And then the last one is going to be petroleum coke. Okay. Now all we got to do is run some power, run some lines, and run some power. Now, the input of your oil to plastic conversion only has one input. So there's no need to do lifters and all that other stuff, especially with liquids. With liquids, you want to watch out when you're raising up the liquids. You want them always to stay at the same level as best you can, right? So you don't end up with the issue of having a head lift. The more head lift you have, the more difficult it's going to be. So I'm just going to run this as straight as I can here. And watch out that you don't do it right there. If you do it right there, this little ring here that's holding this up is going to block your ability to actually put the a splitter in there. So I'm going to go ahead and back it up and kind of put it in between that connector and that round connector and this round connector. I'm going to put it, say, right about there, because the line can't go any longer than that. And then I'll go ahead and run the rest of the line, and I'll make sure that I go beyond where my current line is, like that. And that's going to help me here in a second. You're like, well, kid, you didn't even connect it to it, bro. You're right. Not yet. Because what you do is you run a nice straight line like that, because it's both a merger and a splitter, so you don't have to worry about worrying about its direction and stuff. Now, one of the things that I do to try to line this up is I line myself up off that kind of middle screw there, and then boom, and then boom. Easy, right? And then you get the general idea, and then rinse and repeat. Now, I looked at how far away it is from the thing. Now, sometimes this will be a little crooked because it doesn't snap. I don't know why it doesn't snap. Don't blame me. I don't make the games. I just play them. But I'm sure they'll address it at some point. Like right here, this should snap into position to there. Show me the green line and all of that. That would be awesome. Now, on this particular thing, there is no output of this section here, right? When it comes to the liquid, there is no liquid output. It's actually an item output, so it's actually this thing here. So now that I've got all the rest of that looking good, this part over here actually doesn't need to be there. I can just take that out, and it cuts it off at the end. Now, also, if I think about it, I don't even need this at the end, if you think about it, because what you're going to do is you're going to basically turn the corner here. And so what you want to do is go out. You want to line that up visually, right? And then go back by 2, like this. Or you can do it the other way. You can go this way. You can line this up. And then 1, 2, which I prefer. And then turn that in. And it gives you a beautiful 90 right at the end there. Because you don't need a merger or splitter there. Because you're not going to be running the oil any further than that. That's its finished location. And there you go. You've finished that off beautifully. Now we can go ahead and work on our power. We're definitely going to need to run some of that and also create some of that from our oil. And let me just tap into one of these lines over here. All of our power needs to be redone eventually. So we're going to go ahead and just run a main line, and then 2 of those, and then 1 off to the side here. Let's just say right about there. And we'll connect that and this. And I like to have, make sure that you create that last one there for that. All right, there we go. So now its output of here, which is going to be an item, not a liquid. Good to know what you're working with, whether you're working with a liquid or an item. Oh, thanks so much for the follow. Oh, Hell's Machine coming in, showing some love. Appreciate everybody coming in. Last Splash, hello, welcome. Thanks for being here in the stream. How do people join you? I answered that question. Okay, and Satisfactory multiplayer info. Yes, I will join. Do you need help filling all that in? Nope, I did it. Is it okay if I stream when playing with you? Asking to be nice. Oh, I always appreciate it, Blitz. Always, you can come join me while you're streaming, no problem. What's up, Kylo? Thanks for hanging out. My day is going good so far. And again, thanks to Hell's Machine coming and hanging out. How's is this game planning to get this? This game is an absolute buy. If you are a builder, and you know if you are, this is one of the greatest building games, if not the greatest building game in the history of games. And I have been around since the beginning of games, 40 plus years. And I can tell you that the ability just to do this, right? To roll your cursor over the side and tell it to go that direction, or this direction, or that direction, or here in the center, right? Or maybe I want to build something way down there. Or maybe I want to build it right there. Or maybe I want to build a whole bunch of things in a circle or in a sequence like that. And you're like, whoa. I know. If you're a builder, you know that a lot of games don't make that easy. That don't make it that precise and amazing as this game. This game, it is 11 out of 10 in early access. It's like a unicorn. Very rarely do you ever have a early access game be at that level. It is phenomenal. I highly recommend it. I have played through the game 30 times, and I love playing it, obviously, because I'm playing it right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it on my stream at all. I don't play games I don't like, because I'm 50 years old. I answer to no one. If I don't like a game, I won't play it. It's as simple as that. No matter how much so it says, oh, you should play this game, or, you know, hey, I'm going to pay you to play this game. I'm like, I don't like that game. I'm not going to play it. Sorry. I might... If I like the game, I might show it off on stream, but the games I really enjoy playing are the ones I play on stream. And if I tell you I like it, it's good. Now, if you're not a builder, if you're not into Factorio, or if you're not into something like Dice's Pure Program, or games like that, then this is probably not your jam. But if you are a builder and you love to collect resources and you love to create complex things like this, which actually are not that complex once you understand the principles of it, right? Because you got to think, just like anything that you build, you're building it in sections. So you build it in small little sections, and it starts off simple. And each little area of my base is a simple thing. It goes and it extracts iron, it makes an iron plate, and it puts the iron plate into a box. But the more I do of that, okay, now I'm a copper. I'm extracting copper. That makes a copper item. That puts it in a box. Then I'm extracting this, and that puts it into this, and that puts it into that, right? And then as you build it up, it looks more complex. But if you understand how it works, it's really not that difficult. Like right here, you can see that it's making concrete. So it's extracting limestone, putting it into these convert it into concrete, and then they run it up to my primary base there. And you can see that it's running from over there, as well as I have other items that are being produced over here, like reinforced iron plates. Here's my copper down here, creating copper wire. I mean, it's not that complex once you understand, right? So it's extracting it here, it's smelting it into things here, it's splitting it here, putting it in these different things. These things are making the wire, and then the wire runs into my base, right? So it looks more complex than it really is. I think anybody could do it. Now you can be, you know, your left hand or right hand brain. I'm a bit of both. So I'm both creative and I see things visually, as well as I am also logical, and I go by the numbers, right? And sometimes you have a balance of both. I suggest to give it a try and play it however you want. You want to go all numbers and make sure it's exact and everything is perfectly timed. You can do it that way, or you can go, yeah, I just want to have this here, and I'm going to run that there and do whatever I want, because it's your game. You can do whatever you want. There you go. Now, I'm going to go ahead and run this out of here and run it into a thing called the Awesome Sink right here. Now, the Awesome Sink is awesome in the fact that you can just run stuff in there, kind of like a big, gigantic garbage disposal. And the trickiest thing is trying to get it here in the corner. To be real close. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a conveyor out of here. We're going to use our Mark IIIs for now. And that's going to run it into this awesome sink, and then we'll tie it into the power. And that's basically going to garbage disposal up the end of it, right? So that'll take that heavy oil residue and take care of that. Now this stuff over here, by the way, because it already has power, is already working. And it also is already backlogged with some heavy oil residue that we need to go ahead and get rid of. Otherwise, our production comes to a stop, which is the problem right now. Now, this is the front side of this, and one of the smart things to do is to get the actual final product and run that one place, and then get the actual residue or the material that we don't want and run that into the awesome sink. Now, this part's a little bit trickier because you have both fluids and also items, right? So you have two separate things that you need to run. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do before we do that battle is to put in these called lifters. Now, these lifters are basically going to be there temporarily so I can see where my piping needs to go, because I need to have my pipes come out and then run this way so it can run into that last refiner there. So I'm going to run it out a bit, and I'm going to say right about here. It really doesn't matter, but we're going to also go 2 this way. And what that's going to do is give you a beautiful 90 degrees. Now, this game really has 2 modes. The first mode, hey, I'm learning how to do it, right? And then the next mode is, hey, I want it to look amazing, right? I want it to look amazing. I want to have 90-degree angles. I want to have it where it's on multiple levels. I want to work more vertical than horizontal, and so on. And that's something you really need to master in the later game once you've kind of got the gist of it, right? Now, I've played through many times, so obviously that's why I'm trying to get mine to look nice and beautiful. Now, one of the things I did on purpose there is you see that how it went at an angle, and that happens a lot. Right, if you want it to be perfect, you can go ahead and just take it right back out. You get all the resources back. We'll do that battle here in a second. And then when you're running this, you're going to look for where it's at on your foundations here. These lines are here for a reason, right? These lines are here to help you line up. Now, also, there's a green line that shows up sometimes that helps you line that up as well. As you can see, that little green line is centering to the center of that particular building. But what we want to do is use the foundations to help us line up a bit better visually, and then back up a couple. And then now when we go ahead and run that same corner, we can see that it is now kind of running along that a bit better, right? Running a bit straighter along those foundations. So I'm always looking at the lines in the foundation of where it's at, looking for the green lines that are kind of alignment lines that help us as well. Now, another thing that we need to do is we need to get all of these connected to each other. And one of the things that we can do is kind of do what's known as a merger. So we want to merge all of these together and then run them back to where our plastic is being used, way back over there. It's a bit far away, but that's okay. We got a nice little spot where I left that gap there just so we can do a run line. And we'll get into that in just a second. Let's go ahead and do this battle first. We'll come back to it. To battle! Yeah. How's the game? Plan to get into it. I'm quite new to survival crafting, but I love this type of game now. Oh, man, you're going to have such a great time. Because I see it's the same publisher as Valheim. Yes! Actually, the interesting thing about Coffee Stain is they made Goat Simulator. If you haven't seen that, I thought that was a terrible idea for a game. Because, you know, you would think it would be cheesy and terrible. It was a phenomenal game. It was actually incredibly well done. I give them huge credit for that. Let's go ahead and start this battle as well. And then, of course, they came out with Satisfactory, which is another amazing game. This game, again, 11 out of 10. And then they came out with Valheim, which actually they work with another studio called Iron Gate Studio that came out with Valheim. So, man, they have 2 10 out of 10s, or an 11 out of 10 and a 10 out of 10 in early access. That, again, that's like finding 2 unicorns in today's gaming, because you know how many games have come out that have just been crap, right? They've just been broken, buggy mess, right? And it's not like these studios have like $250 million. You know, these people have unlimited funds. They actually took their money from Goat Simulator and they put it into Satisfactory, which is genius. And then, of course, they're also helping other studios and working with other studios to publish their stuff. and then Valheim. Incredibly great eye for great games. You got to give it to them. They're putting everybody else to shame. The only one that's really up on their level right now is actually No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky has been coming out with updates like this, man. They've been just blazing the trail of a really phenomenal game as well. So all of those I recommend. All right, open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Oh, gold for everyone. Let's see. Dragon Overlord, Last Splash, and LOC getting free gold right there. Subi coming in. MVP. Way to rock it, Subi. All right, let's blow it up. We get some gold right here. Oh, 250 gold there. Nice. And let's kind of keep making a run for that boss here. I'm going to go ahead and call out my bomber. He's going to get all crazy. Where'd you go, little bomber? There you are. Now I got to make sure I got the right guy because I sometimes screw that up. Let's say about right here. I'm going to go and put him right there. We're going to go out there and blow some stuff. Oh, I got to do balloon busters too. Oh, wow. We got to put down some legendaries. We'll get into that later on. That's what I like about the game. There's no right or wrong way to play it. Do what you want. Exactly. It's not going to go, you messed up, right? It's not going to do that. It's how you want to do your factory. So if you want to run it what's called spaghetti, which is what I'm doing over here because it triggers people, and it's funny. Not over there. Over there, I've made it all beautiful and stuff. But over here on this side, you can see I've got a bit of spaghetti going here on the top. And the reason why I do that every time is there's a point in the game where you're just trying to progress, right? You're just trying to get to tier 7 and 8. And so what you'll start to do is you'll start to do this, where you're running a line, oh, I need this to be over here, and I need this to be over there, I need to be over there. And so you'll start to do this, right? Where it's just stuff running everywhere, and it's not really aligned, and it's not stacked well, and all of that stuff, and it's not looking beautiful. It's not doing your beautiful 90s and stuff. And the reason why I do that is so you have like a before, right? And then what I do is I get up into tier 7 and into tier 8, and then I will go and I will clean all this up. Because when you tear all this down, you get all the resources back. So it's not like you're destroying it. Like in some games, you destroy the thing, and then you got to go collect more resources to put the thing back up again, right? That's what I like about Satisfactory and Valheim, that when you do take it out, you get the resources back, and then you can reuse that resource. In fact, one of the most genius things you can do in Valheim is to put a workbench down in a little village that you find, especially early on. Instead of cutting down trees, you could go ahead, put it in that village, tear down all the buildings and fences and whatever else you find, and then da-da, you got a bunch of wood to build your base, how you want it to be, not just how the village of that you found, right? And it's really a fantastic way to get wood or stone or whatever it is made of. You can get it very quickly that way. Without having to go and collect it and hit the ground and do all of that, especially all those stone towers that you find and stuff like that. If you're running around with a little bit of iron on you, you can put down your stone workbench and then just tear the whole tower down. Got yourself a bunch of stone, GG, and you're on and run. In fact, we're going to probably do that tonight. We're going to run around and try to find a bunch of those, find a bunch of stone for my peeps to build out our big mega base, which some of you have already seen. If you haven't seen that, you definitely want to come back at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for that as well. But again, this is an instant buy for me, everybody. Whether you buy it on Steam or whether you buy it on Epic Game Store, I don't care which platform you use. I don't care if you're on console. I don't care wherever you are. Now, this game is not on console yet, but I can tell you this game is going to be massive, massive, especially when they put servers in. When they put servers in, forget about it. Forget about it. This game will be probably #1 in the servers, and then, of course, #1 in concurrent players, because it is really phenomenal, especially when you're working together with other people. Now, when you work together with other people, here's what I suggest you do. First, you go in and you communicate to the other person, hey, what are we doing? That's the #1 thing, right? What are we doing? Why are we doing what we're doing, right? What is our next kind of goal as a team? So what I'm doing is I'm working on my tier 7. And I want to go ahead and start working on aluminum. Now, don't come in and start working on aluminum when I'm doing it. And the reason why is because I'm trying to show the stream, right? When you're a streamer, you're doing stuff to show off in the stream. Now, again, if you're working on the same exact thing that I'm working on, then it makes it difficult and it makes it awkward, right? So if I'm sitting there building in foundations and you come in and you're building in foundations right next to where I'm building in foundations, it'll be awkward. But if you go to the far side and you start filling in those foundations while I'm on this side filling in these foundations, then it works better. A great example is Reaper was helping me as I was running the line to run the line back to here from the oil. He was working toward me from the base, and I was working from the oil toward him, right? That's good teamwork. Again, don't come in here and start doing the oil and doing all the stuff, the exact same thing I'm doing. Great example, hey, we need some quartz. All right, cool. I'm going to go work on the quartz while you're working on the oil. That's also another great way to work together as a team. Again, don't do the same thing that somebody else is doing unless you say, hey, do you need some help with that? What do you need done? And so on. Like right now, we actually do need quartz. So if you want to work on quartz splits, that's something you could go try to find and then grab it and bring it back here. You could also run a train to it, which would be very fun because I know everybody who plays games are probably, when they were young, they loved trains. I don't know what it is. Most builders, when they're young, they were playing with trains, I'm sure, like me. I'm not so into trains that I know what all the train names are and all the car names and all of that stuff. And I don't build model trains and stuff like that. But I love trains, right? I love trains. I think trains is what makes this game go from like a 9 to a 10, and then they came out with fluids, and then they came out with even more stuff on top of that, and so on and so on, and now that's how it got to an 11 out of 10. This game was already an 8 out of 10 when it first came out years ago, which is pretty incredible in early access. It's because they've thought through every little tiny detail of the process, including your building, how you're building your foundations. And whoever came up with the genius idea of putting the little metal part on the edge, and then you roll your cursor over there, so boom, it goes that way, or you roll your cursor over this, boom, it goes that way, right? Whoever came up with that idea took it to another level, took the whole entire building to another level. So very, very awesome when it comes to that. Now, we got to go ahead and merge all of our plastic together. And one of those things we're going to need to do is we're going to need to take out our pipe here temporarily so that we can get that lined up. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my set number 1 down here. You can see I can set all sorts of command keys. And we are going to merge it together, right? Instead of splitting it, we're going to merge it. And one of the tough things is getting this aligned to this. You'll see that you'll have kind of a square box there, kind of it's a square, but it's going at a perspective, and it's lining up against that. So what I do is I call the first one, I don't count the first move away from the thing, the refiner. There we go. So you don't count that first move away from the refiner. I consider that to be the starting point, and then you go 1 and then 2. Sometimes it's 3. It depends on where you are in the foundations and all of that. But we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll go like this. And then we're going to look and see how well it lines up. Now, that actually does work, by the way. Even when it's really super close like that, I normally like it to be out just a little bit more. But one of the things you're going to see is we're going to have an issue, right? We're going to have an issue with our merging. And this is actually going to be blocking this. But not really. Because if we think of it in 3 dimensions, if we think of it in our head, that these bottom 2 are not going to be there. Only the top one. Only the top one is the one that we need. And that's why we have to do this first so that we can go ahead and get this all aligned. And once we have it all aligned, then we can run our piping in the end. Now, here's what's going to happen also is that you're going to have this green line. And then also you have a green line going that way. And it's showing you where the center of that particular thing is. Now, the first 2 don't matter, but the third one does, right? The third one, the direction of the third one makes a difference. Green is an output. Orange is an input. So up there, I want it to go in that direction, up at the very top, not this here, but up in the very top there, where it's going this way. Now, the same thing up here. I've already kind of put this one in the right direction, and so on. So we want to just go ahead and very quickly rinse and repeat there. And then we want to look and see if it's aligned. That looks pretty good. That looks good, good, and good. Okay. Now we want this to come out of here, and we want to run to our plastic box way over there on the other side. Now, one of the things we can do is we can go ahead and we can use number 7 here to align the thing here, what's called a stackable conveyor pole. And usually when you go up 2 stackable conveyor poles, you can go ahead and be very nicely aligned like that, right? And then again, we want it to go from this one out of here into there, out of here into there, and so on. Now, it doesn't even matter which direction I go. I can go the other direction because I've already set the precedent of the direction of the conveyor, so it doesn't really matter. And there we go. Now, here's something you absolutely need to learn about this game. These things are not trustworthy. You need to take those things out. Those are the last things you want to put in. Those are called conveyor lifts. The last thing you want to put in so that it properly snaps to that. Now, how do we know it's working? Well, we know it's working when we see that moving. When that's moving, that means that it's going along the top part here, right? So we know that's working well. This one over here, not moving, which means it's not working. So we need to make sure that we take all of these out. And again, do these at the very end, right? And we were just using those to help us align. And when we take them out, we get all the resources back again. I'm just going to go along these and quickly put those in. And now we should go ahead. And you're like, Kismet, they're not moving. Well, the reason why they're not moving now is because the belt is full. But I know that they will work because we saw the first one working down there. And then we took them all out and we replaced them in. And we're good. Now, we can hold down F and hold down Control. And that's going to get us both of these at the same time. You can do up to 50 items at the same time. You can take it all out. And then as you can see, we're taking that out nicely like that. There we go. And we've got our plastic coming out. If it comes out of the end, then you know that it's working. That's pretty good. And then, of course, pretty easy. We just go ahead and hit F, or we could use our command keys down there. But I'm just going to hit F, middle mouse button, and then connect those together like that. All right, so we've got pretty much the bulk of this ready to go. It's running our excess fluids into here, into this particular thing here. And then it's also producing petroleum coke already. So it's actually getting rid of the heavy oil residue out of these things. But it's actually stopped because it's not producing anymore. It's just running out the residue out of the thing. Now, that's the in one over there that's running the residue out. But we haven't connected these others. So we need to do the same thing we just did a minute ago. And that's go in and just kind of eyeball it. Line it up as best you can. And then watch out for the rotation. And then connect that in and rinse and repeat. You get the general idea. That's now going to run that residue out of there. And now we have all the residue running out. And you see it moving, right? So this means that it's flowing, right? When those things open up, and it's telling you the direction. Notice this one comes up first, this one, then this one, and the middle one, and then the third one. See how it's closing in like that? That means it's flowing at a smaller rate, higher rate, right? So visually, if you're a visual person like me, that's telling you a lot of stuff. It's telling you the direction of the fluid. It's telling you the speed of the fluid as well. Incredibly amazing system. You see that all of a sudden it'll flow out because it created all this extra residue, and then boom, it'll flow in there. But it'll find an equilibrium at some point where it is not moving as much. There's a whole bunch of fluid there. There we go. It's not moving as much, and then the one on the outside here should be expanded most of the time because it's going to flow into here. And then this right here is going to get full. There we go. And that's going to run out as much petroleum coke as we can. Now, to kind of help ourselves here, what we're also going to do is we can go into one of these connections and we can flush the pipe segment, right? Or we can flush the entire pipe network, so we can just kind of flush out all of this extra residue so that it's not so backlogged. Because we don't really care about the residue, and we don't really care about the petroleum coke because this is going to run into the awesome sink. So it's a good idea to flush that at least once. And then what's going to happen is it will not be backlogged, so it won't potentially stop your plastic production, because that's what you really care about. You're caring about your plastic production. You want to have as much plastic running as possible out of those. All right, so we got that, and now we're going to do a line run. So we're going to go ahead and run this out of here. We do it on our battle, 16 minutes. Let me catch up on chat. Yeah, again, that's what's so great about the game is your way is always the correct way. But it's your game, you play it however you want. All right, we actually need to kind of do this just a little bit like this. Yeah, let's do this. Right along there. A little bit closer. There we go. I'm going to get ourselves a nice turn there. And again, now what we can do is to see what our max distance is of our line, is we can just pretend like we're running it. And then what it will do is it'll separate from this. When it separates from this, it's telling us that, hey, that line is as long as it can be. And it's usually about 6 of these foundations is its maximum length. And if we were watching that, we were kind of centering it along the foundation. So if we were watching that this is centered off this center line, then it will be nice and straight from way back here. So you want to kind of watch those small little details like that. And then line that up. We're looking good. We're going to take our tower out now. Now I've got a bunch of lines already pre-existing and already running. I want to go ahead and try to bridge my line to get to right there. Right? And I've already got a line going here. So I can go ahead and try to bring this up to the same level as this. So how many of these do we have? 1, 2, 3, and that's 4. So we want to go ahead and bring this up to 4 and then connect it over there. So we're going to go ahead and say 1, 2, 3, 4. And we can put that right there. I hate clipping though. It will let you clip through there, that line, that power line that's going there. I do not clip stuff. Unless it's absolutely nothing else I can do. Like the terrain, you can't take out the terrain. It's not like it has voxel shaping or something where you can take out all of the ground level like you can like in Astroneer and other awesome games like that. So you have to kind of police yourself, basically. Police your own clipping. And again, if you like clipping, if you got no problem with it, more power to you. But in my case, I try to avoid it. Now again, we already got some pre-existing lines here. Allows us to go ahead and use those. And where are we going to, right? Where are we ending up? Now this is my main area, and I always build this every single time. And the reason why is my first priority is to get the resources for me, because I'm the one building the factory, right? And then the resources also need to eventually go to the rest of the factory as well. But I need to go, and if I need plates or if I need screws or I need whatever, it's right here where I can just grab it right by my primary hub. Same thing over here with different things. And you'll see me actually do everything. Every single item in the game will eventually make its way back to my primary base. And of course, I will keep revamping this and revamping this over time. And over here we can see that we have no plastic in here. That's not a good thing. You want to definitely have a lot of plastic. So the plastic is the second one back. So we're going to go around the back of it here. And we're going to say, okay, right here is where we want this to end up. So I'm going to go ahead and just put a pole here, a little stacker pole. And I'm going to go ahead and run this in the wrong direction. I ran it in the wrong direction, but it already knows that's an input. It knows that's an input, so it's already put the direction of the conveyor in the right direction. And then the same thing here. We're going to go ahead and go way back over here. And we're going to see what we have to get through here. And so to there, and maybe up there, and then around. Let's try something like that. Or we can come down. Yeah, so we can come across and then come down. That's an even better idea. And then we could go ahead and center out. Right there. We're going to have a bit of a problem with our line there. Again, you can start at the beginning or you can start at the end. I find at certain segments there's a better place to start. Now, as I try to run this, let me turn around so you can see. As I try to run this, it's running through another conveyor. Now, sometimes it will block you for running if you're running through other conveyors and whatnot. I'm going to go ahead and just take this out. I actually don't need that anymore right now. And then I can go ahead and run that right there. Very nice. And then what I'm going to do is actually bring this down to here. So we'll bring it to the end first. Like this with our conveyor poles. Now later on, you'll see me when I go into kind of the more advanced mode. I will not actually use stackers. I will use walls with the ability to run lines and stack lines and all of that. I'm going to bring that down to there. And then from here, I'm going to bring that right over to there like that. And I'm watching to see if it's clipping and all of that. And that's what we call spaghetti, when you're just running it in the moment, right? You're running in the moment to get it to wherever it needs to go. Now, in theory, if we did it right, we could go here to the end and we can watch our plastic go right here for the first time of this line. And then our plastic just running into our main box. Now, behind this box, beyond this box, it's actually going elsewhere, right? All this plastic is going along these conveyors up here at the top, right here. I see it up there, and it's running it down this way. as you can see, and it's running it into multiple machines here at the end. Now, because I've had it off for a little bit, these machines have been stopped, and you don't really want that to happen. You don't want your machines to be offline too long, especially a critical item like plastic where you're going to be using a ton of it later on. Now, if I made enough of it, it should be able to make all of this stuff and then also leave me some excess, which I can use as well. But definitely it's going to take a bit for it to get to that point because it just started back up again. And I could create even more of this as well. Now, the number one thing that you want to know is your origin extraction number, right? So my extraction number right now on the very far side, where the oil is, way over there, like 2,500, 3,000 that way, is about 240 and 240. So I have 480 oil being extracted at any given time. And then my train goes and picks it up, and there's a potential lag time there in the amount of oil that I'm going to have from one place to another. Over here, you can see I have these large tanks. In these large tanks, it's already filled up all these large tanks, so I have a huge backlog of oil to get started. But eventually, you want to figure out your numbers and your ratios and all of that stuff in here. Now, how much oil is this using up? That's what we want to know, right? So this is 30 per minute, and we have 4 of them. So this is 120 per minute. Now again, remember I'm producing 240 right now. So 240 times 2, that's 480. So this is nothing. This is nothing when it comes to producing resources. So we're going to use 120 there. And then, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do the same thing again, except for we're going to use a different material that we're going to create right over here. We're going to try to line it up just like we have there. Now you notice that it's turned red. The reason why it's turned red is the fact that I don't have enough copper sheets. And what I was talking about earlier is the reason why I run it to my hub is so that I have all of those resources when I need them, like copper sheets. So if I run over here and say, oh man, I need some copper sheets, I sure hope we have some, which I can see we have a ton because you can see it running on that line right there. But also you notice I put this little thing here. I put this little area here just so I can see visually that that is copper sheets. Right? And I can just go ahead and control click to get a whole bunch of them. In this case, I can sort it all. What I do is I usually take out a full stack or 2, and then I put the smaller stack, the one that has 10 or 15 or 20, and put them back into the box. Because it's much more efficient for you to have a stack of 200 than a stack of 5. Otherwise, it's just very inefficient in your inventory. Because no matter how big your inventory is, it is not big enough. Especially when you start mega building like we're getting into right now. We're going to really go to town. All right, let's do it. Now we see this blue. It's telling us, okay, hey, you got the materials for that, Kismet. Do your thing, bro. And I'm like, all right, I'm down. I'm down to do my thing. And again, what I'm trying to do is just kind of visually line it up to that. I'm going to try to line it up a bit to the edge of the foundation as well. And a little bit over. There we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to work on rubber. Now rubber comes in at 30, the very same, goes out at 20, but its actual output of its residue is higher, right? So it's 20 there, and this over here is only 10. Now again, that's what we're kind of worried about, the residue when it goes out. Remember, it was 40 at the end. So instead of doing 4 of them, I can only do 2 of them before I need one of these, or really only one of them, but until I get the maximum input of this. Now I could actually overclock this so it could do even more. So I could run even more residue in there. I could run residue from the other one into this one and just have it overclock. But I find the only time you really want to overclock when it's mostly a space issue, right? Like if you're building gigantic areas and you're building gigantic manufacturers and you don't want to run more lines and I don't have enough space to fit it in there, that's the time in which I overclock. The other time I overclock, by the way, is extracting raw resources. So if you want to get more oil, if I want to double the amount of oil I'm producing right now, which I totally could do, I could go over there and I could put my overclocks in there and it would be pulling, instead of 480, or we'll ran it up to 500 to make the numbers easy, I could actually have 1,000 being collected right now. And I will do that. I will definitely do that probably today. We'll get into that in just a bit. But there we go. So that we could combine that if we want, but I find that it's more efficient power-wise to actually make another one and actually make a whole nother line, which is just for my rubber here. So let's go ahead and do 2 of those. And then we're going to do a reverse, like you saw. So it's actually going in the opposite direction, so we can line up our output. And you get the general idea of that one. And then, again, petroleum coke. And then we could run it into its own awesome sink. But because of the speed at which this is coming out, which is 120, I just happen to know that because I looked at it. It's 120 right there. This line right here is not 120. That line is a level 3 belt, and a level 3 belt goes at 270. So basically more than double of this line. And then also this takes 30 watts of power. So I'm always thinking about my wattage, how much power is being used, and so on. Of course, Reaper came in and helped us with a lot of early power, which is awesome. But you can see that it's not really just constantly running on the thing, right? You can see it runs a bunch, and then there's a gap. And so if there is, then I can go ahead and tie both of these together into one. I'm going to go ahead and push this out just a bit here. Make it a little bit easier for us to work here around our awesome sink. Look how easy it is. So it's so awesome every time. Now you got to think I've done this 1,000 times, and every time it is awesome. Every time I think, man, why doesn't every other game have such easy, amazing foundation building? Why doesn't Astroneer have amazing building foundations like this, right? That'd be great for Astroneer for sure. And so on. Why is every other game not caught on to how incredibly amazing that particular style of building is? I don't know, everybody. I don't make the games. I just play them. All right. Now, again, over here, we only have one input, so no big deal. I'll show you another great little trick here with pipes. You can go ahead and just come out like this, and then to go ahead and turn it, again, move it forward by 2, like this. Then you go down the other side and just basically do the reverse this way, and then 1, 2, and then turn it. Just connect those 2 together. And then what you can do is you can center feed it like this. Easy. So instead of putting multiple of those in to do that, you center feed it, and it's going to split it and go in both directions, which is awesome because it's a splitter and a merger simultaneously. And so all we have to do is go ahead and grab this. Again, we do not want to lift it. We want to keep it at the same level so we're not having any head lift or anything like that. Move forward by 2 so you got that beautiful angle there. And then you run it over here, again, lining it up. And let's say right here. Lining it up on this direction. Okay, where's that running? It's running right in between both those foundations. Oh, that's going to be nice. Forward by 2. And you got a nice 90 there. You got a nice 90 here. And then again, down to here. Line it up off the center. Back it up by 2. You have complete control over how it looks. Isn't that awesome? I really love the way that you can figure all that out and do all the logistics of it. And so on. So that turned out pretty amazing right there. So now it's pumping that oil in there, and we're going to get ourselves some rubber. Now, same thing with what we just did is we're going to need to take this rubber and we're going to need to run it back. But we've already established our run lines. So we can actually make this nice and easy for ourselves because we know that it's running right down the center there. We can go ahead and establish our kind of run line here like that. Now, we know we're going to have to do the same thing we just did. So I'm just going to go right to it. That we did on the other one. We're going to have to run our item out of there, which is our rubber, and then, of course, all of our fluids down here. And again, this is probably the trickiest part of it, is that you need to make sure you put down your lifter first, and then align your thing here. That does not look nice. Try that again. Good. Sometimes you look at it from one direction and it looks fine, and then you look at it from another direction. Not so good. There we go. And again, notice how it cued off the center. Now I need to watch out that I don't block this for when I'm doing my my mergers. And again, we'll go ahead and do this. We'll get it nice and close. We'll line it up. We'll go by 2. Press this, and then press that, and see if it's... Oh, no. See, it didn't work that time. See how I moved it by 2 and it didn't work? So again, we'll take that out. It's not as consistent as you would think it would be, right? Because what I did is I went next to it, I moved it forward just by 1, and I count that as the start. And then I went 1, 2, and then it didn't quite line up because we need to do that extra one, right? Because you got to start with that first kind of gap which is going to not count, and then you go 2. You don't just go 2 from the edge, which is what I'm talking about. The edge of where this goes together. See this line here, and then this line of this. You need to go out by 1 to start. There you go. This right here is your starting point. Then you go out by 2. Or you can just count it as 3. So 1, 2, 3. But it doesn't always work, right? It's not as consistent as you would think it would be. So you have to basically eyeball it each time. But you can see we start there, and then 1, 2. But it's already set up because we already lined it up over there. So we don't really need to worry about it. We just need to make sure that our arrows are going the right direction. We connect it this way. And lift this up. Little click fail there. And then turn the corner here. Oh, time for a battle. And now we got that done. And then we take these out. So it's kind of like you're building and then taking away, and you're building and you're taking away. It works really, really well. Now again, these are coming out of here, and we want them to go into this right here at the end. So we'll go back to our pipes here, run this across, and we'll look at where it's at. It's on this particular line here, back by 2. Oh, and we're out of plastic, which is the very thing we need, the very thing we're making to do it. See, that's why I did the plastic first, not the rubber first. All right, and we're going to need some of this plastic up here. Now, what you can do is actually get on the conveyor and steal some. Right off the conveyor line, you hit an E. And so that's not going to go down the line. Same thing here. I always find it kind of funny to just like steal it right off the line. I don't know, that's just me. Me and my silliness. We'll get into that battle here in just a second. So a good idea whenever you're doing anything to finish what you're doing. Otherwise, you get very, very easily distracted. So I'm going to go ahead and run that again across there. At least I do. And then back by 2. And then into there. And then we only have one of these, which is going to be pretty easy. Kind of stand there and line it up. Eyeball it. Oh, best you can. That is not right. I don't know why sometimes it does angle down like that. Alright, so now we have our excess going in. We have our rubber's going to be running up here, but again, let's make sure we do this first before we run that battle, so we can remember what we were doing and that it will actually come out of there correctly. Right there. Now, I haven't even started it up yet, so we need to go in, pull some power from over here. And you'll see me go in and really rerun all of these power lines to be more vertical. They have a really awesome vertical power line system now in the game. And I'm just going to go ahead and run it back here. Like this. And these actually, I can power all 3 of these from this one if I so desire. There we go. But I don't like it to clip through the machines, so I'll fix that later on. Alright, and again, we'll run this line just to try to finish this off. And again, remember, it's an item that's coming out of here. And then we want it to run and merge over there. But we don't want to run it on the ground level. If we run items on the ground level, all of a sudden your ground level is obscured a lot. Right? It's going to be obscured by all the stuff that you're doing. So I highly recommend that you at least lift it 2 up off the ground so it's not constantly in your way. You're not constantly having to jump over stuff all the time. Now, when it comes to piping, I get away with that. Just put that at the ground level. But when it comes to your items are very easy to lift, very easy to run up at this upper level, as you can see. And then we'll run it clear across over here. And we're going to run this one down just a bit from over here. Still be high enough where my character can run under it. Get a snap. There we go. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and merge that along this line if we can. Now notice how it doesn't really want to go there, and I would highly recommend not doing that. I would put your merger over here. Make sure your arrow, the green arrow, is facing toward into the machine, like that. And then this goes here. This then comes down and merges. Oh, we got a power line, just perfect. All right, okay, and then merge from over here. And now we have both lines running into the awesome sink. And now we only need one awesome sink. Instead of it costing 60 power for 2, only costs 30 power for 1. Because it's not even going fast enough to overwhelm that. And there we go. Now our process of rubber is running. Now the problem is it's not run all the way over there, and we'll do that here in just a second. First, let's do the battle, and we'll come back to running that. To battle! All right, now we're crushing it. Working on power. Yes, a combination of power and also our resources again, because we did tear down our main resources. And we moved all of our oil from being 3,000 way out that way to moving it where it's training in the oil and bringing the oil to our primary base. And then we are now reestablishing our plastic again, and we're reestablishing our rubber. And then we're going to use the rest of the power or the rest of the oil to produce power. For sure. You've got to gear up your power. The more you add, the more power you need. The more you add more, and then the more power you need, and so on. It's a great balance between the two. We're definitely going to need more power because we're going into tier 7, which is going to be our aluminum. And then we're going to eventually get into nuclear power. And then eventually plutonium, which I have no idea how to do that. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is figuring it out along the way. And you're like, well, Kismet, Updates 4 has been out for a while. Dude, you haven't done every single thing in the game? Nope. Why? Because I like to take the journey, everybody. I don't like to rush. I don't have to be the first one to not want to play my game. I want to be the person who plays it the most and has the most fun out of it. That's my goal. Let's see. Daniel getting some extra love. Dragon Overlord, Subi, and Cable Lord overall MVP. LOC coming in AO number 1 with 11 kills as MVP. Nice job. And here we go. Boss time. All right. Now it's time to boss it up. Let's do it. Now, I think I'm supposed to get my balloon busters here. I don't know if a legendary balloon buster is really going to be all that effective on the boss, unless I hit the boss, I guess. Now he's just going to go in and hit this. We'll use him on the next one just for fun. I'm going to use my tank. And which way is the path of least resistance? Could be this way. It could be that way. Kind of feel like it's either left or right. Yeah, we got some peeps already going left. I'll go with you guys. Let's go. Come on. Let's do it together. Let's do it as a team. Let's go. How'd you get that 90-degree angle while in place? Yes. It's all about backing up by 2. Whenever you're doing 90-degree angles, you actually want to visually look at it and then move over by 2. Or you can go the opposite direction, right? You can go from this way, and then you line it up and you move over by 2, and then you click it and you'll get that as 90s. 90s are all about usually a 2 offset from each other, right? So if you have, say you have a lines running and then you want to run it in the, kind of turn it around a corner, you want to go ahead and go forward by 2, and then sometimes go this way by 2, right? So forward and side like this, so it'll go forward and then turn that corner and hit that corner. It's all about the 2s, everybody, as you can see right there. And so on over here. And the same thing with this. I actually have it offset just a little bit. But if I move this forward by 1, what it would be is it would be 2 by the center. I'll show you what I mean. If I go 7 here, and I run this down the center like this, and I move it back by 2, you'll see that this one is too far back. So if I go 1, 2, see, that one's back by 1 extra. So if I take that out like this, and we reconnect all of this. There we go. We'll take that out. And we'll put that there. Put this out. And now when we reconnect it, you'll see we get that. So it's basically back by 2 by the center. See? Now you get a perfect 90-degree angle. Simple as that. Just go wherever the center is, move by 2. So if you look at the center of this right here, look at the center of this here, and you go 1 and then 2, which is how I did it right there. Get yourself a 90. So you get it every time. Very sweet. And that's how you make your base look super clean, by the way. You got the perfect 90s, you got a perfect 80s. Sometimes you have different angles, and you're watching how your angles are. You're watching how your stacking's going. Oh, man, it really cleans up your base and makes it look awesome. Now, again, I'm doing this on purpose. Obviously, I played through the game 30 times. I know how to clean this up and make it look awesome. But I do it on purpose so you have a before shot, and then you have an aftershot. Where I'll start using walls and actually putting into the walls and running your wall lines really nice. You can run along the walls. You can stack them vertically. And you can use these stackers. I feel like the stackers are kind of like an early game technique. And then later, you definitely want to build an actual factory out. And each individual thing is its own little factory, or however you want to do it. It's your game. That's the great thing about the game. It's however you want to do it. It's your factory. You make it however you want, right? You can run spaghetti all day long if you want. So there we go. So we got that going. And we're going to go ahead and run this along this area here. Now, I'm not too worried about the direction of how this is coming out of here. But I am going to go ahead and get this up here. And then stack that just a little bit higher. Because we're going to bring our second line down. Like this. And then so we're going to bring this. And we're going to run that up over the top of our plastic to run a second line like this. And we've already got this kind of done. Just create a short segment there. And what I'm doing is running around. Hey, Impulse, what's up? And then F for middle mouse button. Raise that up like that. And then run this across here. And then run that up there. Like so. All right. So again, remember, if you are going to join me, don't do the same exact thing that I'm doing. I'm working on oil and on aluminum. Don't come in and say, Kismet, I'm going to do all the aluminum. Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Because we are doing it for the first time here on the new update. And so if you want to help with quartz, that would be awesome. Feel free to go ahead and do that. Or whatever you want to do. You want to work on some more power, maybe try to find some more oil, maybe find some more coal, something like that would be awesome. Awesome. Okay, and again, you see I'm kind of weaving this through here. Now I've got a bit of a problem here. The way this line is run, it's going to make it hard for me to get the rubber in there with it. So I'm going to need to go down by 1. So I can kind of do this. And then I go ahead and bring it up by 1. And I can bring my rubber in there as well. And so now we've kind of run both lines. Now I've got a bit of a problem with my lifter there, or splitter, whatever I'm running there. The cool thing is I don't even need this right now because we're not running anything over here. In fact, I don't need any of that over there because I've already upgraded my space elevator. So all of this I could take down, but I can get back to that later on. And so we'll take this out, and so we've got plenty of room to run that from up there. Now look how subtle that was. Did you notice how subtle that was? How I can just get to the edge of there, and I can click that specific one on the list of ones, and I can take it and I can run it like this. This is unparalleled in any other game. To be that precise from this far away, and I'm not even facing the front of the thing. I'm not even on this side, which is normally where you would need to be in most games. In this game, you don't. You be over here, you kind of aim toward where you want to snap it, right? You can do it on that side. If you go far on this side, it knows that it wants to go that side. That is so incredibly useful in the game. It's astoundingly well done. And if you don't give them credit for that, I don't know who you are. Don't talk to me. That is amazing. Okay, we got to get the in one here. I want to make sure I'm going to the right one here. And so we're going to bring that all the way down. And then over here, same thing. We're going to line it up nicely. And then we're actually going to lift it up just a little bit like this. Run that into there. And run that into the top side. This way we can feed it from down below and also up above. And then if we did it right, everybody, if we did it right, we can click this and then climb up here and see our rubber come down the line. Whoa, okay, dude. A little overzealous there. A little overzealous climbing that. Let's go. Now, if we missed a part, what's going to happen is we're not going to have anything down the line, right? If we missed a segment along the way, which is what it looks like right here. Now, if you notice that it's making me move backwards, that's because I'm on the conveyor. But if I get on the edge of the conveyor, right there, notice it doesn't, I'm not moving anymore. But the second you get like that, it'll start moving you around. So let's go ahead and backtrack and see if there's any parts in which we missed our rubber here, our rubber connection. So we'll go up here. We'll look at this. Oh, okay, nothing there. All right, cool. Let's back up. Again, it's going this way. It's going across to there. It's going down here. Oh, aha. So there's a little segment missing right there, right? I did that on purpose, by the way. So you want to backtrack it and just find out where it is having an issue. And then you go up here and you'll see now it's running all the way down the line. And it'll run all the way down into that box. And that box then distributes it for me and then also wherever it needs to go. And it will start to backlog in that box. If it doesn't have anywhere to go or doesn't need any more of that, it will start to backlog. Now, also, you notice that this started back up again, and that's because it wasn't backlogged anymore. One of the cool things that I use as a mechanic in the game is for stuff to auto shut itself off. So I'm not using excess power. Now, the funny irony is if you go look at my power, I'm actually using more power than I'm producing. And you're like, well, how does your factory still run? Well, if you look up here, my max cons, which is my maximum construction, if everything was running at the same time, is way higher than my actual capacity, right? It's actually 3759, but my capacity is only 3,000. And that's because what I do is I have certain sections that turn itself off, right? Great example, concrete. So it goes in, it makes a bunch of concrete, it fills the box full of concrete, it goes and runs concrete elsewhere as well, and then when it's done filling that up, it starts to backlog along the line, it backlogs into the machines, the machines then turn off, and then it basically uses less power until I need more concrete. And then when I take the concrete out of the box, it says, oh, there's more room in the box. All right, let's start running. Let's turn the machines back on. And it does all of that automatically. And the better you can balance that as you go through, the better you can balance that as you're playing through, the less work you have to do on power. That's right, you don't have to do as much power. Impulse coming in. What's up, bro? A little creepy. There's always someone wants to get right in front of the thing. A little creepy when people do that, but what's up, Impulse? I see you, bro. Creepy. Very creepy. What's up? That's always funny. I'm OK, and my name is Impulse. I saw you, bro. I saw you in there, Blitz. A little creepy when you get up close. But, hey, I was trying to remember how you wave in this game. I think you go into chat and /wave. /wave. There we go. Notice commands are not supported. Pause action, unstuck response. I forget what the function is to wave. But, yeah. Again, if you can help with quartz and stuff like that, or finding coal power or whatnot, do not do oil. Do not do aluminum. I'm doing that right now. There we go. I know, right? A little creepy. People get up. It happens on the stream all the time. People are like, Kismet, I want to play with you. And they come in and they got to jump around in front of the screen. And, hey, everybody on the stream. Sometimes that does happen. But a little creepy sometimes. A little creepy. All right, so we've got that going on. But it's also funny. So that part is fun as well. All right, so now we've got our basics back up and running, right? We moved all of our production 3,000 meters away because it's way over there. If you haven't seen where my oil is, I might take a train ride just so you can see how far away that it is. One of the things that's funny about this game is because they added a bunch of stuff as they were going through. They started with the forest, which is where I am right now. This is basically the original starter area, and we'll go ahead and just look off to the side here. Right, this is the original starter area, which I haven't played in a really long time. I've been playing all the other starter areas, and of course they added fluids. And when they added fluids, they didn't come back and fix up the forest because the forest doesn't have that many fluids. When you start over here at the forest, there's no oil nearby. The closest oil is 3,000 away. The closest water is right down here in this tiny little pond that I created, and that's it. And so if you want water, man, it's way over there. If you want water, it's way up over this hill, or coal or whatever it is. It's way over there. Now, there's a little bit of coal down here, but nowhere near as much water and coal that you need. We also tapped some coal over on that side, which is up on a mountain. You can actually see it right through the middle of it right there. It's way over there for a starting zone, right? For a starting zone, it's pretty rough. It's pretty far away. Now, we're going to go ahead and start with that. Now, we're going to go ahead and work on our power. Now, our power is our fuel generators here, and it takes a lot of computers and heavy modular frames, which use plastic, right, to be made. And so that's why we had to do our plastic first, so it's producing those things while we're doing this. Now, fuel generators are my favorite in the early game. Nuclear is also fun, but you're going to get radiated, so watch out for that. But literally all we're going to do is use up all this excess that's in here, because believe me, there is 2,400 there, there's 2,400 here, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. You get the general idea. So we want to use up that excess. But here's the thing. When you're putting down a fuel generator, and watch these suckers when they go down. I love the sound of these. Ready? There we go. Those sound pretty, I don't know if you could hear it, but they sound pretty industrial strength when they drop down. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and run the oil into here, right? Except for it doesn't take oil. You don't put oil into your fuel generator. That would cause your fuel generator to not work. So what you want to do is actually take the oil and convert it into the thing that you need. In this case, we can use a packager or it used to use the refinery, but we're going to go ahead and check out what a packager does right here first. Now, as you can see here in a packager, you have a bunch of different things like water and oil and whatnot. But one of them is packaged fuel, right? That packaged fuel is actually not for the generator, but it is for you when you have a jetpack and when you have other vehicles and things like that that you might need to use your packaged fuel for. So we're going to need that as well. But we don't need that first, right? We're going to go ahead and need one of these, a refinery. And I'm just going to middle mouse button it here. And we're going to need a refinery, and I'm actually going to run the refinery right off of this right here, like this. All right. Now you can see that there is a fuel option here, and again, we have some kind of leftover or waste material that we want to get rid of called polymer resin. And so it needs 60 per minute to produce about 40 per minute fuel, right? So 60 per minute of oil to 40 per minute fuel. And how much fuel do the power things use? Well, we're going to find out here in a minute because we're going to go ahead and put our power actually on this side of power and put our fuel generators right over here like that. So we're just going to start with one just to get it started. And what we can do is also tap into this line. Now, because I'm going to be using a massive amount of oil, I really need to upgrade these lines to faster lines. And so what I'm going to do, instead of using a Mark 1, which would be 300, I'm using Mark 2s everywhere. Now, they're not really necessary over here. They're not really necessary over there, but they're going to be necessary right here. And the fact that I have plenty of materials to make it means I'm just going to use the highest level item so I don't have to come back and upgrade it later. Yes, that is the biggest benefit, is not having to come back and update it later on. So I just use level 2s. Now that's going to go ahead and run that into there. And that's going to go ahead and eventually start filling that up. Now it's not going to fill it up until you have some power. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can tap into some more power here. And we're looking on our power lines here. Again, you'll see that I really don't care about power lines, how they're looking and where they're running early game, because I prefer to run them vertically. And so I'll actually build over the top of this eventually, so I can run them vertically. Also, you might notice that I'm jumping pretty high up, and the reason why I'm doing that is because I have the skates on, or they're called Blade Runners in here. We can jump a bit higher, allows you to get up on the pipes and all of that stuff much easier, and so on. So let's go ahead and put this up into there. We'll grab this and just temporarily run it over here. Get this going. All right, then we'll tell this to be fuel. That's all fuel there. This is connected. It's running in there. And you're like, oh God, why is it not working, right? Because that's what you're going to first think. Okay, why is this actually not working? Why is it not running? It's idle. We got 60 per minute crude oil going in there. And so we want to look over here. Is this crude oil? Yes, crude oil there. And so on. And that's because we want to go ahead and also run it out. And so we'll go ahead and just run it straight out of here into there like that. And there we go. Now, one of the things also we want to look at is what color is the light up here at the top. Right now it says yellow, right? So yellow is telling us, okay, this thing is on, but it's missing something. There's something that's missing for it to work, right? And so we want to go ahead and try to figure out what that is. So we need fuel, right? And the fuel input is oil. Now this is a residual fuel, by the way. So you can take your heavy oil residue and also recycle it in and use it for fuel for your power. We may do that later, probably not. I just prefer to get rid of all the stuff in there. Now again, we need to look at why this is not putting it into the thing, right? I know some of you already know what it is, and I did it on purpose. So you guys can do some troubleshooting in your head as to why this is not working. The first thing you want to look at, these little symbols right here, they're actually going the wrong direction. They're green. And so green is an output. It's like an arrow saying it's coming out of there. And then if you see the 3 dots or the 3 lines here in the back, that means that's an input. So this whole entire machine is turning the wrong way. So let's go ahead and turn it the right way, because that's going to happen to you. It's absolutely going to happen to you a bunch of times. You're going to have it going in the wrong direction. So let's go ahead and just spin that around the right way. Let's go ahead and redo our junction. Another cool thing, see when I took the junction out, it actually healed itself like the junction was never there. Another fantastic feature of the game. And then we can go ahead and line this up again. Go like this. Make sure that we've got our 3 lines in the back there. We can see them on the side there. We got our 3 lines. And now we can run that into there. Go ahead and tell this to be fuel. Then we can go ahead and run our power line. And after a while, you get real fast at this. You get real fast at running stuff here to there and everywhere. Again, notice I'm not lifting the lines at all. Now, when we see it start to separate, which is the thing I want to show you, when it starts to separate like that, that means it's actually now working, right? So it's bringing it in and it's outputting the fuel. But what's going to happen at some point is this polymer resin is going to build up, and there's going to be too much of it in there, and it's going to stop production, which means it's going to stop producing fuel, which means it's going to stop producing power, right? So we definitely don't want that to happen. So what I'll do is I'll go in and I'll put my conveyor lift in like you saw me do before. Oh, like you saw me do before. Fingers, there we go. And put that up there. And I like to have it above. And then we can also go ahead and run that into an awesome sink as well. Now what I would do is not actually put this here. I would go like this, and I would put a awesome sink right here to start. Because you know you're going to feed a bunch of these into the awesome sink. And so you can go ahead, just put that like that. And then we can go ahead and do this. Come on, fingers. There we go. My fingers sometimes don't want to cooperate. And then logistics, belt number 3. It doesn't matter which way I run it because it already knows the correct direction. There it goes. It's running into there. And then we'll go ahead and move over our power. We can just run fuel generators for days. Yeah, let's move it over here. Line it up with that thing. Run it out here. Again, we're going to look at how we're going to run this, right? We want to make a nice 90. This is too close to this object right here. Too close to our lifter. So we want to go ahead and put it there. And then 1, 2 this way. Turn it. And then 1, 2 forward. And that's going to get us our 90 there. Now, sometimes depending on how you have it on your foundations, sometimes it won't be perfectly straight when it comes out. Just a heads up on that. That sometimes does happen. Again, we center this off. We're looking for the straight edge this way. I'm looking at how it's sitting on the foundation and then aligning it this way. How's that sitting on the foundation? It's out just a bit. And then this green line is going to give me an idea that that's the center of that. And then back by 2. And you can try to give yourself a nice 90-degree angle. Now the fuel is pumping into there. We now got our residue running into there. Now we're going to need our power. Now here's the cool thing. That's producing power. So we go ahead and grab that and backchain this, right? Backchain this power from there to here to that. And now this is actually causing the rest of this to run. And then we can go ahead and tie that into the rest of the system. All right, so that now is actually producing power so that it can help itself produce power. Now there's a certain amount. Oh, spike rebars. Oh, he's working on the MAM stuff. There you go. So one of the things that can happen is that you are getting diminishing returns. If you're doing so much fuel that it costs so much more power than you're actually producing, then you're getting diminishing returns. It's not worth doing all of those things if you are not equaling out. So this is producing 40 fuel per minute. Now they've changed it so it just does max fuel all the time. Great examples like coal. It used to do like 10 in the very beginning, and then it would rise to 15 when the more power you were using. Now it's just at a set rate. So here you can see how much is burning fuel. Every 5 seconds, it's burning a fuel, so it's 12 per minute. So we look at 40, and then we divide out. It's not a perfect number, is it? No. 12 times, it'd be 24 and 48. So you'd have like 2 left over each time. So, but it does tell us that we could do 4 of them, right? So 4 of these in a row. Now, when you start doing these, you're going to need a lot of heavy modular frames. So you need to do a lot of work ahead of time before you get to this stage. And that's why I kind of built this little spot over here. No, that's exactly why I built this spot over here, where it is producing my heavy modular frames and whatnot over here. And I find that one of them is more than enough. Sometimes I'll overclock these so I don't have to make more than one. But you can see it's doing. Now look at this. See, plastic. Like we had a problem with plastic before. We would put that in there, have that keep running. Now we want to go ahead and look at how our plastic is run. It's run up into here. It's run across here. Let's make sure that it is actually still connected over there, and that it is actually getting split into there. And so we'll watch it come down the line. And we see some of it is going down here. Ah, gosh, this person is so... it's much more difficult when you have the blades on, because the guy is just like flying all over the place. There we go. Just trying to get up here. There we go. And you see some of it's going down there because we're making the computers, the circuit boards that go along with the computers. And then this is going through here, and this is waiting on plastic on this side. Now, the interesting thing to know is, see, this is going to go back out and circle back into the system, which is actually what I want to take out right now so it doesn't circle back. So it offers more to my manufacturer. I had it circling back because I wanted to catch up on circuit boards. But I don't have a problem with that now because my circuit boards are pretty full. So now I need more to go to my main thing right here, as you can see. Getting that going on. All right, so we got that going, and that is running over here. And we got that powering up. Now, again, we're going to need more of these. Now, while I was busy doing all of that, by the way, it's been over here cranking out a bit of computers and whatnot. I have a bunch of computers on me, so I'm going to go to put them all back. We're going to get 2 stacks of computers there. And then over here, same thing. It's been producing modular frames. I'm actually going to grab all of those. I'm going to definitely need those. Now, at this point, I would also go back and make more of that because you would want that production to be way bigger or way more. But since I have a bunch already set up, we're just going to go ahead and get this going on. All right. Oh, and we need some more motors. Let's go pick some of those up. Over here. Let's go grab some motors. Oh, he's unlocking all the schematics with my tickets. Awesome. As well. All right. All right. Let's get our motors, which are here at the end. Aha. We got a couple. We got a few. Now, again, notice there's a stack of 9. Let's just take that stack of 9, put it back in there. Merge it with those. And getting back over this way. And let's keep working on our power. Now, why am I working on the power? Well, first, we're already at a power deficiency because we can see that the blue line is way up here. We're basically going to use a 3800 power. We got 3150 now. We need to get above that power line so that when we start expanding, we'll have a lot of that later on. And let's go ahead. Put in number 2 and number 3. Oh, and now we need rubber, right? It's always something you need. Now, here's the thing. You can actually go in and tell it, hey, I'm going to make 2 more of these, and it will tell you on the side how much you need over there, which is pretty awesome. Awesome. So we'll get that going. Way over here. Again, one of the things that you'll find is you have a massive amount of this and not enough of this. And we'll up that production here in a bit. But first we want to get some additional rubber here. And I'm going to go ahead and stack that up pretty good. Well, we have about enough, 400 now. And then run it back this way. And get it going on. Right in here. All right, so now we got 2 of those going. This one's not connected in yet, but that's okay. We'll get that going over here. There we go, and number 4. Now each of these at their full production is going to produce about 150 megawatts of power. 150, so that's 600 more there. Again, we're down by about 800, so we really need a lot of this to go on. And so what we'll do is actually double this, the amount of fuel it's producing. So we're actually going to double the amount of power we're doing. One time I had like 20 of these, 40 of these going all in a big row. It was awesome. One of my favorite builds that I did. It was way out in the middle of nowhere too. We went out in the middle of nowhere, found some oil, and we made just a crazy massive line of these. You can actually see it in my past videos on my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out as well. Do you have aluminum sheets? All right, Blitz, you're not listening, bro. All right, hold on. One of the number 1 things if you are going to work with me is to communicate. All right, so number 1 thing is to communicate with me. So here's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be working on oil and then working on aluminum. So there's no aluminum yet. Don't work on aluminum. What we need right now is actually quartz. And if you want to unlock stuff in the MAM, go right ahead. But don't do the same thing that I'm doing. If you do the same thing that I'm doing, I'm going to ban you from my server. Do not do that. Also, don't say, hey, Kismet, I just built that thing that you were going to go build. Because I am streaming and entertaining people, and I'm building stuff and explaining stuff as I go along. I'm also looking at the changes. I'm showing people what's going on with the game, things like that. Some people, they have an ego, and they have to come in and they have to show how awesome they are, and I'm the best builder of all time and all of that stuff. Don't do that either. Don't come in and say, Kismet, I'm going to show you up and show you what I'm doing. I already did that. I already did this. I already did all of that stuff. And I already made the thing that you're going to try to make here in a minute. Don't do that. That's a terrible way to work together. Best way to work together, communicate as best you can. Here, I'm going to go do this, or I'm going to go unlock the stuff in the MAM. All right, awesome. Right? You want to communicate that to me. You want to communicate, hey, Kismet, you know what? I saw there was a bunch of resources over there that we could probably use. I'm going to go ahead and run a train out there and get the thing and bring that resource back, and I'm going to run it into the main boxes. That's another thing you could do, right? Again, we need quartz. So that would be a great thing to go work on. Now, I've left the quartz specifically just in case someone comes in who wants to help out with that, and so on. But don't do the same thing that I'm doing. If you do the same thing that I'm doing, when I've already warned you, do not do that, because again, it just interrupts what I'm doing, and then we're all in the same place, and it's very awkward. We're trying to make it as least awkward as possible when we are working together. So definitely want to do it. So yeah, there you go. I can work on the MAM and help with power. All right. Well, I'm already doing this power. If you want to help with a different type of power, if you want to help with coal or something like that, because I'm kind of explaining how this power works right now. If you want to work with coal or something else, or work with any other material other than the one I'm working, maybe modular frames, something like that, or heavy modular frames, maybe upgrade our production, add more production to our heavy modular frames. Great example is that our regular modular frames sometimes goes a little slow. So you can backtrack where, oh, wrong one, this one over here. You can backtrack where our modular frames are coming from and see if there's enough. There's actually is enough right now. Another good one is the backtrack screws. See how screws right now is too low? That definitely needs an upgrade. You can backtrack the screws. You can try to expand the screw production. Maybe go to find another node and bring that screw production from another node, make a bunch of screws, run them into the heavy modular frame. Those are great ways of working together, right? Because you're communicating. When people are not communicating, that is the most difficult way to work with someone. They come in and they're doing their own thing, right? You go into someone else's house and you start moving their furniture around, they ain't going to like it. Then that's kind of what happens sometimes when I'm playing with other people who are just playing with me for the first time. I do try to tell them, hey, we work together as a team, make sure you're communicating, and in anything you do, both in game and in real life, I would suggest to be an amazing communicator. Say, oh, this is what I'm doing. I'm going to go do this and whatnot. And as someone who has managed thousands of people over the years, everybody, I can tell you the number one reason I get rid of people is because they're poor communicators. Not because they don't have skill, not because they don't have the ability to do stuff, but they're not communicating. Sometimes it's not communicating that they're going to be late for work. Sometimes it's not communicating what needs to be done or what they needed to get that job done. And so the job didn't get done because they didn't say, hey, I needed this help or I needed this thing, right? And then I'm like, should have came to me and said, look, I need this. Then I can get this done ahead of time. And then when you need it in the moment, here it is, right? When people don't come to you, when you're a production person, it slows all the other production down. Now I have to stop what I'm doing because I've already got stuff scheduled and I have to go and I have to solve this problem over here, right? So good to think ahead, good to be a great communicator in everything that you do. And again, I suggest also if you have trouble like public speaking or if you have trouble communicating, to go in and take something like Toastmasters. If you've never heard of that, that's a speech group to teach you how to speak in front of public groups and whatnot. I've taught and spoke in front of 10, 20, 30,000 people before, many times. And I've gone and spoke in front of different offices, different types of peeps, right? Instead of big corporations and stuff like that, including smaller schools and things like that, about internet, computers, graphic design, all of that stuff. And because it's one of the number one fears in the world, I just faced my fear and learned how to talk a bit better in front of people, which has helped me here by now too. But and definitely scary. And I still get every single time, even though I've done it hundreds of thousands of times, I still get those butterflies every time, everybody. And that's what it should happen. That should happen. That means you're doing it right. That means you're doing it right if you're a little nervous when you first get in there. But believe me, about a minute, 2 minutes in, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just, make sure to prepare. A great example, by the way, is the fact that you can record yourself. Right? Record yourself giving your speech or record yourself communicating with others. And then look at how many ums you do. I do a good amount of ums. It's a hard thing to break see right there. It's a hard thing to break, and then you'll start to notice your speech patterns and things like that. And you can help yourself improve it, right? And then, of course, have other people elicit their feedback and whatnot. Of course, people that are respectful, not jerks. Don't involve jerks in your self-improvement project. Oh, I need more plastic. That's what I was going for. Don't involve them in your self-improvement project because they're just going to be negative and bring you down and tell you how much you suck because you're improving yourself and they're not. Watch out for those people. Watch out for negative peeps who are just trying to drag you down. Watch out for that. All right, I'm going to just snag some plastic in there, out of there. And same thing over here. I'm just going to snag a little out of there and just do that. Now, eventually that I will up the plastic production to grab a bunch of plastic going on. But right now we're going to go ahead and get our power going here. We need more plastic so we can run our higher level lines here. Now, if I was running the lower level lines, I actually wouldn't need plastic. But I'm going to go ahead and run this right into the center. We're going to eyeball how this is running. Yeah, let's say that. Looks pretty good. And then we're going to run this out. We're going to line it up off of that. And again, it's about midway there. And then 1, 2, and then rotating with your mouse wheel. And there you go. Bada bing, bada boom. Mouse wheel for the win. Now, as you can see, I have this run, but I only have it run in the one at the end. And that's because, and by the way, notice how this one's still running because it's already filled with fuel. If we go look at it, it's not even connected, right? But the fuel is still in there. And now the fuel is about to run out, and then it turns off, right? So it actually runs for extra thing because it had extra fuel to run. So again, we'll run that into there, and so on, like this. And that into there, and then this one already kind of ends at the end there. So that's going to run there. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is you're going to be like, why am I not getting any power? And the reason why we're not getting any power, and we'll do that battle here in just a second, everybody, is the fact that it's not connected to the power line. So what I'll do is I'll run a line here, and then I'll connect it into the power, and you'll see it start up. And so on down here. Yeah, run that, say, right there. Again, I redo all my power lines later on. These power lines are just the basic power lines. I'll use the more advanced power lines. I hate when it clips through, too. I'll fix all of that. But you get the general idea. Now, we're going to go ahead and look at how much power. Now, look at the gray line. See how the gray line is raising up? Now we're getting close to our max production. But that's nothing. That's nothing. We actually need to get more power than our max production right now because we need to create a whole nother part of the factory to deal with our aluminum, right? So we're going to go ahead and build that a bit today as well. But first, let's do a battle. To battle! All right. Oh, we're getting up there. 91 units. All right, let's do it. This little side game we play called Stream Raiders, and it is awesome. Yeah, I can fix that. Well, there you go. I see the problem with the screws. You need more production. I can do two things to slug it up or redo it. There you go. Go for it, Blitz. Do your thing. We have plenty of rods. We do. And it's not just making them fast enough. Exactly. Exactly. That's because we increased the speed at which we needed more screws, but we did not increase the production. And again, I left that stuff in there, that and quartz and other things like that for other people to do while I'm doing what I'm doing. Because again, I don't want to take the fun away from everybody. But I also don't want the fun taken away from me, if you know what I mean. For sure, for sure. So feel free to go ahead, Blitz. Now remember, this is not my first time playing through, everybody. I have played through many, many times before, and I do know how to go in and fix the screws, and I do know how to go in and run all the lines and run them all beautiful and make them all perfectly by the numbers and all of that stuff. I already know how to do that. Often what happens is people will come in, see me playing through and say, oh, well, this guy's probably never played the game before, and then try to backseat game. Do not do that. Do not do that. You don't need to prove anything to me as well. You don't need to prove how smart you are or how good you are at the game or any of that stuff, which sometimes I feel like some people like to do. You don't need to, oh my gosh, look how many scrolls. You don't need to do any of that as well. Let's just work together and make an awesome factory. That part I like the most. Now, right over here, we've got 50 scrolls. Holy moly, are you guys walking away? That was worth a little bit of a wait there, wasn't it? Holy mackerel. Yeah, that was worth the extra 5 minutes. That Cable Lord right there getting 50 scrolls. Daniel getting 50 scrolls. The Last Splash getting 30 scrolls along with Dragon Overlord. And Blue Kronos walking away with 30 scrolls as well. And Beer Bear, AO number 1, 13 kills. MVP of that round. Now, there we go. Another boss defeated. 643 bosses down. I feel like we're going to loop this map about 5 times. We're going to go ahead and go for this green one down here. We're also going to try to grab some loot. I say we just go path of least resistance right to the boss. Sounds like a good idea to me. Let's go. Keep these battles going. Now I'm going to pull out my bomber. Let's make sure we've got the correct bomber, though, before we throw it in there. The legendary Balloon Buster. All right. We have a legendary Balloon Buster. And these take forever to cool down, so we really need to get this started right away, right here. Legendary Balloon Buster is going to blow up some stuff. Those are always fun. All right, there we go. And then we also need to place our regular bomber. We'll try to get that on the next battle. All right. So as you can see right here, we've got our power going again. Now our power is starting to get to the point in which we could turn on all of our stuff at the same time. And we also have a really big gap between what we're consuming and what we actually are producing. In this case, we're actually consuming only about 1,700. Why are we only producing that much or consuming that much when we actually could be consuming 3,800? And that's because, again, it starts to backlog and then stops the production. Now, we have a whole lot of production that we're not using. And so when you have a bunch of production that you're not using, I strongly suggest, instead of going and making more materials, that you recycle those materials and reuse them. And so what we're going to do is go over here and we're going to clean all this out because we no longer need this. Like right here, you can see this is running down in here and it's making a bunch of stators and whatnot and running all that in there. And we don't need any of this. We're going to keep the space elevator because guess what? They actually added something beyond tier 7 and 8. That's right. They added all of this funky stuff, which is new to the game. Every single one of those pieces are new. And we're going to need to go in, an employee of the planet. we're going to need to get to a point. This is the end part of the game, where you make all this stuff, run it into here, 4,000 of whatever that is, and magnetic field generators, and run that in there and launch that off. And that's probably the last of that. But we're going to leave this here, and we're going to start to systematically reclaim some of our resources. Now, what's going to happen is my inventory is going to get full, right? Very, very quickly. And so let's go ahead and get all that out of there. There we go. And then we're going to put this just kind of off to the side. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of the stuff that I've been using into there, at least most of it, whatever I can fit. And then I'm going to go over here and start taking this stuff out. And what's going to happen is a lot of this stuff is going to go ahead and drop into my inventory. Now, if I hold down Control, you can see I get multiple of them there. I'm not typically in a gigantic hurry. Sometimes people are like, Kismet, you should use Control and whatnot. I know about Control. Yeah, Control works great. But sometimes when you're doing Control, this happens. Where you're doing this, and all of a sudden you're getting the foundations. You're getting something way off in the distance that you don't really want to take out. So I'll right-click to get out of there. If you are going to use Control, I highly recommend not facing towards stuff you want to not take out. Like this stuff we don't want to take out, but all of this over here we do, except for the space elevator. So I can just hold down Control, aim in this direction, and just literally sweep this entire line here. And sometimes you still end up hitting something way off in the distance that you didn't want to take out. But whoosh, there we go. All that gone, right? Don't need it no more. Over here, same thing. Don't need this. Don't need this running down. And again, be real careful what you're taking out so you don't accidentally take out stuff you don't want to take out. Again, being very careful here. And I might hit a foundation or two while I'm at it, but that's okay. Foundations are easy to put back in. And this just kind of speeds up this process. Again, I can hit F like I'm going to take it out, right? F, middle mouse button. Boom, boom. Foundations right back in again, without having to go into the menu and all of that. Take this out. Now, all this stuff over here was just temporary. It was just a temporary item. So that's why I wasn't worried about the look of the item, how clean the lines were running, and all of that stuff. Because, again, it was just temporary, just for us to kind of finish that particular tier. And when I'm playing the game, and I'm just running stuff in here, right, running all of these random items in there, I don't really care how it looks, because it's only going to be for a certain amount of time, and then I'm going to come back and do what I'm doing now, which is taking it all out. Now, this stuff we'll leave in here. So I'm going to go ahead and hold down, hit Control, put that in there. And then this stuff over here, which is our motors, should be in here somewhere. Let's sort it. And I picked it up. There, right there. Okay, there we go. And we also have a bunch of the smart plating. So I'm going to go ahead and put another one in here. And I'm sure I have the smart plating elsewhere, but I'm just going to go ahead and put it right there. There we go. And now we're just going to keep taking stuff out, right? And this is in preparation of our aluminum. Now, one of the things this is also going to do is give you a kind of a false sense of how much power you need. And I don't need all that power. Because if we go look at our power lines now, this thing floating around up there, take that out. We go look at our power line now, and you can see I've got an on-off power thing there. We can see that all of a sudden that blue line has dropped. Right? Now the blue lines come down. I need less power. Right now I only need 3,200 power instead of 3,800 power. And that's because I had a bunch of machines that was connected into my main power that I was no longer using, and it was giving me a false amount of stuff, right? A false amount of power that I needed. So I basically is going to take that out first. It's really going to help you if you take out the stuff that you're not using, right? The stuff that you might have used temporarily to get your stuff going in your space elevator or whatnot. Before you go and make crazy tons more power, you want to really have a good idea of how much power you're using. Now, also what it does is it transfers the amount of power that we need to other things we need. Like he's working on screws and stuff like that. So it transfers that power to, instead of being used over here or potentially being used over here and seeming like, oh God, we don't have enough power, to now having plenty of power to be used elsewhere. And again, that's why I go and I kind of clean this up. And this is so easy just to sit here and spend a minute. You're getting all these resources. And you can see there's actually a ladder from down there to up here. I love the ladders. The ladders are awesome. And so on. And then we just put all that down. And look at this. Now we're getting cleaned up here. Looking sharp. Now, you might notice these yellow roads on the ground. And very rarely do I ever cover up the yellow roads. This is what I use for a road, the yellow colored foundations. That tells me, look, don't build on that. But sometimes I do anyway, temporarily. But I always come back around and try to avoid doing it. Or I'll remove that machinery eventually. Like this machinery here, I know is temporary. And the reason why it was temporary is because I was working on oil first. And all of this production here, this whole entire stuff here, this will all be moved out of here. And the reason why is I'll want to double and quadruple this production because I'm going to need a massive amount of computers and a massive amount of heavy modular frames. And having it so close to my base where it's kind of impeding on my base and all these run lines are running there is really slowing it down. Now, another reason I use towers for running stuff is eventually all these lines that you see, you won't see them. You won't see any of them. All these run lines will actually be down in a run line level, right? It'll be actually underneath the base and running along under the base, which you won't even see it down there. Only time we'll see it is if we need to go down there and modify or adjust the way that they're running. They'll be down in a lower level like that. And I also like to compartmentalize different parts of the factory. Like if it's just producing wire over here, I might go and just make a little factory area and put in the walls and run it via walls and conveyor lines to where that's all just that. And then I'll go to the next thing and I'll say, okay, this is just this and this is just that and so on. And so it'll run the base component like concrete or wire into my central boxes, and then I can also run it out of the boxes, or I can split it over here before it runs up there, and so half of it's going this way, half is going that way, or 1/3 is going this way, 1/3 is going that way, etc. Because once it fills that box, then it's going to have a backlog, and once it has a backlog, it can use that excess to run elsewhere. Now you also have smart splitters, which can run multiple of the different items down the line, and then say, oh, well, this is a plate that goes there. Oh, this is a rod that goes there, right? You can actually tell it to smart split a lot of that stuff as well. So we're going to get into all of that for sure. For sure. But let's go ahead and finish out what we're doing over here. And again, what we're doing is we're doing a bunch of run lines that are running like this. Now, this one we want to keep, but this one's running out over here, running down into there. That one's looking good. What is this in here? I think those were my screws. I think he's working on those. I think he's working on those right now. And then this right here, which is wire, which is running out there. This is not being used. So let's take that out. Recycle those materials. Up here, see these ones all running out of here. Another wire running out of here and whatnot. Let's go ahead and take those out. And all of this. Now, if it gets really complex and you don't know what you're doing with all of your stuff, best thing to do is to take it out and to check and see if your lines are running. Now, notice I've taken that out, but it's still running it. That's because we want that to run back there, for sure. And again, if you start running stuff and all of a sudden your thing is no longer working, you want to reevaluate how you're running it into there. And this is going across there, and that's running into there. All this is looking good. I think that's all good there. Probably don't need the splitter anymore. We'll take that out. Again, notice how it heals the line. And the reason why it does that is because I made the line first, and then I put the splitter there, or the merger. And if I put it there first, then there'll be a gap when I take it out, right? So I want to actually add it after if I feel like I might take it out later. It just makes it a lot easier. There we go. So we got that there. We got a couple spots over here that we no longer need up there. I'll take that out. Yeah, every little bit makes a difference. Now, we've got these coming down from over here. We can see that these are circling back, going this way, and that we don't really need these here. Like this. We can see they're circling back from way, way over here. And again, this is how you do it when you first start playing the game and whatnot. You'll just be running it in weird ways. You'll be running it, one way, and then you turn it around, you run it back the other way. In this case, it was being used for stators and motors over here. but that line now obsolete, unnecessary. Now, eventually, I still need to make stators and motors, but running them over here is unnecessary anymore because I'm not going to be using them over there. Plus, if I go over here to these boxes, you're going to see that I have a massive backlog of rubber. So not only do I have it in this box, but I also have a full box over there. So rubber is not something I'm hurting for. And again, the other thing I was talking about, all of these, right? I'm going to take these and run them over here so that they're kind of stacked together with those. One of the weird things about this game too, by the way, is that your inventory is on the right side and not on the left side. A lot of games, your inventory is on the left, the thing is on the right. So that throws me off from time to time. Now we don't need that box anymore. All right, awesome. What do we got in here? Booyah! Tons of motors, right? Now I actually don't need the motors over here anymore because I'm not running them or producing them over there. So I need to go over here and say, have I added any motors? Now, motors would not be in this line. These are all basic materials, so I know they wouldn't be over there. It might be here. What do we got? We got reinforced iron plates. One of the first kind of challenges you have on optimizing your things, I call it the Kismet Rule of 8, which basically tells you how to master this entire game from that one video. You can check it out on my YouTube channel as well if you want to learn the Kismet Rule of 8. And then over here, we've got various rotors, we've got our heavy modular frames, and so on and so forth. But one of the things we do not have, and that is motors. So let's go ahead and put this, let's say right here. We'll go the right direction. We'll go ahead and get our conveyor belt here. There we go. And we'll just run a little conveyor out like that so we can see what's in there. And then I'm just going to manually put that in there like that. I don't need to run a line all the way over there. It doesn't have that much in there that I need to run a line. It's not doing any production. So it's really a waste of time to do that. But we're just going to go ahead and grab everything out of there and then just take out this. Now we're really hitting our stride here. Again, definitely want to clean that up. It's always very satisfying, by the way, to optimize your base and to continue optimizing it and optimizing it and optimizing it. Very, very useful. So now, if Blitz needs, or Impulse needs some motors, he knows right where they are, right? See, I don't have to explain anything of where all of these are, right? Hey, Kismet, where's the plastic? Bam, right here. But, of course, we're deficient on plastic right now, so it's not backlogging. So I need to get that to a point where it's backlogging, so I have a bunch. Rubber, not a problem. Not a problem there. Over here, a decent amount of this, but this is actually being used in our production. Over here, plenty of that. How about over here? Plenty of that, right? And as that fills, it actually has stopped the rest of the production. And then when we use that up, if I grab some out of here, my production is going to start back up again. And you're going to see that's going to fill right up. It's already probably has more than 200 probably in the line. That's going to start right back up again. Same thing over here. If I grab a bit of this, this will then start back up again, start back up the rest of the production automatically. Nothing I need to do. Now, what do we got over here? Now, if I hit F, by the way, I can roll over it, and it's going to give us the first two elements, which is our beams and our pipes, our steel beams and pipes. But the last element that's there is an actual element that's in the box. So you can see what's in this box without having to open it up. So in this case, we have 9,600 rubber in that box. And do I really need that much rubber? Probably not. I can just run it in the Awesome Sink if I wanted to. What I'm going to do is just make this visually easier for me to know what's in there just by running it out a little bit on the front. And all of this over here now. I'm going to run over here and grab all my resources back out of there. And look at this. Mama. That's a lot of resources there. Now, I've got a bunch of mixed stuff in there. And so what would be great right now, and I've built these before, I call them the mega sorter. And that's when you go and you put some stuff in a box, and it's a bunch of mixed stuff. And then it goes in and says, oh, well, this is plates. Let me put this into this box. And, oh, this is concrete. Let me put that in that box, and so on. And it will go through and automatically sort out all the stuff for you and put it in the appropriate spot. And we're going to be building that out later on. We're going to have to run all of our underlines and all of that stuff and to get that work just primo later on. But again, I don't really work on that stuff until I get to the aluminum stage. In which I'm working much more. Now down here, we can want to look down here and make sure that these are at least yellow so that we can see that it is getting power. And we want to maybe do a cross connect right here across these. Maybe something like this. We'll take this line out just to make sure we have some kind of redundant line here. And we'll put this back into there. There we go. That the whole entire thing is connected together. Now look, I made just a little bit of power, but I reduced my overall power usage or potential power usage down. And so even if I did turn everything on right now, we have plenty of power. Now, one of the things you never want to see with your power is that gray line doing what it's doing right now. It's going up and it's going down, it's going up, it's going down. It's very inconsistent in the way that its power is. Now, why is that? Why is it doing that? Now, the first thing I would always assume is it's the last thing that you added to your power, right? In this case, these over here. And so this is running out a bunch of this fuel, and we should see this one's running. Okay, that one's running. How much extra does it have? It is full. Okay, and then down here, how much is this running? Okay, this is running. That's at 40, so it's not quite maxed out. All right, let's go look at the next one. Now, how's this one looking? Oh, this one's at 0.8, right? So it's having trouble keeping up. And then over here at the end, it's having a bit of trouble as well. How can I tell? I can tell by how much extra is in there, right? And that's what's causing it to go up and down like that. See how you hear it turn off for just a split second? It's kind of going on and off, on and off. So we need to figure out what's going on. So it's 12 M3 per minute is what's being used. And then if we go back over here, it says it's producing 40 per minute. But it's only producing 4 M3, right? So 4 M3 of fuel. So that 4 M3, even though there was a backlog of it, and I had built a backlog in there while we were just doing the first one, it's only 4. So we need to look at the overall amount of refiners we're going to need to match up to how much this is going to need, right? So this needs 12 M3 there, and this is producing basically 40 per minute, and that needs 12 per minute. So we figure out the numbers again, 24, 36, and then it's actually a little bit more, right? Because if we think about it, we can just can ask Siri. Hey Siri, what's 12 times 4?
12 times 4 is 48.
So 12 times 4 is 48, and we're producing 40. So we're deficient by 8, right? Which is something I was kind of talking about earlier, is mastering those numbers. So it's really, if we think about it, it's actually over by a certain amount, right? It's over by a certain amount. So what if we go, hey Siri, what's 12 times 3?
12 times 3 is 36.
36. So like I was saying earlier, it's over by 4, right? So we have an extra 4 of fuel, but we don't have enough to fuel our next one. And that's why we're going to add more of these refineries down the road. Now I've got my power in the way right now, so I'm going to go ahead and take that power out of the way right there. And I'm going to actually run this power in the other direction. I'm going to tie it in over here. Now that's going to backlog around there and all back into my main thing there. And by the way, this runs power along the power line. Where's our train at? Is it coming back? Maybe we'll go look at where our oil's coming from if we see it next time. But you get the idea. So now we're going to need more of these refiners. So let's go ahead and get to work. So now we know the ratio. The ratio is for every one of these, we can roughly put down 3 of these, right? So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And I just put the 4th one down. I'm going to put a couple more here just to kind of finish out this edge. So we're going to need a total of 6. We've got 4, and then we're going to need 5. And we want to turn it the right direction. And then miraculously, now I didn't plan that, everybody. It's just a miracle. Sometimes when that works out, where they're all in a row. And again, we'll go ahead and get this going. Now you're like, well, Kismet, how much oil are you using up now? Now over here, we're using a certain amount of oil, right? We're using 30 there and 60 because we're using 2 of these. And then over here, we're using 120. So I'm using 180 oil out of 480. 180 use out of 480. That's a lot of oil, everybody. And we're going to crank it up even more where we have an insane amount of oil. Now, why am I working so much on oil and not working so much on aluminum right now? Well, the first part is getting more power, because we are going to need a lot of power when we get into that, because we're going to be need to produce a lot of aluminum, which allows us to do that highest level speed of belt, right? Which is what we're going to need when we get to there. So we're going to go ahead and do 6 of these in a row. And then what we're going to do is probably do 6 more out here eventually, and so on and so forth. So let's keep going. And so we're going to do the same thing we did before. Now, I hope you don't mind them. I'll speed up a little bit. If I do something, you're like, hey, Kismet, how'd you do that? Feel free to ask in the chat. I never mind. I dig questions. All right. So we're also going to need to take this out, because we're going to need to make this into a merger. And let's go ahead and get that going. Now, you guys saw me do a bunch of this earlier. So, again, I'm going to just go to it. That's going to be in the way. We'll have to fix that problem later. Our arrow direction, there we go. And we'll take this out temporarily. We'll put that back in a minute. Watch our arrow direction. And so now we're going to have both of these come out this way and then run into the awesome sink. Take these out now. Again, I play offline at about 10 times speed that you see me play on the stream, because I've watched a lot of streams and people are going so fast that you don't know what the heck they're doing, because they've done it a million times. They know what they're doing. But if you're trying to learn and you're trying to see what they're doing and the intricacies of what they're building, it can be real frustrating if people are going too fast. So I try to slow down. But if I've already done it a bunch of times and you got the general gist of it, I will go ahead and speed up a bit just to get it going. And again, we're making fuel. And then over here, I want to go ahead and get that to go in there. So we'll go ahead and just line that up nicely. Like this. Tap into that. And there we go. That is off and running. It's filling up. We look up at the thing up there at the top right there. It's green. We know that's good. We see the other one is green. And now we're looking sexy. And then, of course, also when you do lifters, make sure that it's actually moving. See how it's not moving there? Take those lifters out. Make sure they are the last thing that you put in, and they should be moving and going up along the conveyor. Get up here on the top. Same thing over here. Take this lifter out and grab this lifter. Again, it should be moving, and it should be going along the line, right? We see this coming up and going out here. We know it's coming out of this one. If it's coming out of this one over here, we're going to see kind of a gap, and we're going to see it moving on the side here, going up. There we go. Very nice. And you can see that's running in the awesome shop, and we're just running in there, and we're running all our tickets and whatnot in there. So looking good. And now this is looking sharp, but we need to take this pipe out here. And we want to run this way down here. And again, do not block your in pipe as well by putting this right here. It's going to block it. So we want to back it up by 2. We want to look at, okay, hold on. This is really right about here. And then back it up by 2. Put that in one in, the 90 there. And then just so easy here. Line these up. Now, see, the output of these is power. So there's nothing else I need to run. I just need to get it into there versus anything else. Now, this also uses what's called an overflow system, where the first one fills up, and then the second one fills up, and then the third one fills up, and so on. So your one that's going to be struggling the most is the one at the end, the one that's at the far end of all of this. Now, I don't need to use any pumps, if you noticed. I don't need to use any pumps or anything like that. Because it's all at the same level. So let's connect those into there. And then we're going to run this just on the outside here. Again, we'll redo all of that later on. But there you go. Now, if you see all the smokestacks are running, you're looking good. There's 3, there's 6. Now, if we balance this just right, our power now is not going to go up and down and up and down and so on. And as you can see, now it's gone up a little bit because we've added more power. And it's nice, rock solid power in there. Now, and when you first do it, though, it still will fluctuate a bit as it's trying to get all that fuel in there. You can also backlog it a bit by creating a container in which you put it in the container and then fill it up in the container and then run it down the line. And we can do that right now because we don't really need the power right this moment. So we can go in and say, you know what, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and create a giant industrial buffer. And let's say right there. And we're going to run that into the buffer. And then I'm basically going to cut the rest of this off. Now I could just put a thing in there and turn it off, but I'm just going to cut it out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let it fill up this buffer with this fuel. And just kind of let it run for a while. And that buffer is going to keep it from suddenly not having enough fuel, right? Because it's going to all of a sudden, boom, push 600 down the line, right? Very, very quickly. 600 of that fluid. And again, we only need 12 per, so 12 times 6 is not going to be 600. Just so you know. 12 times 6 is very much not 600. You don't have to do the exact numbers. You can just think it in your head. Okay, 12 times 6, that is definitely not going to be that much. And so I am good to go. And so again, we'll backlog a bunch of that. We'll let that fill up for a little while. And fill up all of that. Now again, we want to make sure that this is running in the awesome sink. That's not backlogging as well. So let's look in here. There we go. We got that going. Now we could overclock this. We could do all of that, but I typically don't. I typically don't overclock these. I will just keep making more of them, and so on. So 40 per minute. That's going to give us 80 per minute. There. And roughly, if we say, "Hey Siri, what's 12 times 6?"
12 times 6 is 72.
72. So we're actually going to end up with a surplus of 8. Now, as you see, that it was 4 before, right? And then now it's 8. Now, if you do the math, you know we need 12, right? So if we do one more set of 3, guess what? We found the equilibrium in our power. And so if we do one more set of 3, basically we'll have an extra one. We'll have enough fluid for one extra power plant. So instead of putting 3 down, we can put 4 down because we'll have excess across all of our power production. Now, the longer you run this line, the more that one at the end sometimes starves. And of course, you can do what is called a perfect split, where you go ahead and you run it and then you split it and you split it again and split it again. So it's equally going into everything. But once you get it up to production, you don't need to do that equal split stuff. And that's one of the things you do when you're first starting, right? You go and you take the resources and then you're splitting it, and then you're taking that and you're splitting it again and again and again, so it's going perfectly into all of the stuff and so on and so forth. And before you know it, you have this big, long production that is making it more difficult. Now, if you want to squeeze that production back together and basically use an overflow system where first it fills this up, until that one's full, then it fills the next one, fills the next one. I use that quite often. And my Kismet rule of 8 is actually being used way over here on our reinforced iron plate. It's actually doubled up right over here. It's actually 16 that's being used. But over there, that's what it's doing. It's going and it's running the raw materials, and then it overflows and it overflows and it overflows. And eventually it gets up to speed, and then it's fine. Then you don't have to worry about it. All of them will be running at its maximum efficiency, and it takes a lot less room, and so use less materials and less foundations and so on. That'll really help you a lot when you learn that kind of perfect split versus a offline or inline split, I mean. All right, so we got a bunch extra in there. Again, we're just going to let that run, let that whole entire thing fill up, and then once that's filled up, we'll run it back into the line again. And the funny thing is, too, you can run it like this, and then it actually will accidentally run back into itself. You don't want to do that. You want to block it so it doesn't run back and is pumped back into there, because then it's just wasting that flow. I would probably right here, I would put a forward only, so it only goes that way once it does this. And what I can also do is put this in the line here. Right here. But if I did that, it's not out far enough to where I can do that. I'm just going to run it here and loop it back, since we already have this stuff established. So we'll let that run, let that fill up, and we'll do a battle while we're waiting. To battle! All right, so many battles. We did 16 hours of battles yesterday, and today we are crushing it. I'm redoing a bit because I have to backtrack a lot. Well, go for it, Blitz. Redo. Go for it. Go for it. That's part of the fun. I'm going to redo all of this, the whole entire base, by the way, when we get our aluminum going on. And I'm going to be working on that here in a bit. Again, we're in no rush. Don't be in a rush. We're taking our time. All right. All right. Grant some love out there. Oh, Box Kicker getting some gold. Bayan getting some love there as well. And Subi getting some scrolls. TriCaster coming up to the top of the list with 13 kills. MVP of that round. Way to crush it. Where are we going? Oh, right there to that gold. And we're going right here. Let's do it. We want to do let's do a path of least resistance. Let me try to get to that boss as quick as possible. Let's go. We already did our Buster. And what was the other thing I had to do? I've already forgotten. It is, bombers. That's right. We're going to go ahead and get our bomber going on. Let's go ahead, bomber. This guy. All right. I'm going to get this bomber going on right there. Let's do it. All right. That is done with my bomber quest. Let's get some extra. I love the questing, by the way. I think the questing is awesome. The dungeons are really fun as well. This game is just really fun little side game that we play while we're playing our primary game. You can come and join us. You can follow the link in the chat. Find me or Captain Kismet. Put your stuff down on the battle board. Okay, and again, letting that fill up. Right now it's about 400, so it's making a move on it now. Look at it go. All right, get that fuel in there. Get it going on. It's making a move on it. Sometimes it kind of ramps up to speed, right? It takes a bit for it to get going on, but as you can see, it is cranking away there. And then over here cranking away, and we've got that running there. Okay, now let's go ahead and look at our overall power, which is definitely going to drop. And it's dropped down to 3,000, and the reason why it dropped down is because I turned off all my new power. And so if we want to find that kind of perfect equilibrium, we want to go ahead and do an additional 3. And then that will give us a 4th one on top of that. Again, this is going to take a lot of computers and heavy modular frames. Keep that in mind. And again, the further we get away, the more it's going to starve the one at the end. So make sure you have some sort of fluid buffer or something there. It's going to help you. I need some more quick wire. And we're going to get this going. And then we're going to start all this up and let that run. Now I'm going to take a quick break as well. Let's go ahead and get our quick wire first. Over here. Quick wire. Over here. Right there. And again, take the one that's 10 back in there. And I'm probably going to need some more quick wire, so we'll grab some more of that. You're like, Kismet, why don't you drive your car or use a hypertube or whatever? Again, I'm not in a hurry. I don't have to rush. I don't have to rush from one place to another, though the hypertubes are nice. And using my vehicle, which I actually have on my character right now, right there, boom, I could definitely use it if I want. Right now, I'm just kind of building out some power. Now, why am I putting the power way out here? Because I'm going to show you something that you could do. You could go and turn it this way and run it back there. And I can run it along the outside, but that's not the most efficient way of doing it. If you look at it, we've got enough room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. Maybe we could squeeze in, 5 of them, that we could run back this way and actually connect it to the already pre-existing connector, right? So we could actually line it up across like that, and it should be just fine. Now, I want to leave enough room here for this to go here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start at the end, and I'm going to go ahead and connect it across. And I'm going to also take this part out and this out like this. And I'm going to go ahead and just extend this beyond the end like this, just to make that easier. And then I'm going to match these across. Like this, and you're going to see the green line show up eventually. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. We can just line it up this way as well. Again, you want to make sure you match these across. And let's say something like that. Okay, now in theory, if I go ahead and go like this and add this in, Run that across. The other side will do the same. Right? So that is the most efficient way of running that. Now I have a bunch of extra space over here. You can actually condense them even closer together. But what I want to do is I want these to all line up. Now I find also if you get on this side and you line it up like this, and then I'm visually lining it up by looking at these lines over here, especially the back part there, where those two are lining. Now we've got that one, and so on. You get the general idea. Now this one right here, I can't afford because I don't have enough heavy modular frames. So let's go see. Hopefully he hasn't completely stopped my heavy modular frame production over here. Let's see if we've got any extra in here. We've only got 3. And that happens when you stop a certain production. Like right now he's working on the screws. And so there's no screws running. And so it's now stopped my heavy modular frame production. So now we need some screws. And we can see that there's some, everything else is going, but our screws for some reason have stopped. Or we know what the reason is. He is working on it. There's nothing wrong with that, stopping production. But now, because he's working on the screws, now I'm stopped in what I'm doing. So you got to keep that in mind as well. That you probably want to keep your production going on the side while you're trying to fix it as well. So parts of your factories don't come to a startup. And then when you need that particular resource, like right now I need some heavy modular frames, it's okay, I can come back to it. But when you get to that point, you're like, oh man, I stopped this from going. Now I need these resources to make the thing that makes the other thing go, right? So good to keep that in mind as well. So let's go ahead and move this forward. Right over here somewhere. It's encroaching on my clearance. There we go. Run that up there. And run those 2 right there. Run our pipe out. All right, so now we've got 2 more here in the line, and we've got them all connected to the power. We want to do a couple more here, so this is all perfect. But we also going to need a refinery. Now, here's what you don't want to do. You don't want to take that out. If you take that out, all of the backlog of fuel will be lost. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and pop this over to this side, like this. And we're going to go ahead and do this. Now, normally I wouldn't mind. I just take it out, no big deal. But if you do have that problem, you definitely don't want to take this out. But me, I'm a stickler, so out it goes. That's just me. And also, basically, it lines up the rest of my base here a bit better. And we're going to go ahead and just take all of this out. And we're just going to run one line down to there for right now. There we go, and we'll fix all that other stuff later. For me, I like all my stuff to be together, so when I'm looking for it, it'll be right there. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to find what I call the equilibrium numbers, right? And this is what you're always doing in this game. You're finding that Kismet's rule of 8, or the infinity cycle of you got it right, and then you can just duplicate that same thing again and again and again. Right, great example is the reinforced iron plates, the Kismet rule of 8. You go watch it. That is a perfect equilibrium of inputs, conversions, and outputs. And the same thing here. 3 of these equals a bunch of the other ones, right? So 1 of them equals 3, right? Then 2 of them equals 6. And then 3 of them equals 9, right? No, it actually equals 10. So when you have 3 of them, it's going to use every bit of that fuel to keep all 10 of those things going, right? So that's a better equilibrium in the long run, is to use every bit of fuel as opposed to having a bunch extra that you're not using. Now, if you're using it for some other reason, then it's useful. Then it's good. But if you're not using it for anything, then it's just a waste as well. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll take this out temporarily. We're going to grab our merger here and line our merger up. It's going the right direction. There we go. Bottom one's out. Connect this one into here. Let's pick it up from here. By the way, notice I'm using level 3 belts. I use level 3 belts more than any belt in the game. And the reason why I do that is they're usually more than enough for anything and everything that I'm doing. So I don't have to really worry about my ratios in there, and I have plenty of all of those resources to make that run. Now, if you notice here, this has actually come to a stop here, and so we want to go ahead and get this to run that way. Now, it's kind of an awkward corner here to do this on, because it's not going to be 90 degree if we go like this. But we can always just take this part out. We want to really be perfect. And we can run it 90 degree off of this. And then, oh, all right, saving. Pause my game there for a second. Pause my game while it was saving. Okay, there we go. Now it's kind of, wasn't perfect, right? I saw the green line. The green line was great, except for it's not aligned. So let's do that again. Let's visually align it by looking at the ground here. We got this line. And then over here, got this line. 1, 2. Back we go. Now we look again. Oh, God. Wrong line again, right? I'm doing that on purpose, everybody. It's going to happen a lot. It can be frustrating when it's not perfect and you're trying to make it perfect, right? It's like sometimes, and what will happen is it'll do that because of the foundations that you're on. So it's not going to be perfectly straight every time unless you take in account your foundations and where your stuff is aligning on your foundations. See, that's still a little crooked, not perfect. I could try to move it forward, but then it's just going to be a little more crooked that way. And so on is how you have all your stuff aligned. You can perfect align them if you want. I don't get too worried about it. I get to a point where I'm like, I'm good. I'm good with that. Right? And then I move on because you got lots to get done. You got lots to do. All right. And same thing here. Down the straight line, back by 2. And there we go. All right, that's going to run in there. We're going to tell it to make fuel, and that's running in. Fuel's producing. Remember to pull out your lifter. Put your lifter back in. I like to start from the bottom. I don't know. It's just a preference. Doesn't really matter, but it's a preference of mine. And then we want to make sure that stuff is moving. And that is running down the conveyor. There it goes. All right, that's going to go in the awesome sink as well. Now we can figure out some numbers here as well. That belt's going at 270. This is producing 30. That's producing 30, which would be 60, and then 90. 90 is less than 270. That's all you need to know if you're using level 3 belts. All you need to know, you don't need to know the perfect ratio there. That's more than enough. More than good enough. All right, there we go. So we got that one running. Why is this one not running here? I think this one's starved for fuel down here. Starved for fuel. Okay, now that we got that squared away, let's get back to really fixing our fluid buffer here. So let's go ahead. Now this is going to probably blow your mind. It blew my mind the first time I thought about it. Is that I can go ahead and put this fluid buffer in, like this. And I can actually control how much is going to go in this fluid buffer. Now, like I said, I was going to take it and I was going to run it out of here and run it around and run it into here, just to make you think about it, right? Because that's normally what you would do. You say, okay, I'm going to run it into that side, and then I'm going to run it out and run it over here. But fluids do not work that way. Fluids are not just a single direction. They are both a merger and a splitter. So I can put it in here, and then when it needs it, it'll pull it right back out through the same pipe. So there's no reason to run that extra bit. Told you. Yeah, so you don't have to run out the other side. There's no reason. You can just run it in and out and actually control the way your stuff goes by using these things called valves. So I can go ahead and turn it this way, like this, right? And I can put a valve there. And because this one's going straight off of this one into this one, I can put a valve here. And I can say, you know what? Don't run that in there. Turn that off. 0. No. Do not run any that way. This one over here, too. Same thing. 0 run that way. And so now, basically, it's closed the thing, so you can't run it along that line. And now it's just going to fill up my fuel thing here. And it's going to fill up even faster than it did before, because now we've got 3 of them versus just 2. I did have to waste a bit of fuel there and whatnot, but no worries. In the long run, it'll all work out. And the same thing here. We need to go ahead and make another thing here, or we can just go across and just do a little bit of a bend there. That's okay. Just fine. It lines up to that one. Everything's looking good. Or I can bend it on the other side. Whatever you want. I prefer to bend it on this side because there's space, and that's why I left a little extra space there. So I can minimize the amount of splitters I've got, or mergers, they're both. And so that one's in there, and these are all in there. And these are still running because there is extra fuel in the line, and so it's giving a bit of extra fuel down the line until that runs out. But again, I don't even need that power right now. I'm going to need it in the long run. So I'm going to let this fill up for a bit, and when we come back, we'll check its status. Right now it's 83. So I'm going to let you guys enjoy some AFK highlights, and I'll be back in just a moment. Hey, Driz, what's up? Hey, Kismet, doing good, doing good. I lagged out. Yeah, it happens. It happens during that save sometimes. Hey, Elms, what's up? Thanks for hanging out in the chat. JC Hunter, my awesome mod in the chat, everybody. Show him some love, backing us up today. Appreciate that. There you go. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of redoing, but make sure that we get those back up and running at some point so I can get that going. And if you aren't able to get back into the game, make sure to let me know so I can go and reestablish my screw production so I can use them, because I'm going to need them later as well. So we got 2 valves just turned off here just so we can backlog a bunch of that. It's at 100 right now, looking sharp. I'll watch the production for a second. All right, it's running. It's running good. Okay, so basically the net run there, it shows over in the bottom right corner. I love the updated interface in the game, by the way. Did a great, amazing job. And you can see that sometimes it flows in and then it flows out, right? And then it flows in and it flows out. Like right now, it's flowing out of the thing. Why is it flowing out of there? Well, the reason why it's flowing out of there is because it's flowing back into the pipes. Right, it's flowing back into here, and it's flowing back into that one, and this one's using up some of that. So we have to come back here and say, nope, nope, nope. We don't want to run that in there right now. Now here's the big problem when you have an angled thing, right? It's really hard to get in there. You can usually kind of work it in there though. Oh, that's a pump. Sorry, my wrong thing. Right here. There we go. You can usually work it in there because it's going to be red if it's too thing. Work it in there, and then again to backlog it, we want to go ahead and say value of 0. All right, now we have control over which ones and what and where it's going. Again, we want to just backlog a bunch of it because it doesn't take any other effort other than to just let it run in AFK, and then you come back. Right, that's as much effort as you need. Hey, Nurse, thank you very much, Nurse Nadia, coming in, showing some love. Pretty awesome. Hey, Kismet. You'll be back later to troll. Don't do that. Don't do that or my mods will ban you out. Don't be trolling. Don't be disrespectful and troll it. Don't do any of that. I hate it when people do that because it makes me feel bad, because I feel bad for them because I literally give away thousands of dollars worth of free stuff here in the stream. And I'm like, oh man, I worked so hard on all of that, and then they don't get it because, of course, it makes it better for all of you guys who are awesome, who hang out on my channel. Like, yeah, hey, one less person to compete against that gets winning all this epic loot. So I guess it's good for all of you guys, all the awesome peeps. I guess it works itself out if you think about it. All right, we'll go ahead and let that run over here. Let's get up here on top. We can take a little bird's eye view. And again, it still has a little bit of fuel in these right here, but eventually that fuel will run out. And again, this should really be filling now. There we go. And you can see whenever I see that net go to negative, I know that it's outflowing somewhere. And so I'll go and I'll look for where that outflow is and just turn it off. Because you want to have a nice backlog. Because the second I turn this on, because I've run the bigger pipes, the 600 pipes, it's literally going to take the bulk of this and go whoo and fill every one of these at the same time, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. Fluids work amazing that way because they're mergers and splitters. So I can run it into here, fill this tank up, say, all right, run it all into my power. My power's all going to start up. And then while it is using that up, it's actually going to start backlogging even more into my fluid buffer here, because I'm going to have, by the time it's done using up that fuel, I've made more fuel to make up for the fuel that it used. Right, so it's a bit difficult to start them all up at the same time, especially with fuel and coal and stuff like that, because they will overflow from one into the next. And fluids is one of those cases. And then also depending on how you run your conveyor, right? If you run your conveyor in line, then the same thing's going to happen. If you run them as a center split, it's not going to happen, because what it'll do is it'll say, okay, one goes here, one goes there, one goes here, one goes there, and so on. And so it actually will evenly feed it in, where fluids do not evenly feed it in. Fluids are both, again, mergers and splitters. So we'll let that run. Let's go ahead and do some AFK highlights. Well, I just walk around for a minute, work on my health, as I try to do every day. I just walk around every 2.5 hours or so. In this case, it's 3 hours. Just walk around, take a break. Always a good idea to get up, stretch, get a good energy boost, and then back to gaming. I'll be right back. That was a close one. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Let's get back to it. Again, took a nice break. Had me a little bit of pineapple. The rest of the pineapple, I'm going to have me some water, do some hydration. Let's go. All right, we're back in the game. We're ready to rock. As you can see, our fuel has filled up nicely. And let's go ahead and turn this on and get these all fired up. Let's go ahead and tell this to go all the way up to 600 there. Again, I just open it all the way up, even though it's unnecessary to really make it 600, but oh well. I could actually make it the exact right number. Where's our other one here? And there we go. So all of a sudden, it's going to flood this. It's going to flood it full of fuel, right? It's going to run down here, and all of a sudden, bam, this one's going to be filled. Well, look at it go. Look at it go. And all of a sudden, this one's going to be filled. Whoa, look at it go there, too. And so on. So it's really just going to overwhelm it with fuel so that it doesn't stop, right? That's the thing we don't want it to do. We want it to go all the way to the top and then stay there as a nice, steady gray line, which is what we're seeing right here, right? Way more than even if we had every single thing running at the same time now. Way more. And then we also have it more optimized. Now, we have enough room, again, for 4 of these, so we can add another one here. And try to squeeze in, let's see if that's just enough. Yeah, perfect. Just enough to squeeze in 2 more. But I'm going to need some more heavy modular frames. Now let's see if Blitz is still around. Blitz, are you still helping with the screws? Or should I fix that? Or how are we looking? Let's go over here and see how our screws are looking. I don't see any screws coming down the line. Again, let me know in the chat, Blitz, if you are working on it. If you're not able to work on it, let me know that as well, so I can get my screws back up and running. So I need those heavy modular frames for sure. I need those to keep on keeping on. So let's go down here and see how our screw production is doing. Okay, so we got this going here. We got our modular frames going there. I don't see our rods going in there as well. I don't see anything going on down there. Let's go look. Ah. He's out. Let's see. So yeah, he's out, and then all my production is disconnected. It happens. You know, might got lagged out or whatnot. You don't want to leave someone hanging, though. If you do have that issue, good to let me know. All right, let's see. He was reworking my rods here. I see that none of this is running. So let's see. He's running it out of here. It's going and splitting into here. Let's see what rate we're extracting it here. 60. So 30, 30. And those are being produced into iron ingots. Those iron ingots are combined into 60. And this going in here at 50, and it has no power. All right, so the power is no longer connected in here somehow. How about over here? This looks like it's connected. That's connected. But all of these power lines need a little bit of love here. All right, now I don't mind stopping what I'm doing and rearranging this. And this is why I don't spend a lot of time fixing this stuff early on, is because it stops me from progressing, right? I usually work more on progressing than on ramping up. So now we've got that going. There we go. These are all back up and running again. And now I've got my iron rods going. It looks like he's taking out some of my iron rods there. This has no power as well. Let's go ahead and run our power lines. A little is better than none. So let's go ahead and get this all back up and running. Can I not put that down? He's in the way. Maybe. Oh, this is in the way. Yeah, he's in the way. Player's in the way. So he's blocking my ability to put that down now. Alright, well, that's such as how it happens. Okay. And so we've got this all splitting. We've got this going. We probably need our extractor power going as well. Now here's a good time to work on our vertical power. Where we can go ahead and run the power straight up here. I love vertical power. That's one of my favorite things they've added to the game. And so we can go ahead and just run this. Well, if it lets us. There we go. Run that across so it kind of matches up over here. And I'm not going to really worry about it because I know I'm going to move all this around. We can go ahead and take all of this power out now. Back here. Just kind of rework these power lines. I mean, if we're going to do it, we might as well rework it. Oh, and I'm dropping loot. Second I drop loot, I go, I got it. Put some stuff over here. Sort that out a little bit. What do we got a lot of? We got a lot of, wow, wires. Yes, don't need that many wires. All right. And we'll take all this out. And let's just go ahead and rework the power first. All right. Now, normally I make this all perfect and everything, but I'm not going to worry about it for right now. I'm just going to go ahead and run these all along this line. Something like that. I love these ceiling connectors and wall connectors, all that. Those are awesome. And we got that chaining across there. This is way too far over here. I mean, I'm not going to make it perfect, but I'm also not going to make it too crazy. And that's there. Now these are turned around the other way, so it's a little awkward. We got this. That to there. This one to this one. And there we go. We've got those all interconnected now. See, this is connected to this, and these are all interconnected to each other. And then what we can do is go ahead and bring this up to here, which is our main power line. Run that across. And now all of those are back up and running. Very nice. Very nice. I like it. I like it. Especially our extractor. Our extractor needs to be running so that it can make the iron plates or the iron pieces and run those through. And then I think he was trying to make screws here. Again, he said he lagged out, so I'm just going to go ahead and go back in here and at least get this started back up again. And he can come back and fine-tune all of this later on. Again, some of these are being used in rods, so are in heavy modular frames. Oh boy, what was this? What was this? Where was this going to originally? I don't know. I don't know, but I know there's a bunch of resources sitting around over here that I don't think I ever got back around to. Yeah, sorting that into. Look at all that stuff. Look at all that stuff just sitting there. Holy moly. I don't think we ever got back to that. A lot of very... Oh, there's some screws right there. Holy moly, look at all them screws. Here's what you do. You grab them screws. If you see a bunch of screws there and you're hurting for screws, you go ahead and grab those screws and you manually run them up. And you run them into there. I call it offline production. Where you run these up into your primary production and you just feed them straight in the box. Because right now I need heavy modular frames. So that's slowing me down. So right here... Bam. There we go. Now that's going to run that in there and run whatever it's got into here. And my heavy modular frames now are going to be running at least at 200 per minute for a little while until those screws run out. So definitely could use those. That was a good find. And this I think I did this right at the very... Oh, I didn't want to take all. I wanted to... Oh, no, I do want to take off. Because I got to get all that stuff out of that box. Or back into the box. Whichever way you look at it. It's like that got accidentally taken out. I can see that it's just sitting there. on the ground. Let's take this one and we'll put one over here temporarily. We'll put all our stuff in there. We'll grab this out of here. We'll put all this back in there. Then we'll grab our original stuff from over here and we'll take this back out. There we go. All right, and we're going to go ahead and look for them screws again right there. Need more screws in here, right here. And this is not helping us down here, just sitting here. Let's put this back temporarily. We'll grab all of that. And again, that's why I want to make a mega sorter, so it'll sort this for me automatically and whatnot. Kind of sucks in Finland. I can't get free bits from ads. Oh, that does suck. Sorry to hear that. Well, you never know. They might add it at some point in your area. Again, more screws. Use it all up in there. Thanks for hanging out, Raz. Appreciate you hanging out in the channel. Look at you getting all that loot. There you go. You DM me you a video on your Discord. I will have to check it out later. I don't look at it during the stream. Was I playing with someone? Yes, I was playing with Blitz just a bit ago there, and a bunch of other people have come in too, Reaper and so on. But they're kind of intermediate, back and forth. I'm really just kind of playing through the game. Usually when I play through stuff the first time that I go through that content, I usually play solo. But I thought this time we'll go ahead and open it up and just make sure that everybody knows that I'm playing through the first time and not to run ahead and do stuff in front of me and say, oh, well, again, look, this is how you do it, right? Some people have that problem where they, it's like an ego thing, where they need to prove how good they are at something. Don't have to prove anything to me, everybody. When you come play with me, you don't have to prove me how good you are or how you know way more than I know or everybody else knows or whatever. Again, that's an ego thing. You need to keep that in check in your life. And I don't need to prove to everybody else how smart I am and how good I am at whatever it is I'm doing, right? I don't need to get through the entire game in 10 hours to say, look at me, I'm the best player ever of all time. No, I'm the one that has the most fun. I'm the one that gets the most out of this, my money and my dollar bills. That's my skills. All right, we got all this running. Look at this. Look at this plastic coming out of here. Woo -woo. We get more plastic going. Okay, so how much oil are we using now, right? What are we at right now? So we're using 60 here, 60, and 60 again, right? So that's 60, 120, 180 there, plus 180 over here, right? So basically, we're using about 360 out of 480. Now, we do have a huge backlog of this over here as well, and we could burn all that up, which is definitely what you should do. You don't want to have that big of a backlog, maybe 1 or 2 of those, but not typically that much. So what we probably should do is we could update our production over here as well. And, well, we were finishing our screws. That's what we were trying to put our screws back in. Because again, lesser amount of screws is better than no screws, right? It's better than none. So let's make sure that we go back in and fix that. Keep our screws coming in. And if Blitz wants to come back and refine it some more later on, that's awesome. Because also, not only is it screws, but also it's rods. Rods are creating modular frames, and those modular frames are not being produced either, and those also need to go in there as well. All right, and let's go ahead and go back to see what we got going on. Where were we at? This is our upper production. We want to go down one more. Let's go back a this way, and we'll jump down. If I see an empty conveyor belt, then there's something afoot. There's something afoot, which means that something is being not fed. And so that definitely needs to be worked on. I believe that is screws there. I won't really know until I go back up there. All right, hold on. Let's go back up there. Figure out which one is screws and which one is not. Again, I'll be streamlining all of this later on. No big deal. Okay, screws is this one right here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 over. 1, 2, 3, 4 right here. It'd be great if you could label stuff. I feel like they're going to add a labeling system at some point. So it's right here. And then if we go down, exactly that one. All right, so this one is our screws here. Okay, so now we need to figure out what's going on with our screws and what's going on with our rods. I see one rod's running now, which is definitely not going to be enough. And then screws that are most likely going to be going in this one. All right, so that's that one. So let's go ahead and bring our power up. Again, I love vertical power. It really does making running your power lines nice and easy. And then up here, like this. And hopefully he gets his logging in and out problem solved. Now I'm going to move this forward because he is blocking my ability to build right there. So I'm going to go ahead and run this forward. Oh, I need some of my resources I dropped over here. It was in this one. Yep. And we're going to go ahead and run just a bit forward. Oh, that's reversed. One of the things also I'd like to see in the game is for them to fix that problem of when I pick something up, it should be going in the direction of the thing that I picked up and not in the opposite direction, which is basically what it just did. And into here, back to rods. Either going rods, and then screws. All right. Now, the interesting thing is that when you're producing rods, it's 15 per minute. And then when it runs into here, it goes in at 10. So you actually need, 3 of these, and it basically equals, right? So it's 15 here. So 2 of these equals 3 of these. So you really want to have 3 of the screws going. But you can see we're really condensed with space here. This definitely needs to be fixed. But we'll come back to all of that, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the supports wider, right? So the supports are going to be wider, which gives you more room, and thus all of this will be revamped at that time. But definitely want to keep my base production going. And right there we go. All right, our rods and screws. Now, even if it's going at a diminished amount, even if it's not going as fast as we need it to go, we can still have some of it running. The worst thing is when it stops. When it completely stops and you don't have any of your kind of later production going, then it's going to really hinder your progress. And now sometimes you come back, you can fix it, do all of that, and then sometimes you're just like, all right, well, I'll fix it later and just let it run and run and run. That helps as well. Go ahead and start that one up as well. Now again, I don't know if this is producing enough to balance all of these. Out of here, this is producing 60. This is going 30 and 30. It's outputting 30 and 30. This right here, let's see if this equals 60, right? So this is 15. 15, that's 30. Right here, we've got 15. 15, another 30. Add those together, that's 60. So that's a total of 60 that's currently being used. But it's not actually as efficient as it could be because we do need to get one more of the screws running. And so we could basically run it out a bit because it's a little close. Let's go ahead and just fix that real quick. We're definitely going to need 3 of these to be efficient at the end there. And again, we'll run these out. We're not going to be too worried about where they're going to be. And again, this is why I'm not too worried about it, because I know in the long run that all of this stuff is going to be revamped. I assume everything is going to be redone. And it usually is, because as you go through the different tiers, you're going to have different speeds and stuff like that that you're going to use. And then you're going to upgrade them, or you'll redo them, or you'll rerun the lines depending on what you got going on. Actually, this one needs to go this way. And that one that way. And then this one's going to come from over here. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and merge all of these lines together like this. I'm going to merge this one with this one. No reason to run individual lines on these. And then I'm going to merge this one forward toward me. So it's going to come out of there. It's going to merge with that one, right? Oh, a little too far to the left. A little too far. Wasn't watching my direction. Let's see. Coming. Where am I going with this? I'm going to the left. Yep. That back just a little bit. There we go. All right, out of there, into there, merge into this one, take this one, merge it into that one. This one goes into this one goes into that one. And now we've got 3 of them running instead of just 2. Again, 2 rods equals 3 screws. Good to remember. That's in my Kismet rule of 8 as well, where I talk about how to balance those numbers. Again, we'll use our vertical power. And we'll get that going. Our production is not completely stopped. Again, if Blitz wants to come in and fool around with it some more, it'll be here. You can modify it, do whatever he wants to it. But make sure that my production does not completely come to a halt. Another thing you can do too while you're working on your lines and stuff is to create a separate production. Instead of interrupting your current production, you create a separate production, and then you take that and you fill it in things. So you go find another node, you use that node, you build a bunch of screws, and then you run that screw line in and you merge it with the screw line that already exists, as opposed to taking out the current thing that we're doing. So that also works as well. It is nice to go ahead and do your base level stuff though, like this right here, meaning that the stuff you're started with. Again, we'll merge these 3 together. Thanks for letting me know that you lagged out so I can come in and fix this up. And right up into there. And there we go. All right, screws back up online for now. And we can upgrade that and get that going much better. Did I take the door knocking out? I didn't take it out. I just haven't put it back in. There's a difference. It's in there. It just hasn't been tied to that yet. I think it was in it's in off. I don't think it's in redemptions right now. It'll be there. I'm working on a whole bunch of other cool stuff that goes along with it. Don't worry. A lot of that stuff and a whole bunch of new things that you could do in the stream as well. But it takes a lot of time and effort. Why do you think I'm off on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays? That's what I'm working on. I'm working on that stuff. And it takes a lot of time and effort, hundreds and thousands of hours to do all of that stuff that you guys never see. You only see the end result of that stuff. You don't see all the hours of me sitting there editing and cutting the stuff down and then processing it for 3 to 8 hours and doing that times 125. Yeah, you don't see that stuff. That stuff is me working very, very hard on those days, all day long, from morning till night. That is what I'm doing. I'm very rarely ever idle. I'm not a big idle kind of person. I don't sit, not like the show Idle, but I'm not a person who just sits around and says, you know what, I'm just going to take like 3 weeks off and do nothing. I could go probably about a week, and then I'm like, okay, what should I be doing? I'm that kind of person. Oh, we need a posture check in here. All right, hold on. We'll get it going on here in a second. Let's get these all lined up. By the way, you can actually just line these up to each other right here, and they should automatically line up to the piping, because we know that that's going to go there. Oh, more motors. And let's get this other one in here. We've really backlogged this. So in theory, this should already line up. See, like that. Really does help a lot. Bam, like that. And we got room for one more, and we're going to be styling, but we need some more motors. Now, we were smart, and we went and we took all our motors and we moved them where we can find them. Again, see, having to jump over that stuff all the time, much cooler to run it underneath and then have it just come up when you need it, because all of the run lines are hidden underneath, just like all the cables in your house, right? You had the cables running along in the middle like you're watching TV and you got a cable going right through your face. That would suck. You know, don't run lines like that. That's embarrassing and scary at the same time. That's pretty much how this feels when I'm leaving it like this. This is pretty much all of this stuff should be hidden. You shouldn't be seeing any of that. And that should be a very clean style base. Even the storage, by the way. The storage should be down below as well, hidden underneath there. And the only thing here is the manufacturing, so that you can run up and grab it and then change the manufacturing or up the manufacturing or do whatever you do. But you shouldn't have to, really fool with the lines all that much after you get them all set up, other than to split them or merge them or whatever you need to do down below. Okay, we got some more motors, and we made a bunch more heavy modular frames. So that should allow us to finish this off for now. And there we go. Get that in there. Now we got to make sure that we remember to put in our power lines. Otherwise, these things are just sitting here doing nothing. All right. And we should still have a good backlog in here. All right. And that's going to push all that down the line. And these are going to get all filled up because we have that nice backlog. Look at that. 50. All right. That's what we want to see here at the end, right? We want to see all of these to be maxed out as much as it can be in there. 50 there. And then over here, this one's at 50. Again, that's what you want to see. You want to see it back. Look at that one. It's already 50. And this one here, 50. Now, these two are new here, so these should be still. That one's 50. And then down over here, 50 as well. So they're all maxed out. Because what I did is I created a fluid buffer to keep it from going like this all the time. Right? So you definitely want to use your fluid buffer and have that extra bit of buffer so that while it's still producing it, it can push the rest of it down the line. And again, notice that I did not have to run it around the other side and run it back because it is both a merger and a splitter at the same time. So as it's flowing in there, it'll fill it up. And then if it needs it, it'll go ahead and pull it out and run it. And that's how real-life fluids work, by the way. They work the same way. Let's go ahead and do a battle. We got to do a posture check first. Let's do it. All right, posture check. Let's get it going on. Get this going on there. Let's do the gun show. Let's do it. Stretching. Get a stretching in there, too. All right. Posture check complete. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and do a battle. To battle. Okay, dokie. Let me boost as many peeps as we can. And let's go to it. Also want to hydrate. All right, that sounds good too, Frank. Let's get a hydrate while we're watching this battle. Tasty. Tasty, tasty. Thanks for the hydrate reminder. Appreciate that. Got a little posture check in there. We got a hydrate. Now we looking good. Oh, man, look at this giant horde of peeps up there. All right, they got annihilated. How many units was that? That was a bunch. I'll give you 1,000 cash for that. Did I get the last one? That was 139 units. And sometimes I'll get sidetracked. I'll get on to other stuff. But don't worry, we did 16 hours of battles yesterday, and we're going to do 16 hours again today. So don't worry, you'll get plenty of battles, everybody. Plenty old battles. All right, let's open the captain's chest. Grant some rewards there. King, Subi, Box Kicker, all getting some love. And Bayan again with the MVP action with 10 assists there. Amazing job. Oh, look out. We got another badge there. Looking good. Oh, look at this. Primal tank skin. Cool looking, but not as cool as mine. Mine's better. I'm just going to throw it out there, everybody. Let's go. You can't beat the yellow fedora. I tell you can't beat it. All right, we've got 5 minutes on this guy. We got 153 minutes on that one. Let's see. Again, our quest is for... oh, wait. We're already done. We're already done with that guy. Oh, so now we got to place Archer. Oh, man, that's that came up quick. So 3 Archers as well. Right? What the heck? String is coming off of my pants here. It's going all the way around. There we go. I just pulled the string off my pants there. Awesome. I'm sure they're now going to fall off. All right. I hate that when you have a string there and then you pull on it. It's like it starts coming across. Oh, God. Pulling out all the stitching. All right. So we need archers as it goes. Let's see. So we got to put our archer in. So let's get our archer going. I got a max level archer. Oh man, I can just start shooting these guys right from the start. All right, there we go. I love doing the quest, so I do whatever the quest tells me to do. Let's do it. All right, now look, this is one of my favorite things to do is to get all your power in line here. And then you just go like this, and you're just like, dope. Like, that's pretty epic. Get down in there, and you just have them running forever. It is awesome. Now, again, we're going to double up our production again of our oil eventually. But the reason why we want to get so much oil going is because we want to progress from the oil, and we have enough power to progress to aluminum. Now, again, in here, look at this. Now, instead of having just 3,000 power, I just added almost 50% more to my overall, or did add exactly 50% more to my overall power. So now I have 4,500 power versus 3,500 power, and I'm only using 3,283 right now. Now, I know that I'm going to max that power out again and again, over and over again for sure. So we're going to go ahead and keep on going here. Now we're going to take off this part here at the end because we no longer need that. We'll take that out. We got a bit of resources laying around over here. There we go, looking sharp. And we'll let that power run. Now over on this side over here, we're going to try to get our aluminum going. Now what do we need to do on our aluminum? Well, aluminum has some new stuff at it that we're going to be working on. And let's go back into our hub, and we'll take a look at our aluminum production. So again, we wanted to get our oil production up and running now that we're bringing tons of oil back to our primary base. Very often I'll build at the node and not at the primary base, but in this case we're going to be doing kind of a combination of both as well. All right, right here. All right, we want to go ahead and make our aluminum. And so what we're going to need is we're going to need our aluminum solution. We're going to need our scrap. We're going to need all the stuff that we did before. But one of the things we're going to need is we're going to need scanner update. We already have the scanner update for bauxite and for quartz. And that's why I was saying, hey, we need some quartz right earlier. And he wanted to do screws instead. Again, I don't say, hey, you have to go do this. I let people do whatever they want to do, right? I just give them a kind of a general direction of where we're going, so we're all kind of working together. And then, hey, whatever they want to do is fine with me. All right, and so we'll go ahead, and as long as they're not doing the exact same thing that I'm doing, because that's annoying. All right, so let's go and look for bauxite first. Now, if it takes a long time, you know you're in trouble. Still didn't show up. There it is. All right, it's about 1,700 in that direction. Is the closest one. Way out there. Right? Who knows if it's up on top of that mountain? Who knows if it's down on the bottom part? Most likely it's up over that mountain on the other side. That's a ways out there. What's our train doing? Man, I've not caught the train whenever I'm thinking about the train. Oh, the train's coming back now. We'll catch that train here in a bit. Oh, Fred coming through. Or that's Falcon. Sorry, Fred's the dinosaur. Fred's the dinosaur. He's down there. There's Fred, right there. That's Falcon up there. All right, and so what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to get that from way over there to over here. Now, we just happen to have a train track right here, and we could go in and we could run the train where it's getting oil and then sneak by and grab the bauxite and bring that back too. We could work on that, but we need to go to the end of this and see where it is. Now, another thing I can just do instead of waiting around is to actually just make myself a train if I have enough resources. There we go. I can just pop in the train. We can get in the train. Go for a train ride. Let's go. I like a train ride. Attacking Saltbot, are ya? Oh, God. Saltbot attack. I'll just hold down shift like it does something. On every game. Some games it does do something. Some games it does not. This game is one of those knots when you're in the train. We built this all last time. It goes way out here, doesn't it? It's also elevated and it has supports under it. All the way out. It is a long, long bit of work there. Something back there. Some of that. Whoa, look out. Now, they don't have train collisions yet, as you can see. But they're going to add it eventually, they said. We'll have to watch out for that eventually. But just to give you a little gist of how far out this is, we'll run way over here. Got floating there. And there we go. So if we go out and look at my space elevator, it's way over there, right? So this is like a 3,000 away from where we're at. But if we go ahead and do that box ride again, how close are we to the box ride now? Are we closer than 1,700? Let's find out. Do I have my jetpack on me? I don't think I do. Yeah, now we're 1,000 away, right? So this actually is 700 closer than we were from our primary base. So we could use this as a way of having it go here and then going to the box ride as well. Now, I am out here in the middle of nowhere with no vehicle or anything like that to drive around. If there's too many mobs on me, to get away from the too many mobs. But what I'm going to do is just go ahead and get our train, turn it around the other way, and just drive the train back. Now, the train is one of the fastest, or is the fastest transport most of the time in the game. And there's a bunch of resources in here we got to grab too. But one of the things is when you're going uphill, it's actually slower. So if I was using a hypertube right now, the hypertube would actually go faster than it. But downhill, the actual train's going to go faster than an average hypertube. But it depends on the sharpness of the angle. The hypertube can outrun it as well. On some angles, the actual hypertube will go slower than the train. It's really an up and down thing, as you can tell. This usually goes about 120. And I thought we'd have some fun this time. Instead of running up really high, we'd run it down kind of in the forest area, give you some bit of a view while you're running along there. Here comes the other train. Oh God, we're gonna crash. Ah, psych. Normally I don't like clipping, but this is way faster to run out this way. Now, I kind of feel like what we're gonna do is probably do a separate train for box ride. We're also gonna need quartz as well, and so we're gonna work on that. Let's get back to our primary base here. How much time we got left? Oh man, running low on time, but definitely not on power. Power's looking sharp. And ghost ride it. Something funny about ghost riding it. It won't go off the end of the track either. So it always stops at the end of the track. It never flies off the side. Okay, now let's go ahead and search for quartz. How close is that? Not very close. Not very close, as you can see. Okay. Just happens to be about the same direction and the same distance that way. So the thing that we want to do is probably a line or train tracks where it goes and it gets the quartz and it gets the box ride at the same time, brings them both back, and then we can utilize them. So I'm kind of feeling like straight out, just like this. Now, just to speed this up, since we are running low on time, I'm not going to put in the supports as we go here because that does take a lot of extra time, but I'll come back and add them later. We're just going to run out here, get this set up. Then we're going to run the support lines after we go ahead and run it. Or the support beams underneath. The reason why I don't do support beams typically is because a lot of your support beams are going to be, and actually this is a unnecessary line here too. A lot of the support beams will move as you're readjusting your base on and off. So putting the support beams in first is usually a very, very tedious thing in the long run. So that's usually why I don't use supports first. If I don't have to put them in, which you don't in this game. There we go, take that. Those are redundant lines there. We're no longer using those. Let's see how our screws are looking. Screws are pumping in there. Those are pumping out. How are we doing back here? Oh, those are coming through just nicely. And also feeding over to that one just nicely. Okay. That is back up and running. Let's make sure there's no other production. That is stopped. We still got the modular frames. Got a bunch of backlog of those. And see right here, plastic still needs some love. Definitely want to double up our plastic. But we need to get started on this because we need to go get the raw resources. Whoa! Just missed me. Doesn't kill you, everybody. Doesn't kill you. This is all part of the fun. I'm getting concrete. Now, again, one of the things you can't do with the locomotive is the locomotive is solid. You can't jump through it. But it doesn't run you over for now. But that doesn't mean it's not going to run you over later when they actually release the game. So I wouldn't get used to having trains go through each other. I wouldn't get used to you not being killed by the train. I would definitely watch out for all of that. All right, we're going to need a lot of this and not as much of our this. But this is full, so I can't put it there. Put some of this back in here. What else do we got in here? We can go ahead and take out of there. A bunch of quick wire. This we can just throw away. Probably don't need to bring those boosts. Leave those in there. Let's see. I think that's pretty good. Now what I want to do is just bring as much concrete as possible. And again, I'm getting to the mind here since we've been doing so many supports that the running the supports and the foundations just take like 5 times longer. Because you have to get down on the ground and you have to line them up and make sure they line up perfect. On this particular run, I'm just going to go straight out and get it going. Now, one of the things I need to know, though, is I need to know, should I be raising up right now to get up to that higher level, or should I be just running it flat? For now, I'm just going to run it flat. Or actually, maybe we just get the Doom Buggy and drive out there. We'll just run it like this. Now, this is normally how I play, by the way. I don't use supports. I just run in the direction I'm trying to go. And again, ping it again. Quartz. Sometimes you get out of sync. I'll keep pinging it as I go. Stop. Super loot. Ah, look at my eyes. Making my eyes go out. There we go. Because it's space metal, everybody. That's why it doesn't need any supports. Space metal. Because science. Look at this. I feel like it's going to be up above. Or maybe down below. Find out in a minute. Way out here. Way out here. And really what I'm doing is I'm surveying, right? I'm running out here and I'm just trying to see where that closest quartz is. Oh yeah, it's up above. See how I went past the thing? It's up there. So we might have to back up here a little bit for us. And we got some plants up there which are poisonous that we can't get rid of. There are some of those poisonous plants you can get rid of, but others you cannot. Now the double ramp is the best. One of my favorite foundation pieces. Now this is not good for a train. We'll fix that later. But we're just going to go in and just go all in here. All right. We might just be outside of the toxic stuff there. Let's go ahead and... Too far away. We'll go ahead and just use our foundation here. There we go. We might just be far enough away. We're not going to get it. Now, see, one of the problems with the forest now is that the forest area... where you start is really far away from all the main resources that you need in the later game. It's one of the first areas in which you start in the game, the first time you play, most of the time. And you got to watch out for this because you're going to need a special suit, which I think I actually already unlocked at some point. But we're definitely getting close. Let's check it out, make sure we didn't pass it. Nope, literally right there in front of us. Ah. Bad clicking. That's not the game. That's me and my bad clicking. And normally I don't like to clip through stuff. And there it is right there. Oh, actually there's two nodes there. Awesome. And so we've got a general idea of where that's at. Now, where is our box right from here? I'm betting it's up there. Yep. 500. Up there for sure. So we got to get over here, get our quartz, and then go up there, grab that, and then come back down, and then run it straight back to our base, which isn't too bad because it literally comes straight out of our base. And so we can work on our elevation so that they're not causing it to slow too much when it's coming through. Now, this is typically how I play the game because it doesn't fall down. And this is just way, way faster than moving forward and putting a support. Moving forward and putting a support. And we did that last time. And I feel like at this point, I think we've done that. And so we're not going to spend, because I don't have enough time to do those supports every single time. So we're going to forego a bit of that in this particular build. But we'll try to do it as we go along, though. So we're just going to go ahead, just run this up here. I think I'm just a little too far. If we have to switch back, we'll switch back. Again, this is not a permanent thing I'm building here. Everything you build, just think of it as temporary until you build the thing that you actually need to build. Like right here. See, I'm going to run up into the wall. It's not going to be high enough to clear that wall. We'll definitely fix that. Our train can get up here. Now, what I would do right here is just simply create a landing and then just turn. All right. Now, always be at the ready for any baddies when you get up here. Oh, there's one right there. There's a big guy, too. Oh, yeah, here we go. Whoa, almost missed. Almost missed. So, probably not a good idea to go that way. So, we can go ahead and back this up a little bit. Take that out. Now I go kill that guy if I had enough health, but I don't have enough health because I didn't bring any of my health stuff, and my health's pretty low. So I can go ahead and just go the opposite direction. Now, one of the things that he could do, though, while I'm going up here, is he can shoot me in the back now that he is aggro on me. So watch out for that as well. And if he does, no big deal. I just run back over here and grab my stuff. And so on. And so let's get up over on this side, and let's see what we got here. Further and further up. Now, this is another reason why I will go in and run up really high up on all of this stuff so that I'm not running into all the poison. I'm not running into all of the mobs and all of that. That's why I'll run this pretty high up. Like this, as we kind of scout this. And I've brought plenty of concrete to do whatever I want to do. It looks like we're going to have to go one more. One more ought to do it, I think. Okay, and again, we'll go ahead and ping that box right. Literally right there through those trees. Oh, we got a little purple guy down there. I don't care right now, but we'll leave him like that. And let's go. Right there. I can see it. All right. right there. All right, we have a bit of an opening here between the trees. I think right here ought to be good. And there it is. Okay, so we got to extract it from down there. We've got to get it up here for our train to grab it and run it. I probably could run a bit of a better line running it up and through there maybe. Nice and straight. Again, how many nodes are here? Just the one. Just the one node, it looks like. Now, nearby, there's another one in the forest over there and whatnot. Now, right now would be a great time for explosives. So you can throw the explosives down there and blow up some of these trees to get them out of your way. There's a couple baddies down there guarding it. We got Fred hanging out. We actually got some water right there, too. So if we need water, we could have done that. And we could basically go over here and go in and make the bauxite refinement right here and just run the actual refined bauxite. But I'm probably going to run the raw back to the main base and then work from it from there. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and back up a little bit here. Take all this back out. And then let's go ahead and use our double ramp to bring us down. I could also use like a jetpack or something like that to get down, but I'm just going to walk this down a bit. I'm going to see what kind of node this is. Let's go, bro! Whoa, there's a really big one over there. Whoa, oh, one from the side! Oh, now I'm dead. Now I'm dead. I'm out of here. Run! Woo, boy! Oh, mama. One came from the side, psyched me out like velociraptors or something. One was distracting me while I was trying to get the other one. All right, let's just go ahead and give this a try. Beat him up a little extra. All right. I bring any of those things? I don't have anything. I do not have enough health. Take out that big guy! Yikes! Do not have enough health to take on that guy. But then again, 200 IQ. I made it where he can't climb up here. Yeah, he'd have to jump, and they can't jump. There we go. Woo! That's some scary stuff. All right, let's go ahead and head back. I'm going to go ahead and get some health, and we're going to try to find a better way to run all of this. There we go. All right, so I'm going to drive my car back while you guys watch this battle. To battle! Okay. Get up here to a flat point. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and run this battle. Let's do it. See if I fall off on the way. All right, open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Daniel, Subi, Jaeger, Ems, and Rotisserie G getting some love. Paul coming in MVP with the 23 assists. One step closer to that epic loot. Let's go. Maybe we get another boss battle in today. How are we doing on time? Looking good. What do we need to put down? I've already forgotten. Let's go to quests, archers, and our legendary item there, our legendary character. I think the legendary is still on cooldown. And then archer, that's easy. Put him down. Yeah, just put it down by wherever you guys are at. Let's go. Let's do it. I'm driving my car down this giant incline, as you can see. Car's going to help me get back to where I came from much faster. Now, of course, when you get in a nice straight like this, straight area, we can just go full speed if we don't hit the tree and go flying off the side. Now, when you get to a point like right about here, you don't want to be going full speed, because what it's going to do is going to catch air, especially when it's so straight up and down. But this thing sticks to this like glue once you're in a flat area. So you're pretty good to go full speed, even downhill like this. It's only when it connects to another piece that's not going the same direction as it. Right? These are all in the same direction. But when you hit the bottom here, you'll see that it does a little bit of a bump. Whoop, like that. And that can cause you to spin out and flip off the side. How do I know? I've done it many times. Now you can see this is way, way out here. But not too bad. It's actually pretty straight. Pretty straight out here. So we're going to go ahead and go back here and kind of reverse engineer our way, where we go ahead and start bringing the train out as we go. And as we go along there, we'll go ahead and widen this out as well. We'll remove trees and things that are obscuring our pathway. And this definitely is going to be a bunch of work here. Now, again, watch out for these trees coming up. We'll see what happens. Oh, nope. Nope. Nothing. Nothing. All right, good. Good, good. Got some more copper off to the right there, too. Lots more resources that haven't even been tapped into yet. More copper down there. And over here, we've got the glowy ball thing that doesn't do anything yet. Okay. Now we're back over here. Now whenever we go basically away from our base, we're not just, real close to the base. We're not just working by the base. Because if I do die, I will return to the base, to the hub over here. We create something new. Oh, someone put some glass foundations and various foundations. We can go ahead and grab the stuff and basically start to run it. But we want to also keep our health up. So when we're taking on a big scary guy like that, we'll have enough. Now I can actually take some of this stuff and make other things from it to make certain types of food and whatnot over here. We got a nutritional inhaler. It's going to need the bacon, pale berry, barrel nut, and marsilia, which we have a bunch of all of that. I think probably the bacon one will be the least one that I have. Oh, there's none in there. There's none in there. Now, when it's too complicated, you know what I do? I just use the barrels like everybody did in the very beginning of the game. But we'll go ahead and look and see if there is another one that we've unlocked. Nope, we haven't unlocked any other ones other than that one, really. Okay. There are different combinations of this nutritional inhaler. But what I do is I just take the barrels here. And we'll take the chainsaw out. Just eat the barrels. Now there was some back there that I could have got. But I want to come back here and run the train and widen this out. But see, that's more than enough. That filled your health up. But in the moment also that when you're battling those mobs and you don't want to die, it's good to have that inhaler so you can heal yourself as well. All right. We got all this going. We got all that going. Let's go ahead and go back over here. Plenty of concrete. And let's get train line number 2 going. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a train thing just like this. I'm not going to run it on the same track. I'm going to have it on its own line. And I'm going to basically look at how wide that is to get an idea of how wide these particular platforms need to be here. So we need to push these out like this. Here comes the other one. And then we want to go ahead and not get the freight platform, but the train station itself. And we're just going to go ahead and put it out just a bit. There we go. Okay, now when I start a train station, we need to align it in such a way. Now this is already perfectly aligned by accident, that it actually lines and goes up and passes up all the various things that we need to pass up. But in this thing, I'm going to actually have it push out along that edge. So really what I'm going to do is something like this, and then extend this in. Like this. There we go. And then we'll go to our train set down here. I forget what number it is. Number 6. All right. And we're going to go ahead and curve this, and we're going to run it right next to this other track over here. And so we want to kind of get an idea of where we want to go. Maybe like that. And then curve it around this way. A little too close to that. All right. A little bit more. A little bit more back. Maybe something like this. Something like that. All right. More curves you put into it, the more difficult it is to, or the slower it goes, right? Because it goes into that curve, and then it slows it down. So we're also going to go ahead and run the other line here. We're just going to have a, basically we're going to have a 2-line track that runs parallel. This one can do push-pull, and then the oil can do push-pull. Now, because this one is going 1,000 in the other direction, as opposed to going this way, it wouldn't be that efficient if I went over there, grabbed the oil, and then did 1,000 this way and did that. Though it could work, especially if you have multiple trains running at the same time on the same track. You can just create a loop and do that as well. But I feel like in this particular build, I'm just going to go ahead and run it as a separate train. I don't know why it keeps turning my light off. That drives me crazy. Once I have it on, it should stay on forever until I tell it to turn off. And let's just go ahead and see where our first line is going to end. All right about there. Okay, that's looking good. Now, one of the things we need to do before we get too far away here is make sure that it does have power. And we'll just run that out like that. And the reason why is if we want to come back on the train line while we're working on it as a train, we'll want to make sure it has power, otherwise the train won't run. So that's a good thing to know. Again, we're just going to center it down there and just basically run a bunch of foundations here. Now that we have a sense of where we're going and what we're doing, it's all about putting in the time. Back to my train set. Normally, again, I don't like to clip through stuff, but nothing I can do about that. Be doing a lot of foundations. I always have concrete going 24/7. Constantly. The total amount of rivers you can place correct. 6. Yes, 6 is the total amount. Oh, and 1,000 kiss caps, by the way, for that last one where we had 147 units. Way to crush it. Yeah, 6 is the maximum you can put down for the campaign mode, because there's actually 3 different modes now in Stream Raiders, and they're also coming out with a whole separate game called Stream Pirates. But in Stream Raiders, you can put down 1 every 5 minutes is the maximum you can do. And again, depending on which one you put down, such as if you put the Archer down before, say, the Warrior, the Archer takes 10 minutes to come back up again. So while you're waiting for that one to come back up, you could be placing your Warrior. And then by the time that one, another 5 minutes goes by, then you can place your Archer again. So good to keep that in mind as well. Lots of trees in my way. And I think I still have my chainsaw on me. All right, now we're up here. We've got to get down there to work on these trees. Let's run back here, run a little bit of this line before I forget. There's also a bit of a snap noise. You can hear it goes zzz, zzz. That tells you that you are pulling it from that particular object. Helps a ton. Now you can't just do all the foundations first and come back and do all the railways and what. I like to do it as I go in case I need to go back. I can go ahead and use it to run back as well. So let's go ahead and run this forward, and I'll show you a little trick that you can do. I can go ahead and put in station if I had more room. Okay, so I'm putting in the station, and then the station, what it's going to allow me to do is to go ahead and grab some power. And run that down temporarily. And then what we're going to do, hopefully if we have enough resources, is we're going to do transportation. Actually, I just go to my transportation set. There we go. And I'm going to put a hypertube here. Right there, and then I'm going to attach it to the back, and I'm going to tell it to go down there, and then I'm going to use the power from the railroad tracks to power this. I need to put an entrance first, and then connect that. Down I go. Boom. Now I'm down here. Now you definitely want to put another entrance in there and also connect that power from up there to down here so you can get back up. But we're going to go down here. We're going to get a chainsaw. Boom. And see what it'll do is it'll take it all out at once. See that? Took it all out at once because the AoE is if you have enough inventory space. I'll just AoE the whole entire thing out. Now we don't have to deal with that anymore. Now normally when I create like these little side connections, I leave them. In case I get down there for whatever reason and get stuck, I can get back up. But in this case, taking it out. Okay. Because it's just, I'm running the train past here. And I'm not going to leave that train station. Come on, trains. Number 6. Let's keep going now that we don't have trees in our face. It's gonna be fun putting these sports in. Gonna be fun. Again, just to kind of speed this up a little bit, because this is so far away. I'm just gonna go ahead and build like I normally build, and then we'll come back to the sports. We gotta kind of establish where we want the platforms to go and all of that. All right, I actually probably want to stop about there and get an idea of what we want to do. We can probably bring the train forward first. Okay, now what we want to do is we want it to not be super steep. Like right now, it is super steep in the way that the thing goes. Let me put my vehicle down. We'll just drive over there. I love this vehicle. It's like my favorite thing in the entire game. It's just so perfect. It's so perfect. If Fix-It was a real company, this is exactly the car they would give you. That's right. I'm representing the company today. Representing. I got a cool Satisfactory t-shirt. I feel special. I bought it. I bought it because, hey, I want to show them some support for an exceptionally wonderful game. For sure, for sure. Okay, now I could start over there and try to figure it out from that side. What I'm going to do is I'm going to figure it out from this side this time. And we know this is where the train's going to be. This is the center of the train. And we're going to run it through here. All right. Now, again, when you get out of your car, by the way, don't stand too close to the edge. Don't, like, park your car right by the edge because it's going to flip you off the side. Not good. Not good. All right, I'm going to push this out a little bit to the right. Because we know we're also going to run it dual sides, right? So sometimes you can just run it one side. You run one and just have a access lane. But I'm going to run mine dual sides because that's how I like to do. Now what we're going to do is get some foundations. Now you can use these ramps, but I find the double ramps to be the best because you can actually go downwards, right? You can actually go down at an angle like this, and then just keep going. Now look at how different that angle is versus this angle, right? And you want to have the shallowest angle possible for your train track. And you can see that's going to take a lot longer for us to get down at that level. And so we're right about that point, or maybe we're even too far in already. We'll find out here in a second. Because this is going to take a long time to get down to there. You never really know. I mean, you could figure out the math, I guess, of it. You know, vertical versus horizontal. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go for it. And again, the double ramp makes this kind of building where you're building up or down at an angle the easiest. Double ramps for the win. how well I estimated it. Right now it's looking like I actually went a little too far. Or maybe a bunch too far. If we look back, we can see it is angled, but it's just not a drastic angle like that other one. So let's keep going. This actually activates my vertigo when I look down like that. It does make me dizzy. So let's keep going. Oh yeah, it definitely went too far on that left side. Again, why do we want it to be such a long ramp? Well, the reason why I want it to be such a long ramp is that as it rises up the ramp, it doesn't slow the train down as much. Right? If we just do a straight up ramp, the train's going to slow way down, and it's going to do it relatively over a short period, but it's going to be less efficient if we just run this a really, really long ramp. It's only going to lose like 3 or 4 miles per hour versus a whole lot more. Oh man, yeah, we really got a long way to run. Whoa, almost walked off there. Made my stomach sink. And we are really far over. And there we go. All right, looking sharp. Okay, there's our ramp. So let's see how far. Man, we really went over far. Not too far, though. Not too far. I kind of eyeballed it and said, man, I really need to be back much further than this. And it was pretty not bad. Not bad. A little bit too far there. But pretty consistently close, considering it's such a long span in between one and the other. Okay, now another thing we want to do while we're working on this is still have the ability to use the sharp angled one. And so we're going to leave this kind of side area and all this area that we already did. And then once we have the train in, the train angles in, then we will go and we will take all that out. Now, this is another reason why I didn't put in the foundations. It's not because I'm lazy. It's because I don't really know what I'm going to have in the end, right? I don't know how far that angle is going to come out before it matches up to the rest of my base angle. So it's better to kind of get an idea of what you want first, do all of this stuff, and then come back and go from there. I'm also going to go ahead and just put these up here for now. I always run underneath those as I go. So now I've got a template to run across. So I can put the rest of these in much, much faster as I'm going back up again. Definitely want to leave that one at the bottom as a backup plan. Also, if I fall, I'll fall to that level and not all the way to the ground, which I may or may not survive, depending on how far I'm gone already. Alright, how are we doing on time? Alright, we're doing good. Let's see if we can get this train in. We can get this second train in, and we can get our basics of our aluminum going. I think we're going to be doing good. This stuff is just like rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. I can do this stuff all day. This is my kind of thing. My kind of jam here. Again, this makes it go way faster when you run one first, and then you come back and you aim at the edges of it. Run a whole bunch of them at the same time. Now, of course, the smaller they are, the little trickier that it is to run them. How are we doing on that battle? 3 minutes, everybody. Get your units down. 3 more minutes. This is a giant undertaking right here. All right, watch out for the one you missed, because down you go. Now, I always find that places look a lot closer than they really are when you're doing this. It looks like, oh, I'm almost there, and then nope. You get closer, and it seems like you're not getting any closer sometimes. Just stay at it, one piece at a time. Out a bit. Only problem with doing this, by the way, everybody, is it triggers my dizziness. It triggers my dizziness sometimes. And it's doing it right now. Triggering my vertigo or my middle channel ear imbalance. It doesn't do it always. It's not really the game's fault. It's really my brain's fault. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and get to the top here, and then we'll take another little break. All right, that is looking good. Look at that ramp. Nice. Nice. And now we have a big, awesome ramp for our thing. Now imagine putting those supports are going to go way down in there. I don't even know if there's places down there to support it. We'll find out. But look how far away this is. Again, it seems like it's closer than it is, but it is way, way up there. And this car right now is going 55 miles an hour. And I'll show you how to do transitions between angled and flat stuff. We'll work on that, all that in a bit. I feel like we'll go ahead and take a little bit of a break. Get my dizziness under control. Been working hard too behind the scenes. Been working very, very hard. So sometimes that has an effect as well. 16 hours yesterday, and then we'll do another 16 hours today. We don't want to have it where I have to take days off. So better to push yourself too far and then be out. Better than Better not to push yourself too far and then be out versus be smart and take a break. All right, let's go ahead and pick this up before I forget. Let's go ahead and just manual save. Alley construction for aluminum construction. Right there, we'll save that. Let's go ahead and do a battle. To battle! All right, let's go ahead and do this battle, and then we'll take a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back. 153 units. Bam! Right there. There we go. Another 1,000 Kiz caps. And we got our train in place, too. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, they don't got a chance. They don't have a chance. I think we're going to roll right over them, though they are pretty tough. It doesn't look like tough enough, though. Man, that could take a hit, can't it? Those mobs could take a hit. Look at them. Everyone's just shooting and wailing on them. It takes forever to kill them. There we go. Oh, God. The healers are right next to the mob. No, get out of there, healers. Down to 97 units. That's 50 lost units plus right now. But we only got 2 left. I think we got this. Oh, yeah. Just whittle them down. And there it is. All right. Open the captain chest. Give you guys some love. 25 gold going to Rich History G. Sangri, MZRT, or M's, as we like to call her. Sorry, I revert right back again. Get some scrolls and Pure Fubar, MVP with 8 assists. Now look, Pure Fubar crushing it with a 6 right there. I see you, Dragon Overlord, crushing it with 6 as well. Way to crush it there, guys. Put down as many units as you can. All right, let's start another one so you guys can put your units down. Then we're going to get some gold. And we're going to try to go for that green one. We're going to be doing battles all day long here in this stream. Now, let's go ahead and see if there's anything else I need to put down here in our quests. Another archer and the legendary. All right, let's see our legendaries. Another 88 minutes. And I guess we'll go... Oh, this one's a bit tough for just using the archer, though. I hate to use the archer and then us not win. Let's go ahead and use the tank first. Max level tank. And then we can use the archer in the easier ones. All right, let's do that. We're going to go back and do some AFK highlights. Let's go. All right, everybody. If you don't know that I am partially disabled, I do have sleep apnea and something called in middle channel ear imbalance. It's also called vertigo. If you understand what that is, you're constantly dizzy. Now, whenever I push myself a little too much, like I was mowing the lawn yesterday and I was streaming in the morning, running battles and running in the afternoon, and only got so much sleep, what I need to do is take a break when I do get dizzy. This way it brings my dizziness down and it makes it easier for me to go. You can always tell when I'm starting to get dizzy. I have a tendency to blink more. Because I'm trying to blink away a bit of the dizziness. So I'm going to go ahead and just take a break, walk around for a little bit. I'll be right back. You can enjoy some of the highlights of my stream over all the years, and I'll be right back. There we go. I need to take a break. Sometimes you just got to take a break, everybody. Don't push yourself so far that you regret it later on. That was a smart move on my part. Very rare to do too smart stuff. But that was definitely a good idea to take a break. Now what I'm going to try to do is get this to not rise up too much when it's crossing over here. I like to have it be as minimum as possible. And then we're going to run our train up here. So we're going to get that going on. And again, thank you to my awesome mod, JC Hunter, backing me up today. Make sure to show him lots of love in the chat. Appreciate all my mods, the heroes behind the stream, having my back. Getting that going on. There we go. We're going to run this up here. Like so. All right. Now we're making some progress. Put in all the hard work of figuring out the angle of our ramp, how far out our ramp we want to go, and all of that. Again, I find doing it this way, and if you do want to make it, perfect, you want to have all the supports and all that stuff along the way, you definitely want to figure it out first. And I do the same thing like in Fallout 4. You saw a bunch of highlights from Fallout 4 as well. That I will go in and I will build the base first, and then I'll come back and I'll put in all the supports, because this way I know what I want at that point. And that does help a lot. That helps a big bunch. All right. Throw that in there. And we'll go ahead and run this up here. And we're looking good. Look how far we're going, everybody. This is going fast, right? Going fast. Welcome back. Thank you, JC Hunter. I appreciate that. Appreciate everybody coming in. Let me catch up on the chat. Total 6 raiders. Yep. Total of 6 raiders you can put down in campaign mode. In the dungeons mode, you can put down 3. You can put them down every 2 minutes versus every 5 minutes in there. Now, of course, that one's more would be a primary game we would play. And oh, that wasn't good. I went a little crooked there. That would be more of a primary game we would play, because it would be every 5 minutes that it would be going off. So it's difficult to play a game that you need extended amount of time to do at the same time. So, and let's go ahead and put that in there like that. Oh, yay! Holy moly! Yikes! Someone bringing the lightning. Gets me every time. Every time, Jaeger bringing in the big 1,000 biddies, unlocking a brand new sub badge and your own emote as well. Bringing the lightning into the stream. Oh, gets me every time, everybody. Now I'm awake. Certainly awake now. Holy mackerel. That's way louder for me, by the way. I have it turned way up, so it does that on purpose. Yeah, it's way louder for me than it is for you guys. Because I don't want to blow you guys' ears out. You might have headphones on, but man, it scares the heck out of me every time. Gets me. I'm so easily jump scared. Thanks for very much bringing in the love and support here in the stream. Appreciate that, Jaeger. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Show them some love in the chat, everybody. Oh! And the Kismet love train. Here comes Reed coming in with 20 months of sub love. Blow it up in the chat, everybody. Anytime you see someone bringing in that Kismet love train, they're hitting the follow button or dropping some biddies on the channel to keep this crazy idea of mine going. Make sure to blow it up in the chat. Show them some love. Just take an extra moment. Again, these are the people that keep this going. It's really a miracle sometimes that, one, the stream even starts up. And 2, that it runs at all. That it goes on at all. Now, let's hope that right here, we can go ahead and just use our chainsaw up in this upper level. Sometimes you can't, because I'm not that high up off the ground. And so you go ahead and just use the chainsaw, and I got both of them in the same shot. So, very nice. Go ahead and bring our stuff forward. Man, we might even get this done today. Man, we get this done and run our box right back. Man, we'll be styling for next time. We'll be ready for our aluminum and whatnot. Yeah, normally I don't like it to be this low to the ground, but... Oh, there we go. But we got it going on, so we'll just let it run. Through here. Oh. I built it way out there. Where did I build that one? Right there. It didn't catch that corner. I clicked it and it moved just as I clicked it. Again, I have my mouse on super sensitive, so when we're doing various stuff. Okay, now we need to get our stuff down there. We got a baddie down there we got to take out. How we want to do this? We'll do 2 extractors, and we could run it and get it on the side, or we can get it right here, which I think would be better, because This is nice and flat. And we can go ahead and just put our first train station right here. And we're going to have multiple stations as well. Now what we want to do is we want to decide whether the train is going to pick this up on the way there or on the way back, right? Because you're going to have to tell it. And how are you going to tell it which way it's going to pick it up? It's going to be by the direction of the train station, right? So the train station will need to go, instead of just 2 back and forth, it's going to need to go in 3. Now the one over there is turned in that direction, right? So what I would probably think is that it would come back, it would grab this first, and then run up the thing. Now, does items have a weight effect on your train, right? So if you have a bunch of stuff on your train, is it more difficult for it to go up? Now, if you notice that right here, we don't really have a lot of room to go ahead and create that angle that we need right there. So we're going to need to bring this in, flatten it out to about here, and then we're going to need to angle our way up and then find our way back over there. Or what we can do is we can do what's known as a switchback, right? Where you switch back and you go back the other direction. Either way, it's going to definitely not be able to get up there. Even with this, I can't even get right there. So what we could do is we could have it go over there first and then come back down. Because on the downward direction, we could use a steep angle, right? So upwards we cannot, because it's going to slow down our train way too much. But in the downward angle, what do we care? We want it to go as fast as possible going down, especially when it's coming back and then zooming back to our thing. So we could definitely use a faster angle down than we could use up. So what we can do is we can basically run this backwards, where it comes over here, loops, grabs the item, right? Comes down here, loops, turns back around, and runs back in the opposite direction, and then gets up there. Whoa, oh my gosh! Oh, he's trying to kill me. Oh my gosh, the big love there. Holy mackerel. We got a dragon in the channel, everybody. Jaeger with a massive $120 tip there. Thank you so much for getting on that Kismet love train today. Thank you so much for showing that love as well. Now you got another badge as well. There you go. Blowing up the badges today. Blowing up the stream love. Thank you so much, Jaeger. Completely enjoying the streams. Well, thank you again for that awesome love there. Also, John Boyce wants me to hydrate. That's a good idea. I try to stay hydrated as well. Now, again, everybody, I'm not doing a dang thing. We're going to sit here and stare at the sky until I see tons of love in the chat. That is a massive donation, everybody. Go in there and show them some love. Let's do it. And also his message from that is keep up the awesome streams. And thank you so much for that as well. Whoa, look out! What the heck? The Kismet Love Train really getting fired up today. Here comes Reed bringing in the 5 subs, gifting it out to all of you. So not only helping support the stream, but also showing you guys some love in the chat. We got Bommel getting a brand new sub right there. We got Big Mike getting that love. Bones as well. Assassin getting it. And Fuzzero all getting that awesome love here from the stream. We got a conductor in the chat, everybody. Running that train again and again. Now, again, you guys are so lucky because now you got all the Kismet emotes, right? You got the tier 1 emotes now. You can use them anywhere you want on Twitch, as well as you're earning 3 times the Kiz Caps, meaning that you're earning way more. And then also you've got 3 times the chance of winning those giveaways. So you got tons of epic stuff. Not only that, but 8 years of sub badges and all of that stuff you can unlock as you go. What? Another Kismet Love Train. We got another conductor in the chat. We got JC Hunter coming in with another 5 gifted subs, showing some love. Oh, man, I really appreciate it, everybody. It's amazing when that happens, everybody. When the first time that happens, it's really amazing. And to me, every time it happens is amazing. When people come in and just show that support. Now, let's see who else is getting some gifted subs. Let's see. We got Dragon Overlord. Hey, Dragon Overlord, you got a free sub, bro. We got Snuggle hanging out. We got Minmara, I think that is. We got Cody coming in. And XM getting some love. So congrats. Now, make sure to say thanks to our conductors here, JC Hunter and Reed in the chat as well, as Jaeger as well, for that love. And thank you also for that 20 months, Reed. Appreciate that as well from earlier. Thank you everybody for coming in, showing so much love, man. That was like a serious Kismet love train going on there. All right. We're going to fire this up, though. We're going to keep on going. So we can't use this. It's going to be too steep. So we need to think about the logistics of picking this up and then running the train up there. Now, also what we could do is we could go ahead and use the lower area for when it comes down, and then you go back and make that ramp go all the way up into the top side first and whatnot. Now, to do that, we would have to basically reverse engineer it from way up there. And I could tell you it actually would go past my base from that high up. If I started right there, if we just look at where this ramp hits, most likely it would actually go past where my base is, way on the other side. So we want to go ahead and try to figure out something sneaky that we can do here to get this to go up to there. Now, there are some things that I've seen people do, like they do spirals, where it spirals up into the thing. One of the problems with this game, though, but again, remember, it's early access, so they're not done with it yet, is there's no rounded pieces, right? There's no rounded foundation, so I can't make it round and go like that. But you can go in there and be real tricky with your foundations, and then, of course, use your things to go. That you can round out. Your track you can round, but not the foundations. So you have to go in there and glitch it out and do all of that. And I've seen pictures of people doing that and whatnot. And that's cool, but we're not doing that. Again, I don't like to clip through stuff. So we have to decide: do we go forward and then start to go up, or do we switch back? And we have to switch back several times, or just one big rising up and go to there. Now again, well, let's go ahead and compare our angles and see if we might have to take all this out and redo it. If we have to do it, no big deal. That's what we have to do. That's what we have to do, right? Because we want it to be well done. We want it to be as straight as possible, so that we're getting as much rise out of it, as well as much speed going up and down the track. Now again, look what the distance is there, and the distance between us and down there, right? So let's say here to here, and then here to there, right? Which is about the same distance. So it would need to be basically twice as long as this right here. So for us to go back up here, we would have to switch back, and it would actually go all the way back to where our base is, and then all the way back again. The thing that I would do, and this is just me and my crazy ideas, is I would not run the train over there. I would not do it, right? Because it would require too much to run it up and run it back and put in all the foundations and put in all the supports and do all of that. And you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to get those resources? We still got conveyor belts, and it's not very far from where we are, right? So what I would do is I would run a power line over there. I would have it extracting the box right, and I would have it run the box right down right here to the station. So now you only need 2 stations, and you have a perfectly straight train line. Did you know that I was going to do that ahead of time? Some of you did. Some of you are like, yeah, that's exactly what I would do. I would do the same thing. I would go ahead and put the train station right here and just run the box right here. And I could run it all the way, and the same thing with all of this resource, I could run it all the way, and that's what you want to do early game. But I feel like in the later game here, the trains are a much better option for anything that's more than, say, 2,000 away from your main base. Also, they act as a transport system as well. So if you need to get over here to get a different resource than the one you were grabbing, or to explore around or whatever, they make a great resource for traveling across the whole world. And eventually, you do want to put a train up there, because there's going to be resources and stuff up there. I'm sure we're going to need maybe more box ride or whatever it is, and then be able to run that down into that lower level. But for right now, that is our plan. So we're going to go ahead and put in our other station. Now, remember, whenever we're putting our stations in, we need to have a keen sense of which direction this arrow is going, right? So we want to make sure that that arrow is going this way. And then on the other side, the arrow is going to go the opposite direction. This way, one train is going to pull it toward this station, and the other train is going to pull it toward the other station. And that should align you up well. And let's get that connected there and here. Now, the cool thing about this is I don't need to run power lines all the way from the front of there. What I need to do is I need to go ahead and bring a power line down from our train station, and I can just run it right there. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Now, I kind of feel like I also want to fix this a bit. Oh, hello. Time for a battle. I feel like I also want to fix this, that I'm not going up and over and all of that. I just want to go straight up and do that. So I don't really like what I've got here. And we saw that we could actually go through the middle of the trees and whatnot. That's just like I kind of reverse engineered this. I came to the top and then went down to do a better angle than that sharp angle. Though that sharp angle would work on the way back. It's the way up that it's going to have the biggest problem, right? So we might as well make it where it comes up. And we could make it go up the slow scope and then down the really fast one, so it just boom speeds up the train if we want to. I don't think I've ever really done that. I usually build one ramp and that serves as both, but you could definitely do that as well. You could definitely have it where it just starts speeding up like crazy on the way down to actually gain some speed overall. So say you're coming up at 113 and you're going down at 150, it's going to even out itself, the average mile per hour on the round trip of that train, right? So yeah, we could definitely do all of that. Oh, and we did the hydrate right there. And let's do a battle. We'll come back and we'll figure out how to make this work. To battle! All right, battle time. Again, 16 hours of battle getting lined up. And again, thank you so much for all the support, everybody. Man, that was a lot of love all at one time. I appreciate it big time. Again, I try my best, everybody. Again, if I get dizzy or something like that, I definitely have to lay down and whatnot. But I am working on so many awesome things. I can't wait to bring them all to the stream. So many awesome things going on at the same time. Again, I can't wait to roll them out. But I gotta work on them a little at a time. Got to take care of the family, the wife, the health as well. I did really good today. I had a breakfast. Of course, I had my orange juice. I have orange juice every morning now, as well as I have some water. And I had a little fiber bar for breakfast. And then I had some pineapple as a snack here in the afternoon. And then I'm going to eat some more substantial food when I'm done with the stream here. And then also rest a bit before the night stream. And so I try to get those kind of health things in. Also get a nice walk in later with the family. Whatnot. I might even go out there and weed eat today. We'll see. We'll see how we do. Probably late day, though. Late day because, gosh, it's so hot. It is so incredibly hot. Grant rewards. Bam! 50 gold. Jaeger, look at that. See, Jaeger? This is the karma right here, everybody. See, you do awesome things for other people and always come back to you. That's 50 gold right there. Blue Chronos getting some love. Subi getting it. Rotisserie G getting it. And Dax Platinum showing how it's done right there. MVP with 6 units down. That's how you become MVP, everybody. You got to put down those max units, and hopefully you get that top coveted spot. Now, again, I wish there was something I could give to MVPs. Like you get, like it's a quest or an achievement, like you get MVP like 50 times and so on. I'd love to see that in the game as well. Oh, man, look at this one. All right. Oh, man, you're going to have real trouble getting your rogues in. I don't care where you put your rogues. You're not going to get your rogues through here. Unless you're really lucky. Maybe right there. Maybe right there. But you'd have to send like 5 of them in there at once to get around that. I think all your rogues are going to die. Sorry. But that's okay. I'm going to take a big hit. Let's go ahead. We're going to need a bunch of healers for this too. We're going to need healers. We're going to need tanks like crazy. Oh, someone got in my spot. We are going to need tons of tanks. Put these tanks out in the front. Maybe a couple tanks on the end here to defend against these guys sweeping behind us. A bunch of healers. Holy mackerel. We're going to need a lot of units for that one. For sure. Holy moly. Of course, we crossed over 100 units, so there's another 1,000 caps. You guys are crushing those caps, man. Look at all that love for you in the chat, too. Look at all that love for you in the chat. And look at that. Now, again, remember that you do get emotes for donating bits, Jaeger. So you did get a brand new emote if you hadn't already got one from before. You definitely got some more emotes coming in for you as well. So pretty cool. You can, one of the things I love to do is chained emotes. So say you got the Kismet Love Train, then if you donate, say, 1,000 bits, you can then get another card that goes on there. Or if you're tier 2 or tier 3, you get more cards to put on there and whatnot. I think that's one of my favorite things is combination emotes. It's the artist in me that makes me want to do that. right, now what we need to do is we need to reverse engineer up here where we want to come from and where we want to go to. Now we've brought some health this time, some way of healing ourselves as we take on this big boss that's over here. A bit tougher guy. Now I could build my rifle. I don't know why I haven't built my rifle yet, but we could literally just sit up here with the rifle on top and shoot him. Oh, we should have brought the explosive. Oh, we got to do that because that's fun. Hold on, everybody. We're going to go back and we're going to get some explosive. Ooh, that's really going to be fun. It's really awesome, by the way. Very rarely do I use the explosive. I don't know why, because it's so incredibly effective and it's not that hard to make. If you find some sulfur, you can make a lot of explosives. So let's go ahead and grab some of that because that's going to be super fun. Free loots, yeah, there you go. Oh, getting that kickflip in or that breakdancing in, Fallout breakdancing in there as well. Oh, we can take these trees out with that too. All right, what we're gonna do is go ahead and put a train on here. Hopefully we have enough resources. Yes, we do. All right, let's go. And the fact that it starts up means we have power. Watch this. See, all this hard work. Now we get to have the fun. And there we go. It's increasing in speed. 140. 150. 160. 170. 180. 190. Oh, God. We're going to hit 200. 200. 210. And there we go. We hit a 210. Oh my gosh, we're going to fly off the end. Oh God, there's no brakes. What am I going to do? Okay, done. You don't fly off the end yet, everybody. Remember, it's early access. One of these days, though. One of these days. Right off the end we'll go. Be like, what was that? Back to the Future 2, where the train goes, they're using the train as the time traveler thing. And it goes off the thing. I think it was Back to the Future 2, right? Or is it 3? No, it's 3. I think it's 3. Back to the Future 3, because that's when the train goes off. But they actually use it. And 1 and 2 is they go back again. And then 3 is the one where they go back to the Old West. That's right. So it's 3. It's 3. All right, there we go. So we're running our way back here because we're going to have some fun with explosives. Let's do it. I think that'd be kind of a fun way of clearing that stuff. Let's see how we're doing over here. Is our resources coming in? Yes, and our screws are coming in now. Again, I appreciate everybody coming in and helping out. Screws are looking solid. Right there. What we're going to do is we're going to go over here, and we already got some hypertubes set up to make it a little bit easier for us to get around. And you can see some of our resources coming in from this side. And again, this is not just me. Some people have helped out either with power or they've run resources and whatnot. And I appreciate all their help coming in, doing all of that fun stuff. This one here. And the hardest thing is to know where your hypertube goes because you don't have any labels. You can't label anything. That definitely is a huge requested feature, I'm sure, of Satisfactory, is because you want to label, okay, this goes to this place, right? That would be incredibly, incredibly useful. Now, way out over here, which has actually not been run back to our primary base yet, but he's over here working on some stuff. He's bringing down some coal, and some of this coal he's using for right over here, along with his sulfur coming in and combining into black powder. That black powder then being converted into some of this right here. And then got some concrete over here, probably just for building. And again, so this is being converted into black powder. Now, black powder, I can go ahead and take a bunch of that. And a little too much because I'm going to need space to make the thing. There we go. Now, the second I take it out of there, see this starts back up again? It's back replacing what I'm going to be using up. So we can take that black powder, and we can go ahead and make this stuff right here called Nobilis. Now, Nobilis is basically explosive. That's what it is. And we can go ahead and use our steel pipes along with that and make an obscene amount of explosives. And see, the cool thing is I don't have to hold down the mouse button. I'm holding down the space bar. It works as well. Or you can put a rock on your space bar. Or you can use a macro to have it just auto do it. I don't like to do that. I'm old school. I'm holding down the space bar myself. I'm old school in that way. But yeah, everybody, you better put down a lot of units for this next battle. That is a lot of people. I bet you that's about 250 to 300 units in that next battle. That is going to be a massive all-out battle for sure. So again, remember, every 5 minutes you can put down a unit. Now you're like, Kismet, what are you talking about? I'm talking about right there in the chat. You can find a link to Stream Raiders. It is free. You can play it on mobile or on desktop. So if you got Android, iOS, doesn't matter. You can play it on your phone as well, or your tablet, as well as you can play it in the web browser on the desktop and on a laptop. And it is free, and you can come in and join us, have some fun. You know what else is free? Stream avatars right down there. You can go ahead and make yourself a corgi or a dragon. I did find out, by the way, that the person who is working on the new ones, she got ill. So it's going to take a little bit longer before we get our new ones. But that's okay. I would rather her take her time, feel better, and then get back to me on finishing those new ones up. Now, remember, the way you get new avatars beyond the 2 free ones is going to be participating down there. You can't pay to win or anything like that with it. You go ahead and participate in battles in the Stream Avatars, which is different than the Stream Raiders, as well as if you see it say Super Loot or you see little bags of loot going along, you go exclamation jump to jump up and grab it down there. And I'm going to also be tying those to giveaways. There we go. I'm trying to think of the name. Giveaways eventually. So you can win stuff by participating. Stream Avatar supports Safari. It does. I have done it in Safari. You can also go and actually I have Safari on my other machine over here. I have 2 PCs and I have my Mac over there, my iMac, and I have a bunch of Apple products all over the place because I used to work for Apple as well. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. But I use everything like it's a tool, right? Like a screwdriver or a wrench. That's how I use everything, right? If I want to play a game, I get the proper game that goes along with the proper thing, right? So if I want to play Spider-Man, well, guess what? It's on PS4, so I got to have a PS4 to play that game, right? And so on. So I just think of it as a tool and not so much, oh my God, you got that thing and I got this thing. I can't be your friend. I think that's ridiculous, everybody. I think that's ridiculous. Come on, we're all gamers. We're playing games. We want to play games together. In fact, come on, make this the year of crossplay. I'm talking to you, Sony. Come on, step up. Step up to the plate. Let's make it some crossplay action. Let's do it. I want you to start with Fallout 76. I want Fallout 76 to be crossplay against everybody. Whether you're on Xbox or PS4. I don't care if you're doing it through a cloud-based service. Whatever it is, make it crossplay because we're tired of the walled garden. Now, if it's your signature thing, if it's like not a third-party title, if it's Mario or if it's like, Halo or whatever it is, hey, more power to you. But don't be gating off third-party games and gating off all the games that we want to play together with our friends because we don't care what console they have and whatnot. They're still our friends, and that's how we like to roll. That's how we like to roll up in here. For sure, for sure. All right, what do we got? We better put some of this back before we get stuck with it on our inventory. There we go. All right, so I made about 78 bombs that we're going to get to use. So let's get back over here. Now, by the way, in the old day, this is how you got around. I'm so used to doing it, I do it automatically without even thinking about it anymore. That's how we used to get around, by using the conveyors as a transport system. Kind of like one of those walking escalators that you might use in... why didn't I just use the hypertubes? Picking up. One of those walking escalators that you might use, or people movers, they call them, or they have different names for them in different cultures. But those little platforms you use like at the airport to get around a little bit faster. A little bit faster. Okay. Oh, and we'll use our hypertube on this one. This is a long way. Let's go. Bam. Hypertubes are awesome, though. Definitely want to get your hypertubes in. If you are traveling back and forth a lot and you don't have any trains. Now, cool thing is we could train all of this stuff. We could train all of this back to the base and have it automatically drop it off. And then instead of it running along lines and have to be fed from underneath, it would just come into the train station. The train station then distributes it to different parts. One of the bases that I've done, or actually I've done it several times, where my hub is right now, right over here, actually becomes the train station. And I widen this out a little bit. And I put the train station in here, and then the train station feeds that right into that box, right? So it feeds it into the box, and then if I need it, it's right there. And I'll usually move the hub over to the side or something like that where I can do it. But after a while, by the way, your hub is useless because you have no more upgrades, right? And the same thing with your space elevator. your space elevator, there's no more upgrades. So there's nothing else to do. So now you're free to build whatever you want. I love that moment. I love that moment. You just mega build and you're like doubling up and tripling up your production. You're adding more power and whatnot. And you're boosting all your oil and you're boosting all your original extraction. Of course, you can do that right at the very beginning. You could boost your oil production right now, but it comes at a cost of power. All right, everything comes at a cost of power. Keep that in mind. Look at this. Holy mackerel, 4,500. We're crushing that. Crushing that. All right, now what did I come back here for? I don't even remember. We came back here for explosives, and we got that, and we're good. Because we're going to have some fun. Now we're going to go ahead and turn this around the other way. There we go. And look at our other train just doing its thing over there. Doing its thing. All right, now, we're coming down at 200 miles an hour, so that's awesome. That's going to make that go a lot faster. Coming down. Now, of course, going up, you'd think, well, if you gained 100 going down, 100 miles per hour, then you would lose 100 going up, right? That's actually not the case. The maximum speed of the train normally on a flat surface is 120. So going up, it actually gets to a speed of 113 and then stays nice and consistent as it goes up. So you're only losing about 7 miles per hour going up this, because it's not as steep. Of course, the more steep it is, the more miles per hour it loses. But of course, you have to have a longer distance. You have to have a really, really long distance of it going up. So it's better to have a long ramp than it is to have a steep ramp if you can get away with it. Now, if you don't have enough space, obviously you got to do what you got to do. But in this case, much better if we just do that. All right, awesome. Now, we're going to also need a bit more room back here. And we got to kind of eyeball where we're going to be bringing this up. Right over there. Dream on, bro. He's trying to get me, everybody. He tried to shoot me. And let's get this going. Kind of tempted going back there and get my rifle. But now it's time for some fun. I hope I brought my detonator. It just dawned on me. What did I do with my detonator? I think I left it in a box back there. Classic Kismet move. All right. Well, guess what? I know it's a terrible tragedy, but we're going to have to ride the train again. Yay! Yeah, I like riding the train. Riding the train's fun. All right. I forgot the detonator. I could probably make another detonator. Wonder if I have enough to just make one. Let's see. All right. Let's go ahead and go in here. Let's go into production. We'll go into equipment workshop. And actually, that's going to be in the way, so let's move that over here for a second. Let's see if we just build another detonator. What do we need? We need some object scanners. For object scanners, we're going to need more beacons and screws. Beacons not probably going to be an issue. Let's see. Let's make some more beacons. Probably the biggest thing there is going to be screws. So, let's see. We need... How many object scanners do we need? We need 5. So we need 5 times 3. It's going to be 15. 15 of our beacons. All right, let's go. Gonna run out of wire. Gonna run out of wire there. Okay, we've got that now. Now we need more screws, and we've got a good amount of that. Now we can't make screws in here, so we have to go in again. See, the cool thing is I don't have to run all the way back to my base to make stuff. If I have the materials on me, I can make it no matter where I am in the game. I love that part of the game because often you have to run back all the time. Like I'd have to run back right now if I only had one workbench that I could use, and you know, as you're working along, you would only have one thing, and that would suck. Again, we can just hold down the space bar. I didn't look and see how much screws it is, so we'll go to about 100 and we'll take another peek. All right, about 100 sounds good. Get our coffee cup. There we go. And let's see, what are we at now? We're at 2. So it's 50 each. So 50 times 5 is going to be around 250. All right, let's do it. Boom, and we can see it lit up. All right, saved us from running back. Okay, let's get our detonator. Now we're gonna have some fun. Yo, bro. Yeah, you want something? Where'd he go? Yeah, you like that? Oh, I right on him. I got him. I got that sucker. Now, another good use of explosives is to remove trees. Let's try not to throw it at myself this time. Another good use of explosives. Awesome. That's fun. So we definitely killed him because I can see there is a thing down there. And so another thing we'll do here is make it where we can get back down there now that we've kind of cleared the baddie. There's probably going to be more around, so keep your eye out. Get down here. So we got our explosive at the ready. Now I think I hit him a few times, by the way. I don't think I got him on the first one, but that second one it actually landed on him. Hey, little doggo. We do not blow up doggos. We love on the doggos, and we blow up all the rest. All right, now we found our quartz. And I don't want that to be so close to the ground. Let's go see what these nodes are. This is a normal node. That's not bad. Okay, 2 normal nodes. Sounds good to me. And I like to not have the one at the end in case some mob gets up on there and sneaks their way up. They get all sneaky. All right, let's take this out as well. We'll take out our thing, and now we are ready to get our stuff on. Now, we want to go ahead and use our freight platform, which I forget which one of these is the freight platform. I think this is a fluid. I don't think I put the freight platform down there because I haven't done any freight stuff yet. Okay, so freight platform. And we wanted to make sure what side it's on. It doesn't matter which side the freight platform's on. It only matters when the inputs and outputs, right? Where you're going to run your inputs and outputs. And I'm going to run them from this side, up this side, and then into here. So I'm going to go ahead and run that there. Now, also, what I can do is put in another one if I had some wire. Let's take this out. Don't need that right now. And we need to make some wire. Now, they actually changed the order of this, too, I noticed. They actually changed the order of all this stuff. Let's turn this on. There we go. And here we go. Well, it's really not wire. It's actually cable. This is called cable. This is actually called wire. I get them confused all the time. I get them reversed, but such is how it goes. Oh, it's some heavy modular frames. Oh, I told you. Look, I told you we're going to need a bunch of that. Let's see. Let's go ahead and look for our heavy modular frames. Do we even have a chance of making those? Right here. Oh, just some screws. Okay. That's not bad. We'll make some screws. Now, again, instead of running back and grabbing all the resources, and normally what I do is I bring forward a ton of resources to wherever I'm working. So I'll have extra resources just in case I need to make something or whatnot. It does help a lot. We need 100. And screws are one of those things that you really want to scale up at some point. You will use a tremendous amount of them, not only to do to actually use them as screws, but also to use them for things like heavy modular frames. And we're going to scale all that stuff up tremendously here in just a bit. Now, how many more I need? One more. One more, so we need 100 more screws. And we can make 2,280. So I think we're good. I think we're good on that. I might be a little addicted to buying Apple products myself. Well, there you go, Reed. Did you know that I have had 77 Macs? Not kidding. 77. This is Mac number 77. I've owned a lot of them over the years, and you're like, Kismet, why would you need that many computers? Well, for businesses, for graphic design. They weren't just for me. They're also for my family and my kids, and so on. Over the years, and I had multiple computers that would render stuff for me in those days. I had like 30 machines that would just render stuff all day, every day. That's all they did. Yeah, because, you know, one machine goes this fast, but if you have two machines, it goes faster, and so on, just like in this game. Same thing happens with process power. Now, it's cheaper to buy two machines than it is to try to make that one machine go twice as fast. Right? Right. All right, we're making way too many of those. All right, what else do we need? We need a little bit of steel pipe, which I don't think we're going to be able to do because we don't have that. So no matter what we got to do, we still got to run back anyway. All right, well, no worries. I knew it was going to happen at some point because you always run out of something. Always run out of something, so we get to ride the train again. Super excited. Oh, no. Oh, no, we have used up our pipes to make our train. So we'll have to... what do we use those pipes up as? Where do we use those as? Huh. What did we make that used pipes? Good question. None of this stuff uses pipes. Oh, our track. Our track uses the pipes. So let's go ahead and take our track out. Yeah, we need to get more pipes for our attitude. There we go. All right, saved our booty there. Not really that much. We could actually go and... let's back this up some more. We could actually go and just use our car, but... Let's just go ahead and get the train because it's going to go 200 miles an hour. It's going to be way faster than our car. Let's go. I always forget that I use it on the track, too. But no worries, we got tons back over here. Hey, what's up, Bruce? Says evening, Kismet and Chad. Good evening, good evening. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, you can't play it in there. I've actually played it in Safari before. Stream Avatar, or Stream Raiders and Stream Avatars. You can play it right down below in the panel, by the way. There's a panel just there for Stream Avatars. So feel free to go on down in there and play it for free. I got a lot of free games here in the stream, and sometimes I give away a bunch of games, and then they're free for you guys all the time. Literally give away hundreds and hundreds of games here in the stream. I mean, like 100 copies of 7 Days to Die that I bought because I love that game and gave to all of you guys, including just tons and tons of other games, Astroneer, Fallout, yada, yada, yada. Lots and lots of them here in the stream because that's what I love to do. I love to create little moments of joy. Now, we got to remember what the heck we're doing. We're trying to get, we definitely need more pipes now because we used them all up. So let's get some of those. Again, we got them nicely stacked over here so we can find them real easy. No problem. Let's get a bunch of those. And we've got a bunch of that. Too much rotors on us right now. I don't think we need that much rotor. I don't think I have a thing for rotors, do I? I don't think I do. All right, let's go ahead and add up. One for rotors. All right. Come on, you. There we go. And the reason why I put that in there is so that I can see what's in there. Let's go ahead and just put them all in and just take a single stack out. Looking good. What do we have? A lot of quick wire. I think that's probably way too much quick wire. The thing about quick wire is you always have way too much, I find. So we already have a box full of quick wire, and if it backlogs, it puts all of it into the Awesome Sync, which is what it's doing right now. And then over here, I have some stuff that just like, I want to get rid of this, and I throw it in this box, and it runs it in the Awesome Sync if I have too much of a certain thing. But we definitely need to stock up a little bit on what we got. We're looking pretty good. You know what, we should probably just grab a stack of that and put the other stack back. Same thing with our plates over here. This is probably massively full. Yep. Again, we already got a full stack there. We can bring that out, but put the 13 back. Got plastic, got motors, plenty of all of this. Some of this stuff we can put back into this box to give us some more space. Like this. What else? Do we have any plates? We have some plates. We have this. We could use some screws, but I seriously doubt it is backlogging screws over here. Nope. That is a big no. Again, we haven't upped our screw production. Normally, I upgrade the screw production very early. I double, triple that screw production. But we're just kind of forwarding through the game right now, trying to get our basics in. Now, our big goal right now is to get a train set up so we can extract the box right and extract the quartz and bring it back to our main base. We get that done today, we're styling. What else do we need? When we were running over there, we needed our detonator stuff. What other things do we need? Let's just go ahead and let it tell us. We're going to need 2 freight platforms right there. We're going to need a bunch of railway. What else? We're going to need 2 electric cars, and we're going to need 2 freight cars right there. So now it's telling us, hey, you need all of these things right over here. Cable was the other one. That was the other basic one that we needed. So we'll put 200 in, and we have 26 left over. Put that back, and then let's just get a bunch of cable there. And now we have more than enough. We need to make some beacons. I always forget where I put my thing. I think it's over here. Yep. Make a bunch of beacons now. I usually make exactly the right amount, so I'm not carrying beacons around with me all the time. Not something you want to carry around. You just carry around the base resource. And then 30 heavy modular frames. Now that's going to be tough since we had stopped our production earlier. But you never know. It's been running, doing this thing while we were busy doing something else. So we go run over here and take a look. Oh, jackpot! Even with our diminished screw production, it still is just running. Like, I just go AFK, and I come back in like 9 hours, and now I have like a lot of it in there, because it's not losing power. When it loses power, that's its biggest issue. So that's a Yahtzee right there. That was 100 heavy modular frames. Now again, let's look at our checklist. Make sure we got everything. We'll definitely have to come back and get something else, because that's the way this game works. Because you always forget something. It'll be something that I've forgotten, something I'll have to come back for each and every time. But that's okay. It's all part of the fun. And we get to ride the train, so that's cool. That's cool. Let's go. Wow, I picked up my first Mac ever, a 27-inch last September, and love it. The screen is beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, the 27-inch, it's like a 27-inch 5K monitor. It's pretty epic. Mine's actually a bit older. I think mine's like a 2015. Pretty older Mac. But Macs last a long time. It's not like you're replacing a Mac every year or 2 years, man. They usually last 5, 10 years, even longer than that. Some people still have their Mac Pluses from 35 years ago still run today. Yeah, those are rock solid machines, man. Rock solid, for sure. They also retain their resale value higher as well, because you don't have to go in there and usually do too much to get it working and get it to do what you want it to do. Again, made with some good components, but you got to find that most computers are made with the same components from the same manufacturers. It's how you assemble them all together. And the manufacturing part of that part, that's vital. All right, and there we go. We've got our second platform in now. We'll go ahead and finish off our railway here as well. Bring that in, and we're looking good. Now we got 2 boxes, or 2 car stations here. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and bring our car forward like this. And I'm just going to bring it forward just so I can lay it out, and then we're going to do that battle. So first we're going to have a train that's going this way. So it pulls it all the way to this station. Then it's going to fill it up, and it's going to go to the other station, right? And so we're going to need 2 cars here. So 2 freight cars, one to pick up our bauxite and one to pick up our quartz. And then we're going to need a train that's going in the opposite direction to pull it back the other way, right? That's why it's called a push-pull train. So this one is pulling it that way, and then this one's pushing, or you could have them both going in the same direction. I don't know if it goes faster or not. I've never tried that. Don't tell me. We might try that one day. We might try it. Now, one of the things we need to make sure is that whether this is unload or load. my biggest problem in this game, with trains anyway, is that I forget to set it to unload. And so it just thinks it's loading at each station, and then it just goes back and forth and does nothing other than going back and forth. Burns up my power. So we do need to be smart about the other end and set up the other end just like this, but in reverse, right? Reverse the other way, then we have it. So we got to go ride the train again on the opposite direction. Should have probably fixed it while I was there. I didn't think about it until I got all the way over here. And while I'm riding the train back that way, let's go ahead and do a battle. To battle! Now again, if you've never played this game, it is called Stream Raiders, and it is awesome. Look how many peeps we have. 224 units! Oh my gosh, that's 2,000 Kiscats! 1,000, 2,000. Way to crush it, everybody. Way to crush it, and we're going to need every single one of those because this battle is going to be epic. Here we go. Let's see. 224 of us. Oh my god, I told you it was over 200. 227 of them. But here we go. Oh, look at these rogues. Go, baby, go. Get that loot. Get those gold chests in there. Again, that's why I have that super fast buff to help you guys get in there and get those chests. Azor running away with some chests right there. Big congrats, man. That's some dollar bills right there. Some serious dollar bills. All right. Oh, again, while you guys are watching that battle, I'm going to go ahead and extend out my train station a little bit here because we're going to have to do some modifications. All right, way to go. Crushed them. 136 units left. Wow. Grants and rewards. Let's see. King getting it. Dragon Overlord and Sangry walking away with 50 gold. Beer Bear blowing it up. 20 kills. That's MVP right there. All right, look at this. The level 29. Oh, man. Walking away with the loots. Look at those loots we're getting. All right, again, we're trying to get you maximum loot. We're going right here for these loyalty tokens. Now we got a mystery battle. I wonder what's going to go on this one. Oh, man, look at this craziness. Now, let's see. Am I ready for my legendary? I am, but, should I use my legendary on this one? I don't know. I kind of feel like this might be pretty effective on this one. Let's see. Oh, I still got 20 minutes on him, though. All right, we'll opt out. Opt out. Now, what else do we got for our quests here? We've got Archer. I don't think my Archer is going to be enough in this particular battle, though. You guys got some pretty awesome tanks and all of that. You know what? I'm gonna go with you guys being epic. Now, you guys are gonna have to take over the tanking and the healing. I'm gonna go ahead and use my Archer. Archer actually pretty good on this level, as long as we have a bunch of epic tanks and healers and whatnot all surrounding us here. I think we got this. Let's go. Put down as many units as you can. We hit 200 units again. I'm going to give you 2,000 Kids Caps towards giveaways here in the stream. I'll give it to everybody in the stream. So work together as a team. Let's go. All right. Well, while you were watching that battle, I went ahead and brought the train back. Now, notice I've got the train back over there. And that's because I'm going to modify this part of the station. Now, how do I know the orientation of my station, which direction it's going? And that actually is by the sign up here. If it was the other way, the sign would be on the other side, and the kind of roundness of the front of it would be on this way, going that way. And I can show you by bringing up a station, and we can go ahead and put it down and rotate it. And you can see that when the arrow is facing away from me, the round part of the top and the sign is on the far side, right? So you can tell that we have this station going in this direction and the station on this side going the other direction. Now, we have to sync up what we're doing on what sides, because what will happen is we'll run our resources back and they'll go in a certain box and we think it's this and we run it this way and then it doesn't do anything because it's the wrong material. So we want to go ahead and take a bit of this out, and we want to put in our freight stations. Actually, we take this out as well. We'll go ahead and put in our freight stations. Now, I've also extended the ground here just so I can have another, oh, not train station, freight platform. There we go. I've extended it a bit so we can get that going. Now, what I can do is I can take the stuff and I can run it that way, right? I can run it that way so I can go ahead and run it and use it over there. Or what I can do is I can turn it this way and I can extend out my base and use this side for aluminum production and that side for oil production, right? So I can have two separate sides, and then this way I basically have an unlimited distance, or at least a huge distance, in which I could use for the aluminum. And that's what I'm going to do. Because I know I'm going to fill in that extra space that I have on the other side of this eventually with more oil items and more arms and more plastic and more rubber and more power and so on and so forth. So I know that's going to happen. So I'm thinking in the future of how my production is going to go. So we're going to go ahead and turn it this way. And then we're going to turn this one this way. Like that. Now, because the other ones are the other way, if they're the other way on the other end and the other, it doesn't matter. What matters is what order that they're going to pick it up, right? When that's going this way, you need to think that your train over here, and let me back this up just a bit here. Your train over here is going to have an issue of, I gotta go ahead and do something like this, and then connect that in. There we go. Your train's going to have an issue of it's going in a different direction, right? It's going in the opposite direction. So the train cars remain consistent, but the train direction is different because you have one train going this way and one train going that way. But the cars themselves will be consistent in both directions. So, meaning that when you go that way, this first car, what, did I make two cars? What happened to my other car? Oh, it got stuck in there. I got all rammed in there. Hold on. Huh. I thought I put down two cars. Oh, man, that hurts my brain. All right, we got to put two cars down. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I could have sworn I put two cars down. I don't know. Dane Bramage, I guess. Yeah, it's stuck inside the thing. Yeah, it was stuck in there. All right, I don't make games, everybody. I just play them. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put down our locomotive. Again, there we go. So what's going to happen is it's going to bring the train in. It's going to slow down automatically. And this first one is going to be the back one of that side, right? It's going to be this one on that side and the other one on this side. So we have to think that out. So we go that way. Say we're going to put the first one as our quartz, right? So this one is going to be quartz. And so when we bring it out of here, it's actually going to be this one, right? So it's going to be reversed. So good to know which is going to be what with what, right? Think that through on how you're going to run that out. Now, of course, you can't just have it run once and then look and see what's in there and then run it to the appropriate machine, which is exactly what I'm going to do. Now, I need to tell it to unload on this side. That's the hardest thing to remember, is to tell it to unload on this side. And there we go. All right, now we got that done. We are ready to work on our quartz. Oh, wait, before we leave, hold on. We need to be smart about our stuff. We are going to need, what are we going to need here? We're going to need some logistics. We're going to need some lifters. We're going to need a bunch of conveyor belts. Now, I don't know exactly how many I need, but I'm just going to go ahead and start it a little bit like that. And then also we're going to need our production, our extractor. Where's our regular MK2? There we go. So we're going to need 2 of those in there. So we just need the portable miners. I think we'll be fine there. Now, I don't typically make the portable miners ahead of time. By the way, you can also hit X and just go portable miner. And then you can see how much it is. And you can also add it to your to-do list. So it'll add that amount of iron plates and iron rods. You can do that. I call it the play yard. Whoa, come straight. I call it the play yard, where you go and you put a bunch of stuff down and you play around with it and see what all the parameters are. I feel like it's better when you're explaining stuff to people too, to do it that way than to just pull up a menu where no one can see what the heck you're doing and you're just clicking and it goes away. You're like, what the heck just happened? Right? I hate that. I hate that when that happens. Okay, so there we go. Now, a bit of a problem with our train here, though. Our train seems to disconnected from the rest of the trade. That's not going to be useful. There we go. All right, let's connect that in like that. Okay, we want to bring our train with us. Okay, they're connected now. Okay, so let's go back. We're going to use some extractors. We're going to extract, start first with our quartz. And then we're going to reverse engineer our box ride. How are we doing on time? We're doing pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to get this done, though. I don't know if I'm going to get it done. I might have to run a little bit long. How are we doing on retweets? Oh, my gosh. Look at that. You guys crushed it. 10 retweets right there. All right, let's crush that. 1,000 for 5 and 1,000 more for 10. Again, if you guys want to get to 15, let's go ahead and try to crush those retweets today. You can follow that link right there in the chat. And follow that, the second link. Click that second link, hit that like button, hit that retweet button. It does help out the stream tremendously when you're showing the stream some love. And it's free. That's the best part. It's totally for free. All right, here we go. There we go. Break that out. Break it out. All right. And we'll leave it right there. Now, very often I don't use the brakes. I come in full speed. But I use the brakes whenever I don't want it to actually be in the station yet until I get all my stuff going. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put it in the first one here. I'm going to choose what I want it to be. It's going to be in this one right here. So this is our input right there. And we're going to try to run that down. So we already got a problem, right? So it's not close enough to the edge where it's going to allow me to do a lifter. But that's okay. We'll solve that problem. That's no big deal. And we're going to go ahead and use our miners. I'm going to use some what's known as MK2s. Those are kind of your next level miners. But again, no matter where you are, you can go ahead and create yourself a nice equipment workshop. I usually do it kind of at the end of whatever I'm doing, so it's not obscuring all of that like this. And then we want to go ahead and make some portable miners. Want to make sure we have enough room down here. Awesome. We got that done. Watch out you don't walk off the wrong one. And then we'll go ahead and get this going. Now let's see. How do we want this to turn? This is a good question. Which way you turn this is always a good question. Because if I turn it that way, it's going to be really close to the edge. It's really not necessary. I don't have to turn it toward that edge. I can turn it whatever edge I want to do. I can turn these right toward each other, which would be awesome because then I could combine both sides really easy together, like that. All right, I feel like that's pretty good. And then we'll go ahead and pick up our power line, and we're going to run that power line right to there. Connect it over there, connect it over there, and now it's going to get our quartz up and running. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and use a merger. Just going to stick it right here in the center. Yeah, kind of like that. There we go. And then we'll merge this one into there, this one into here. Now they're not it's not producing enough to overwhelm my thing. It's going to produce 120 per minute there, 120 per minute there. That's going to be 240. And thus, what's going on my jump? Come on, dude, jump. Apparently just a little too high. So that's 240 and 120, 120, that's 240. My belt goes at 270, so it's perfectly fine. Now we're just going to do the easy way here, where we go ahead and do our conveyor lift, again, level 3. And we're going to try to eyeball how high up we want this to go to match up to going in this first one right here. So we'll go ahead and just eyeball it here. Yeah, let's say something like that. Now you can't actually go and count the sides of it. There's so many levels that you can count. Once you get that down, it really does help you a lot. But in the long run right here, all I wanted to do is to match up perfectly like that. And now it's going to start to fill up this container in here with a bunch of quartz. And there we go. Quartz is done. Now we need to go ahead and get our other one going. And I'm not going to run the power yet. We're going to go over here and have some fun with explosives, as we do. Very, very fun. And then we're going to run we're going to run it backwards. So a lot of times what you do is you start from the end and work your way backwards. I do that a lot because it works out better that way. Sometimes you can do it forward, right? Where you start at the beginning and work forward. But most of the time, working your way backwards, both in graphic design, in real life, and in game, it does help you a lot to start from the end and say, okay, what do I need to do to reach this point, right? If I want to be a doctor or a lawyer or a writer or whatever I want to be, how do I reach this point that I want to get to? And usually when you get to that point, you also have more points that you add later on down the road. But how do I get to this point? How do I become a partner streamer on Twitch, right? Well, first you start by getting to affiliate, right? How do I get to affiliate? And then once you're affiliate, then you go, how do I get to partner? And then once you get partner, and then you go, what do I want to do after that? Bring moments of joy every day on stream, which is what I'm doing right now. Do I want to be rich? Do I want to be the number one person on Twitch? Probably not. Because the amount of time and effort it would take for me to do that at 50 years old would probably affect my health in such a way that would not be good. Because when you're 20, it's easy to, much easier anyway, not easy, but much easier to spend 20 hours a day, 20 hours a day streaming. But when you're my age and you want to spend some time with your family as well and work on your health every day. Oh, look, see, I'm just kind of creating a little perimeter. I managed to miss them completely. Awesome. Let's throw it in their direction they're going. Oh, I hit him! Oh, that was like a lucky throw. Let's go for the full lob. Oh my God, I got him again! Oh, that hit him again! I think he's dead. Sucker! Where's your friend? That was some lucky shots, everybody. Now I can pretend like I'm so skilled. Look at me, I'm so elite, everybody. I hit the guy on purpose. No, that was just a luck throw, man. Sometimes you just, throw it out there and see how it goes. And once you get to a certain point, by the way, I suggest to definitely do this in this game. As early as possible, get your sulfur going so you can have some fun throwing some explosives at baddies that have killed you before in the past. There he is, I see him. Big lob. Super big lob. Boom! Kobe! Oh, what? I wasn't even on the same level as him. That was a little too much. All right, now we'll try Kobe. Oh, he's going to walk right into it. He's going to walk right into it. Boom! Now you're dead. All right, that's what you get. That's what you get for being crazy. Crazy. Now, when you get off of there, though, you want to have this weapon out to fend them off, because you never know. All right, what kind of thing is it? Oh! Merry Christmas to me. You guys see what that says? You see what it says right there? That is a pure node. All right, we're going to make a crazy ton of aluminum. Oh, yeah, we're going to blow it up. All right, that's pretty sweet. All right, so let's start with making another refinery here. So to do that, we've got to get our stuff built. And now, I don't like to stand out in the open when I am doing this stuff, so I'm going to get up here and just go ahead and build a nice little foundation for me off to the side here. Switch back to my coffee cup now. And then we'll go ahead and build another one of these. That is the jackpot right there, everybody. Pure nodes are the best in the game. And a pure node will basically allow you to have one node and it'd be worth like two or three of the other nodes from the very beginning. And if you find a pure node, now there is actually a starting point, it's the third one over, where you start with nothing but pure nodes. And it is the greatest thing ever. It is awesome. Very awesome, by the way. You can start with those pure nodes, and then you're just off and running, just making massive tons of stuff right at the very beginning. I need to go ahead and make a couple more of these. Where'd you go, little guys? Where are they? Portable miners, right there. All right, we'll make a couple more of those. Bam, looking good. And we can go ahead and clear our to-do list there. Back down we go. Oh, man, pure node. What a win. I guess it was worth all of that. Where'd you go, my little lovely pure node? Now again, see, you need less nodes when you have a pure node, right? So you can just go ahead and just line that pure node up right there. Now what I'm going to do is the exact opposite of what I've already got. And so I'm going to go ahead and actually start from where the node is. But I need to make sure it's lined up, right? So I need to line it up off of my other base and my other ramp. So I want to go ahead and bring this down. I'm going to do something a little tricky here, where I bring this down to this level right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and use my foundation to bring that down and then down again so that I am kind of lined up off of that. And then I'm going to go ahead and take this out like so. And then I'm going to use my foundations to push it forward. All right. And in theory, if we do all of this correctly, which again is in theory, then by the time we get all the way where we're going, we'll line up perfectly to the rest of our base. Just like that. And then all of this can come out like this. We can take this out. And if I did it all correctly, this will be nicely angled right here at the bottom. There we go. And all of this stuff we can take out because we're not going to use any of this stuff anymore. This is all going to go bye-bye later. That's all gone. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to basically reverse our direction. And we're going to have to go through all of these trees that are in our way. Now, I suggest when you are doing this kind of stuff, that you do watch out for animals trying to sneak up behind you over here. So I'm going to go ahead and pull out that bottom ramp. It makes it harder for spiders and other things like that to follow me. And I'm also going to go ahead and run a line there. And I'm going to go ahead and do a lifter right over here. Now, the funny thing is I'm going to come back to this later on. And I'm going to run maximum speed lines, even though I don't need to. And the reason why, because I can't. Because I like to. That's my jam. Now I'm also going to run this over to this side, right over here. And so now I'm both back running. I'm back running my power, and I'm back running my resources, so that when I get to the other side, and I get to where my power is, I just turn the power on, and guess what? I don't even have to come back over here. It's going to start running those resources right out of there and running them along this line and running them to where I'm going to be way over there. And if I do it right, that's what's going to happen. If I do it wrong, that's not what's going to happen. So we'll see which one I do when we get over there. Now again, coming up ahead of us here is a bit of some trees and stuff like that. But no worries. We'll go ahead and clear some foliage here. Let's do a Hail Mary. Boom! Easy peasy. You know what? I don't like this over here, too. You guys are both gone. Ba-dam! Oh, not far enough. A little bit higher. Boom! Whoa. Okay. That was way too far. Way too far! Alright, we gotta find somewhere in between. Let's say about there. Oh, really? Didn't blow up. I sworn I hit it on that one. Oh, that's not even close. That one's way far away. Whoa, look out. And I'll go ahead and backtrack some of this stuff too. Now, I'm going to obviously have to come back up this line right here and take all that out. We'll come back to that later. But let's go ahead and keep this going. Now, I need to decide how high up I need to go. Oh, there's a little purple guy down there, too. Oh, look, and there's a spiders. Little creepy spiders. Look out, Fred! Creepy spiders! Now you want to drop them right down below you. That's usually where they are. Gotcha, you little creepy spiders. My wife does not like spiders. All right, let's go up one more. I feel like one more. Whenever you feel like you're up high enough, go one more. Oh, there's a big spider over there too. All right, let's Hail Mary this one. Oh boy, he's way over there. Over the mountaintop. Oh, I was close, but not close enough. Give it another go. Woof. Bunch of creepy spiders. All right. We got to get to work here, though. We're running out of time. Let's do it. What's time on this battle? 7 minutes. I think we're just going to be far enough away. We're not going to get gassed, hopefully. I don't see anything over there, but that doesn't mean it's not going to show up and try to attack me. See, usually when you find one of these little crash ships like this, you can find alternate recipes and stuff in there, but usually there's a big old mob wanting to kill you. And lots of little glowy worms up here. Right here. Nope. One more forward. Right here. Maybe. Nope. Still forward. All right, that looks good. Now again, mobs can get up on there, so be careful. Oh, speaking of. Shoot at me, right, bro? Missed him. Really big Hail Mary there. Booyah! Ah, God, that's not even close. Oh, I hit him on that one, though. I hit him with the first one. Really far up there. Poof! This dude's got an arm. Oh, maybe. Oh, he moved out of the way before I could get it to blow up. Oh, yeah, that's a big hoof. Hoof! Yeah, by the time I throw it, he's already moving. That's where he was. All right, where's he going to move? I think he's going to move a little bit closer to us, so let's throw one there. No, a little bit higher. That's tough. That's tough. Dang it. I get him, but he moves. He moves forward. All right, we got to see his little pattern here. We're going to throw it in front of him. Oof. Oh, wait. Yeah, right there. Let's go ahead and just throw a bunch right there. And then when he comes around, we'll just go ahead and finish him off. Boom! I got it. He's not happy now. I like how it's just like weirdly walking. That should have killed him. I don't know what the heck. That was like 3 bombs. That should have totally killed him. He's walking weird too because he's a certain distance away from me. So it's like not redrawing it right. I could swear he was dead. He was dead. That was like 3 bombs. I was off the side. Okay, again, we're going to throw him right here. A little higher. Oh, yeah. Right along his path there. Spread them out a little bit. Later, bro! Oh, that would have been awesome if he fell off. That would have been awesome. The fun with explosives, everybody. All right, I should be working on my thing here. Focus! Going back. That's what I'm doing. Focus. Again, that's fun. That's fun. I don't care who you are. It's like, you know, Kobe off the top edge there. I could have sworn I killed him, though. I was like 3 of them right together, and he walked right over it, and I blow them all up together, and he went flying. He definitely should have died on that. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know, but again, I'm going to keep doing my thing over here. Remember, it is early access. It is early access. Just keep doing your thing. Now, one other thing, this is going to act as like a bit of a railing. So that if you're driving your car down here, it'll actually act as a railing, as a physical object to stop you from falling off. So that is useful as well. Bring this power line to the top. Bring this up to the top as well. Now, the most consistent way of running any resource is actually by your conveyor belt. Unless it's liquid, then you can't run it via conveyor belt unless you convert it into an item. But the most consistent way is just to have it going down the conveyor line, because the conveyor line takes no power. It is not going to get damaged or anything like that. It's going to work perfectly at very measuredly, constantly bringing it down at that speed. Whatever speed it comes out is the speed in which it's going to go down your conveyor. And that's going to help you a lot if you want that. Now, again, I don't want to have to run the train all the way up this next level because, again, that's going to be a whole nother leg of the journey that it doesn't really need to do. It's much easier for me to bring it down here to this train station than it is for that train to get up here. And so that is going to be good because it's just so close to that edge. A little too long there. Oh, really? Very long. Right there. Yeah, let's back this up just a little bit there, and then we can connect it to the edge. Oh, we're going to do that battle here in just a moment. Let's get this going first. Right here. Or actually, we can finish this here in just a second. We'll finish that in a second. Let's do this battle. To battle! All right. Oh, this is going to be an all-out battle royale. That's 268 units. There's 1,000 Kiss Caps and 1,000 more for all you guys in the chat. Look at that. 268 units. You guys going to get some epic loot. Look at all those peeps using 6 units there. Way to crush it. Let's go. We're going to do battles all day long, just like yesterday. We did 16 hours of battles. We're going to try to do another 16 today, so you guys can get maximum loot. Let's go. Oh, man. Oh, these guys got no chance. We have 240 units left. They got 10. Bye-bye, frogs. Look at this frog. You are so dead, bro. You are so toast. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. That's a dead frog right there. All right, open crafted chest. Give you guys some love. Now, look at this, everybody. Look how much more loot I can give you. Depending on more units you put down, more people participate, the more love that everybody gets. And that's one of my favorite things, right? The more we work together, the more everybody benefits. So LOC getting some love. River Dog. Claude Boy, I think that is. The Last Splash. Blam getting that love. Tan and Jaeger all getting crazy tons of loot there. And Dragon Overlord showing how it's done with 8 assists. MVP of that round. Now let's keep it going, everybody. Let's keep this awesome loot fest going on up in here. Now this is the one you want to be here for. This is the one you've been fighting all those other battles to be in this one. This is the one you got to fight in some of the other battles. The more battles you fight with me, the more chance of getting more and more loot, the more battles we do together. Now, let's go ahead and get this going. Now, I'm not going to mess around. I'm calling in the big boy. That's me right there, the Wasteland Tycoon. I'm in the game. Look at me. I'm right there. all dressed up for TwitchCon in my Fallout fedora and yellow fedora and outfit. Cosplay. Come and join us, everybody. Now, if you are enjoying the stream, everybody, you can help out very easily by going right into here to the store, clicking on the skins right here, and typing in my name, Kismet, Kismet. Pretty easy. And of course, you can go ahead and snatch up some of these skins that do help here on the stream. If we get to 100 up here, we will get to unlock another full skin as well. Just like our Flying Rogue, which is Sparkle Dog, an English Welsh Corgi. We've also got Norbert, the baby dragon there as the healer. And of course, me as the gigantic Mega Tank. Right there, swinging my sword, rocking my vault shield, vault door shield with a 45 on it as well. Now, of course, you can also purchase all these other ones here with yellow fedora, showing your support for the stream. And of course, you can also gift them to other people, right? You can gift them to other people. You just press this gift button right here. You can go ahead and type someone's name in, like Rotisserie J. Rotisserie J. I tried to type your name in, but you get the idea. You can go in and choose someone's name. I'm probably misspelling it because that's what I do. I'm the best. I'm the best at being the worst. So there we go. So you can type in someone's name there, and you can gift it to them, or you can give yourself a gift, which is the best kind of gifts you get. Is you give yourself a gift of an epic skin here in Stream Raider. So great way to support the stream. Great way to get yourself some epic loot at the same time. Now, let's go ahead and get back in here. We're going to go ahead and run this battle again. We got about 27 minutes. We're going to run a bit over here on the stream. We're going to try to finish this up so we can get this done today and then come back to it next week, and then we can actually fire up our aluminum. It's going to be awesome. Let's go. All right. Now, we're kind of on our little final angle here. We're going to angle this down toward our train, but we got a bit of a problem, right? We got a bit of a problem. We're out of stuff for our conveyor belt, but no worries. We got it this far. And so we're going to go ahead and work our way back down like this. And basically, we're going to replace the ramp we already have. And this is why I typically don't do supports, because I know that I'm going to come back and I'm going to change it to be different than what I might have done on the way there. Because this way is way more efficient. It literally goes up, goes across, and then comes back down right by where we want it to end up. Right over here. Like this. Now, we'll go ahead and fill the rest of these in. Now, if I look at this, and the way I have this run, right, I have it run from this one, and I have it coming down from there. And wouldn't it be smarter if it actually entered on the other side, right? If it went into my train freight station here on the other side. So we can just kind of fix the logistics of that and say, okay, hold on. We want this to be the other way, right? And we'll take the train off of here. We'll put the train back on later. Something weird going on with the double cars there. But we'll go ahead and do that. We'll hit F for middle mouse button. We'll turn it to the other way. And then we can go ahead, pick up our railroad tracks. Put that back in there. Okay, so we're going to run it around the other side. The only problem is we don't have enough resources to do it right now. So we're going to go ahead and get on our electric train here. And go get some. Now, one of the cool things is when you're going down, it's going to go way faster than going up. Just like with the hypertubes, whatnot. So we're going to reach about speeds of 200 miles an hour going down this incredibly long ramp. Now, I still have to come back and build supports under this thing because that's one of our missions in this particular playthrough is that we have nothing that ends up floating. So I have to come back and actually add a bunch of supports. But I got to figure out what I want first, right? You can't build it without knowing what you want because then you got to build it about 10 times to make it whatever you want. So I feel like it's better to run the lines, especially running them really far like this, and then come back and fix it later. I feel like that works better and is more time effective because my time is my most valuable asset. And off it goes. You know when it puts that back on there? That's telling you that this is full also. Yeah. But that is getting full also. This is 1600. So usually if it's empty, it'll actually make that disappear. So it didn't have enough, and it's already emptied a bunch of it out while we're sitting here, but it probably filled that entire thing up in that single round, which tells you that you could probably up your production. That's what that kind of thing is showing you. If you see it go back onto the thing, you can up your production usually. Or at least burn up what you got and then do it. Or it can flush the whole system, and then it would definitely do it then. But I don't want to do that because there's a lot of oil we got backlogged now that we're going to use for stuff. All right, we're back here, and we need some stuff from over here. Let's go ahead and grab more of this, like it show, and we'll put the small stack back because that's a waste of a stack. All right, let's get a bunch of that. Pipes. I'm always looking at, how much of each thing that I have, especially concrete. Concrete's one of those things you constantly are running out of all the time, especially when you're really building a lot. We just literally used about 5,000 to 6,000 concrete today. Easily. That much. And of course, while we were doing that, if you notice, it filled it all back up again. So it turned back on my production. It went and filled up all of that back again with concrete, and then it turned itself right back off again when it filled that box. And now that I took more out of the box, it'll turn itself back on, and so on. You get the general idea. All right. All we got to do is just a little bit more here. We just got to run our power lines. We got to connect it in. We have to watch it to make sure it's working. Always watch your stuff once you get it to go, right? Make sure that it is working, that it's running in the way that you want it to run. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of pain and suffering, for sure. Look at this cool little valley down there. I actually rode down in there. Oh, more copper down there. Man, there's a lot of copper down in that little spot. Lots of stuff down in there. Again, I love to look for resources while I'm on the trade. Look at that. Oh, my God. We're going to have to make some serious supports for that one down there. So, good time to look for stuff. Look at that waterfall. See, I love to build bases right at the top of waterfalls. It was funny because we were playing one and we were doing like nuclear, and we were working on the nuclear, and there's you got to use sulfur acid, right? And so when you're up there, I put the thing that holds the sulfuric acid on the edge of the waterfall, and I just RP'd in. You can't actually do it in game, but I RP'd in that we just turned it and we just flushed it. We flushed it over the canyon like a waterfall of sulfuric acid off the side there. Probably not a good idea in real life, but in game it's funny. So there you go. Let's go ahead and run the rest of this here. And maybe we'll be so close we can work on it next time. And I'll come back and remove all of that, or never. One or the other. Most likely remove it, because I don't like to leave excess resources just laying around like that. I like it to keep it as clean and as awesome as possible. And then we'll bring our power line down. Woo, man, that made me spin around a little bit there in real life. Oh, wire too long. Now, wire can go about double the distance of your conveyor, roughly, as you can see. Now, I could match it up to the power line, which I normally do, but this time I'm just going to run it. So, one of the things I would like to see is it tilted forward, right? So when you're running it down an angle like this, that you can control the forward tilt. Like you can control it on other things, but on this you can hold down shield. You can hold down shift or control or option, right? What has that ability to do that? Actually, hypertubes have that ability to rotate forward at an angle. So if you're running a hypertube, so you got a hypertube support here, and you're putting that down, you can actually rotate it forward and angle it better along your edge than you can your hypertube. So I'd like to see this kind of forward backwards, and if I hold down control, then I can control it and do that. Right? I'd like to see that also in the conveyor, so the conveyor doesn't look like it's going like that, so it looks like it's just going straight down at that angle. And of course, I could fuddle with it and make it work that way. I think it should work that way automatically. That's just me and my crazy ideas. Because there's there's no ball joint on it like it is on the hypertube, which has that kind of ball joint there where you can go ahead and rotate it. See, this is the kind of top part. Rotate it around. Again, I'd love to see that on the conveyors. But that's just me and my crazy ideas. It is an early access, so you never know. You never know. They might add it at some point. I think it would look a lot better when you're running it down a steep angle like this. Mo better. Usually when it meets, by the way, when it meets an angle and it meets the other angle, I put it right there, just because it's easier to control the way it turns and all of that. All right, so let's go ahead and put this back up here, right there, and it just so happens we have a power pump right there. That's starting up right now. That box ride is starting up. It's going to make its way down here. I don't have to do nothing. I don't have to do nothing other than to connect it in over here. Now, I don't like to have stuff at the ground level. It's not my favorite thing. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this up a bit. Up into there. This way it's not in my way. And then we'll go ahead and just grab it like we're going to run it. Like this. We'll see what its maximum run distance is right about here. And then we'll put conveyor pole up into here. Oh, just a little too long there. Fairly too long. Take this out. And then, if we did it right, all we have to do is sit here and wait. Now, does Kismet know his stuff? Let's find out. Let's hydrate while we're waiting. Let's hydrate and dream of all of the amazing things we could build in this game. This game's an 11 out of 10. It is one of the greatest early access games you'll ever play. Incredibly fantastic. Just to play it for the building alone, that alone, and you'll be spoiled, right? You'll be spoiled when you do the building in here and then you go play something else. Now, the building in Valheim is great, and building in other games like 7 Days to Die is great. But it's not this great. It's not at this level. Their building is amazing. The way they thought it out and the way they figure out how you do foundations and how you can build up above and down below and at angles and weird directions and stuff like that. The way they figured that out is just phenomenally great. Now, again, we did it right. We'll start seeing some come down the line. Now, I suggest not to wait here for an hour, though, because this is a pretty long distance for it to send us. Now, if it doesn't send it to me, then I did something. I messed up with my conveyor line. But I don't think I did. I think I got the skills. Let's see what happens. I think I got the skills, everybody. And there we go. I don't have to go back there. I don't ever have to go back there again. Unless I want to upgrade it to a Mark III. But here we go. Right here, this is a pure node coming down here. That means that instead of 120, this is 240 box right coming down the line right now and starting to fill up my train station behind me right over here. That's going to be a lot of box right, which means a lot of aluminum, and we are just absolutely styling. Now, if we were really good, we would turn around and we would go to the other side, and there'd be a bunch of quartz in here. Boom! How about that? Now, we really want to show off. We're going to tell it to take this quartz and this box right and run it back to our other base. And then we're going to tell it to do it on its own while we're not even paying attention. We're going to be taking a nap or something while it's doing it and running it back and forth and back and forth. All right, so we got to change this locomotive because it's a push-pull train. So you want it's only one line. So you want to have one train aiming toward this station, and then you want to have your items over here, which is your freight cars to pick up your freight. In this case, quartz and bauxite. And then you need another train over this. Come on, train. Hitting F and then middle mouse button to pick up that train. Okay, whatever. Don't feel like doing it. Fine. I'll just do it manually. All right, there we go. Now we got our train in there, and that's all we need, right? That's it. Now, what the name of this station is whatever, however you say that. We're going to go ahead and make that our first train station. So we're going to take our locomotive here. We're going to turn it on. It's got no timetable. Uh-oh, okay, hold on. Let's turn it off. Now, one of the funny things about this is when you turn this off, it actually does the message over the top of the button that you need to press. Not a good idea. I feel like that message needs to be moved. But we got to set up our timetable first. So we don't want it to go to this one first. We want to go to this one first because that's where it's going to pick it up. And then we want it to go to the other one, which is where it's going to drop it off. And then we'll just go ahead. Now, it's going to first say no timetable. But it is actually going to have a timetable. It's going to go there. Now, again, we have these set to load. Woo, look out for the train. And we have this one set to load. Now, we have the other one set to unload, and if we did it correctly, the train will go ahead and load. And watch it load from 2 separate directions. I think that's also cool. Where it's loading 2 separate directions or 2 separate sides. Now, this, we're just touching upon the basics of this. Imagine the complexity of your train station and your train system if you had it stopping by every little point, picking up tons and tons of resources, and bringing it back to your base. Let's get up here in the front. Now, I'm actually on the train. I'm not in the train. I'm on the top of the train. Now, here we go, everybody. Whoop, whoop. Coming down. All this hard work we did today about to pay off big time. And since it's going down at an angle like this, it's going to reach about 200 miles an hour. So the downward speed is incredibly fast, which means it's going to get back to our base much, much faster. And it's going to be awesome. And the loss of going up the ramp is very low, about 7 miles per hour. But going down is really going to be awesome. Now, we'll go ahead and do here. And if we have it set properly. Now, notice it's unloading both on the same side. It knows the difference. By the way, their animators are awesome as well. Incredibly fantastic animation. There we go. Notice how I put the whole box in there? I put the whole box in there because it is done. Now, I just set it and forget it. Nothing else I need to do, everybody. It's already going to do it for me. It's automated. That's it. GG. That's a win, everybody. Let's see some GGs in the chat. That is a big fat win right there. Now, we still need to put the supports and all that stuff in there. I need to take out all that excess stuff. We'll get into that probably next time. And then also we need to build this out over here so that we can have lots of room to work on our aluminum. That's going to be a lot of fun. But we worked on the basics of it. We got our power going today. Look at this. We built all of this today, too. We built all of our power out. We basically about 50% more power overall in our entire base. So we had about 1,500 power over here. We've got our rubber reestablished. We've got our plastic going, but not enough. We definitely need to boost that as well. We'll go ahead and put it over here. Now, one of the funny things is if you boost your oil allows you to do more power. And your power allows you to have more oil. See how that circular thing? Just like when you're doing coal, right? When you do coal, when you get coal power plants running, they perpetually run because the coal power provides power to the extractor, which is extracting the coal and extracting the water, which makes the coal plant go, which makes the coal make power, which makes the other things go that make it go. So you create this little circular kind of circle of power. And the same thing here. You can have that where it'll go ahead and produce power. So it drags out the oil, brings the oil over here, and then produces more power, right? And that is a great mechanic in the game. It's phenomenally done. And we have this perfectly balanced where we have our 3 fuel producers and our 10 power, not 9, but 10 power producers. And they are working fantastically. As you can see, our overflow is halfway perfect. That's where we want it to be. This way, if anything happens, we have to start back up again. Boom! It'll start right back up. No problem. Say we run out of power or whatever, or we add a little bit too many of these, that could definitely cause that to happen. But this is now in perfect sync. There comes our train over there, bringing it in. Look at it go, man. That thing is cooking. Now, at some point, we're going to have 2 trains coming at the same time. Oh, speaking of. Ooh, we're a little close to that train. There we go. So now we got 2 trains running. Now, this is just tiny compared to the giant scale of this game. You could have 100 trains running at the same time. You could have as many as you want, as long as your computer can handle it. Eventually, you'll reach a lag point, by the way, everybody, where you'll log in the game. It'll be like... But the cool thing is also its level of detail, or LOD, will diminish the further it gets away. Whoa, look out, train! Even if you do have a lesser machine, you can build awesome stuff, and you can just reduce that level of detail the further away it goes. Great example is when I am watching my conveyor belts, right? So if I'm watching my conveyor belts that are close up, I'll be able to see how they're running and if they are having issues, right? Like great example here is our screws. We can see our screws coming through at a certain pace. But if I look way off over here, let me get up here on the top of my double stackers here, and I look way off over there, the stuff way off in the distance, a great example is our quick wire over here. When you see it go around the corner here, it looks pretty smooth, but it's actually dropping out a few frames. It's actually reducing the frames further away from me because they're really not that necessary. And when they get really far away from me, I won't even see the animation way out there. And that's to reduce your computer's load. And what you do, and you can set that distance of whatever you want. So you can build some seriously massive stuff. I mean, some insanely massive buildings. Now, of course, the other thing you can do is not build it all in the same space. You don't have to build everything in the same spot, like me. You can actually build them in different sections. Now, of course, I have built stuff in different sections. I've got some power way over there. Some of my crew came in, made a bit of this over here, so that's way off in its own section. We made stuff way over in the distance over there for plates and other things like that. And also you can enclose them into buildings, into factories, because that's why I call it Satisfactory, and it is very satisfactory. And you can build that into its own factory inside there so you don't see all the conveyor belts running and you don't see all that stuff running from a distance, which will help you build bigger and bigger stuff. Now, of course, the ultimate would be, of course, our own mega server from my buddies over at Nitrato. And we had our own mega server, then everybody could be building out every single node in the game. That's my long-term goal for this, is we get so many people in here and we literally tap every single node in the game. That would be awesome. Very awesome, for sure. Now, again, that's got that going on. Now, one of the things we need to do before we head out here, we still got 7 more minutes on that battle, so I'm going to run that battle before I head out. But one of the smart things to do at this point, because this is going to fill up really quickly, I'm going to let it run a bit after the stream here. Let it run in the background while we're doing battles, so it can kind of backlog a bit for our use next time. And we're going to go ahead and just kind of build out a little bit here on the side here. And again, we'll work on those supports next time. I did say we're going to do supports this round, but we're going to go ahead and extend it to 16. Our supports now can be 16 because we now have space metal. All right, and you're going to see this is going to fill up fast. So what you want to do is, of course, build up some extra storage of it, right? If you want to build up a whole lot extra, which I like to do, I like to build up a bunch of extra so that I can put extra things down, so it gives me kind of a jump start in what I'm trying to make. Right, so instead of waiting for all the resources to come through, I'll get a bit of jump start. So let's go ahead and run that out of there, run this out of here into this box, and then not only is it going to fill that up, but that's also going to run out of there, and it's going to fill both these boxes up, and we're going to have a tremendous of both. And then we're going to start to run all of our quartz stuff that direction. We're going to run our bauxite this direction, and then they're going to meet in the middle. And we're going to make the most aluminum we've ever made ever, because that's a pure node, everybody. So we're styling on that. And because we found 2 normal nodes, those 2 normal nodes also equal a pure node. So now we have 2 pure nodes running back to our primary base, and we'll be able to make tons and tons and tons. And if we ever need to go over that way, we can just get on the train and ride over there and find any more resources we need, because there is more bauxite over there and there's more quartz over there that we could get. Look at the moon coming up over the trains there. Cool. Too cool. And of course you got all the smokestacks running and all of that. Such a phenomenal game. You got your space elevator. Now, see, at this point, it just makes me want to play the game for the next 20 hours and like, okay, I want to do this next thing and I want to get my aluminum going and I want to get all the stuff going. But sometimes I must resist because I do have a family, everybody. And I do have to rest before the night stream, and we want to keep our battles going. So we'll get into that. We got another 4 minutes. Now, what can we do for the next 4 minutes to get this going? We could work on our plastic. That's what we could do. we're going to need more plastic. Let's get some more plastic going over here. I feel like we'll put it out here. We could run it along that same line. All right, let's do that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do some more plastic. Again, we'll come in and add our supports later. Hey, evil tree. Get off my beautiful toxic wasteland. That's kind of funny part of this because, you know, the mega corporation wants you to basically strip mine this entire planet of resources. That's basically why they sent you here. At least that's my theory. It doesn't actually tell you that, but you're here gathering resources, so you're basically, they dropped you off and said, yo, go get us some stuff. And that's what you're doing. That's what I spend most of my time doing in the game, basically dragging all the resources out of here. Now, they didn't say they had any plans for making the resources run out, by the way. They didn't say, oh, well, you know, someday we're going to make it where you run out of resources. The resources don't run out right now. So you could just have one iron node and not have to go get 15 more when that runs out. Now, there's other games like Dyson Sphere Program, which do run out, which I also like. I like both of those. On this kind of game, on this kind of scale, especially in early access, I feel like not having the nodes run out is a much better way to experience the game in the beginning. And then later on, of course, adding that. Why is this the wrong way? Why are you the wrong way, bro? I can't see. I can't see which way is the right way. There we go. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then our reversed one. Right here. And so we're going to need to run our lines here and then our lifter at the end. Run this out like this, and we can just do this real easy. Watch this. Just put a merger there. This one to here. GG. GG. All right, I'm going to go ahead and run the rest of this in here. We're going to go ahead and go to our pipes. Do a nice little splitter there, or should we run off here? I think we're going to run off this line here. And I don't really like that. Let's go ahead and use our stackable pipeline. Oh no, we don't want to lift it. We don't want to lift it, or we have to put a pump in. Good. Let's go do it. Let's run it like that. All right, nice. And then we are going to run it. Stuck on something. Right into there. And then we're going to go ahead and split it this way. Got a lifter there, so we'll go something like this. Again, I'm going to speed up. You guys saw me do this earlier, so if you have any questions on what I'm doing, feel free to ask me in the chat. But you guys saw me do all of this before. We're just working on our plastic. That is probably going to be in the way. We're going to have to probably fix that. And so you get the general idea. I'm just going ahead and running this oil here, and then take this part out. Don't need this in part. We'll run that like that. I'm going to leave this connector here in case I decide to put more. But we'll go ahead and do this. Don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it when it clips. Nope. I don't. Oh, time for a battle. Hold on, let's get this running first. Plastic. All right, Kismet, come on, step it up. Super fast time. Ah, wrong button. That's what happens when you try to speed up. Plastic. Go around this in one. This one's going to be petroleum coke. All right, hold on, everybody. We're gonna try to finish this off first. We're gonna have a bit of a problem there. Let's go ahead and do this. This. I'm gonna do this and move this forward by 2. 1, 2, and then line that up. That's perfect. Notice, by the way, I'm not putting all the lifters in. The reason why I'm not putting the lifters in is I don't need to. I only need the first lifter. The first lifter sets the precedent of all the other lifters. And thus, I can go ahead and put these in. And then take out just one lifter. And make sure that that lifter then works perfectly by putting it in last. Always put your lifters in last. Last, last, last. This out. These out. Hey, here comes Falcon. And then connect it across here. And across there. And to here. And then also what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to run this way over here to run above. But then we're also going to need to get it to go underneath to match up to over here. So what we really want to do is instead of running that up above is run it down below. But we're going to need to be a little sneaky. A little sneaky. So we're going to need to run it out off to the side here. And so we're going to run it down. Very rarely do I run it down at this low level, but it's going to be helpful because we can run it to here. We can run it from there to right down here. And then from here to the next stage. And then over here, this is actually a merger right there. So we can actually use the merger that we already have if it's going to reach, which I doubt it. Ah, see, and it cuts into someone's clearance there too. It cuts into the clearance of this, but no worries. Very close. And we'll bring it back up just a little bit. Like this. So all of this plastic from over here is going to now merge in with that other plastic and then run down the same line so we don't have to run the rest of the lines. Yeah, see that? That's pretty sweet. All right, we got that. And then we've got to do our fluids. And that's going to be super easy. Running it right there. That's 90 right there. All right, pretty sweet. One last little thing to do, and then we'll do this battle, and then we're going to go ahead and keep those battles going all day long. Don't worry, we're going to try to get 16 hours of battles in again today. We're going to try to get as many in as we can. And again, line that up nicely. Run that. That's a GG. The only thing else we need now, power. And of course, we have already boosted our power by adding a bunch of oil power right over here. Here we go. Run this to there. Power that to there. Oh, we're going to probably need another one. Because this one's not powered. So let's go ahead and take this one back out. Definitely going to need another one. Now we can upgrade this to a more powerful pole, which will do more lines and all of that, but I don't do that till later. It does help out a lot because you can run more lines at the same time. But this is just getting started here. There's 4 there. I need to run one from here. I already got one. Why is that not letting me run that? Take this line out. That already has a line. Why is it not letting me connect it? Oh, it's already on. Yep. It already has a line running to it. Somewhere. I think it's this one. Awkward. Okay. There we go. All right. I'm going to run these from over here. Run that to there. That one to there. All right, actually, we probably didn't need one of those, but good enough. Okay, all that's running. Should be working. Let's go look on this side. We see plastic coming out of here, and then it's working. Oh, there it goes. GG. All right, we doubled our plastic production just like that. You see how quick I did it? It's because I already have the resources already ready to rock. Over here, we should see it producing a bunch of petroleum coke. It is. That petroleum coke is then running out of here and into the awesome sink over here. Look at that. Get in there, a little petroleum coke. So it's now going to run all of that, and of course it's already connected to our main line, and so it's going to run a bunch of the. That was a ladder fail. It's going to run a bunch of that back to our primary base. Let's go ahead and jump up here. Whee! Whee! Get up here on the top. It's pretty steamy. Steamy awesomeness. And again, this is what we want to see. We want to see it combining both plastics. GG. All right, let's run this battle. To battle! Okay, again, remember, we do battles all day long. We're going to go into battle mode here in just a moment. You won't see or hear me, but the battles will continue. It's a bonus stream on top of my normal streams that I do. I'm going to do a bonus stream for all my Stream Raiders peeps. That is a lot of peeps. 231, blowing it up. Getting maximum loot here in the stream for you guys. Again, running battles all day, all night. We're going to get it going. Let's do it. Oh, it's on, bro. It is on. Look at these spiders, man. They are tough. They are tough down there. But that's okay. The main group coming down to lend a hand. John Boy over there shooting that artillery. Boom. Blow them up. There we go. Oh, look out. Look out. We got the tanks in the back. No good to have the tanks in the back. Oh, we're going to do a pincher move on them. Oh, look, from both sides. Both sides coming in. Oh, look at all those healers. Nice. Oh, that's a win, everybody. That's a big win right there. Grant some rewards. Riverdog, Bones, LOC, M, Subi, King, and H2O getting the sweet loot. And Yushka? Yushka, or Yushka's HQ? Yukas HQ? I'm gonna guess as best I can. I butcher everybody's name. It's part of my charm. There you go. 31 assists. That's MVP status right there. Nice job. Oh, look at this. We're on level 30. Look at that. Tier 30 unlocked. We're going for 45 this time. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Come on. Let's get this battle going. Holy moly. Look at that one. That's probably the most of those I've ever seen. That is insane. And awesome at the same time. That is pretty insane. Now, me, I'm going to get right up in their business. I'm going to look for the biggest kind of cluster of them. I'm feeling left side over here. I'm feeling this left side. That's where I'm feeling right now. So we're going to get a big group together. Get that line going. Maybe some DPS there. And we are going to have to just run all over them there. You might want to put some peeps around here and around here just to kind of keep them busy there while we're pushing up through here. It's up to you. They're your units, but we'll see what happens for sure. Now, that's one of my favorite things in the game, is just to watch it run. Just to watch it run all the stuff out. I find that super cool. Now, one of the things that we need to do, though, is we need to kind of jump over here. Oh, well, apparently jump down here. And look at all the smokestacks and make sure all the smokestacks are running. Right? That's a dead giveaway that your thing is not running. Right? Like here, smokestacks are running. And smokestack at the end here is running. So those are all running well. And all producing tons of plastic. And then getting rid of all the waste material or residue. And now we have double the plastic production. So we might actually have some extra plastic next time. Now what I'm going to do is go hide in my little tower over here because it's fun. We're going to go ahead and get our tower. There it is. Lookout tower. And put it right there. And we're going to go right up in here. So we can watch the action. I always dig it, right? Watching stuff come in. You can watch the trains come down. Back and forth. Too cool. Too cool. All right. Now, it seems like this is complex, everybody, but you just saw me build it. It's not that complex, not that difficult. It's just taking it one piece at a time and one section at a time, one style of item at a time, right? You're doing your plastic, you're doing your rubber, you're doing your power. All of that stuff builds up complexity over time, but it's not complex in itself. In itself, you've already learned this part and you've learned this part, and now you just take that and you apply it to the next part and so on and so forth. And then you rule this game. You mastered it. That's it. That's all you have to do to master it. Now let's go ahead and save again. And I'm just going to save over the aluminum construction one here. Right there. Awesome. Confirmed. All right, everybody. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and work on stuff behind the scenes, like videos and animations and all sorts of cool stuff, upgrades, giveaways, things like that, and also spend some time with the family. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to go into battle mode. You guys can keep watching the battles here on stream and keep putting your battle units down. And make sure to put down as many as you can, because that one extra unit might have been the one. It might have been the one that turned the tide of us to win even more epic loot. So I'm going to go ahead and go into that mode. But first, before we do that, let's go to my office so I can give you guys tons of love before we go. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys know about my schedule right there in the stream. I stream Tuesday through Friday from 9 a.m. till about this time, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Usually it's supposed to be 3, but I always run over for some reason because I'm always trying to finish one last thing. You know how it goes. And then also I do bonus streams. Now, when we're doing an event in Stream Raiders, I'll do bonus streams after my normal stream. It doesn't replace any streams. It's in addition to my streams. And so I will run battles all day long. And then tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll do another bonus stream, our night streams, where I'll be back and we'll be doing some Valheim as a crew as well. And then, of course, on Saturdays, I'm also here at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So feel free to come and join us Tuesday through Friday in the morning, or Tuesday through Thursday in the evening, or Saturday in the evening as well. Now, you can also help out the stream tremendously. Just take a moment right now and go ahead and click on the link over there for YouTube. Go over to YouTube, hit that subscribe button. It does help the stream out tremendously. Allows me to do more stuff here in the stream, give away more loot, and show you guys lots of love. Also encourages me to make more videos and also to do more battle modes and whatnot if you do help support the stream. But of course, remember, never required. You can always hang out in the stream anytime you want. I do appreciate everybody who does support the stream. Now, you also got Twitter over there. You can go to Twitter, hit that follow button. Again, does the same thing, helps out a lot. And if you want to know more information about my stream, about the equipment that I use, or if you're a streamer, you're looking for that microphone or whatever it is, probably the number one question I get here in the stream, you can go check it out on my website, kismet.gg. It's got every single thing in my studio. In fact, you can click on it. It'll take you right up to Amazon to get that thing that you need to make your stream even more awesome next time. There you go. As well as, what else? We want to give you guys some Kiz Caps. That's right. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 Kiz Caps for future giveaways. That's how you buy tickets for the giveaway, by the way, with those Kiz Caps. I will let you know when a giveaway is going on, as well as it'll be popped up on the side of the screen. Whenever I do giveaways, I do them very randomly in stream. Now, here's a great little trick for you, everybody. When I'm doing extended streams, when I'm doing bonus streams like I did yesterday for 16 hours, you want to just lurk in the channel, because the more you're lurking in the channel, the more of those Kiz Caps you're building up, and the more chance and the more tickets you can buy for that thing that you say, oh, Kismet's giving away this thing. Oh, man, I really want that thing. Boom, you can drop more Kiz Caps, get more tickets, have a higher chance of winning those giveaways. All right. So there you go, everybody. You guys got crazy tons of it. Lots more giveaways to be done all year long, too. So settle in, everybody. My birthday coming up on the 23rd as well. You know what? That I give away stuff on my birthday to all of you? That's right. I do. Every year. Every year I do. Okay, everybody, we're going to go ahead and go into battle mode. I will see you guys later on tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for some more battles and more Valheim. All right, we'll see you all then. Bye, everybody. Hey, everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also, check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.